Hello again, welcome to day 2 of the OPL Week 3. I'm Jake Spontiveri. Joining me on the desk is Legacy's top lane superstar, Tally, as well as Frostgren down the end of the desk. First things first, Tally, have to ask, how's the wrist?
Oh, it's a little bit sore, but we're mending.
And have you got a timeline when you think you're going to be back? Tim said to me 3 weeks. Is that around about?
Yeah, week 6 when we verse the Chiefs, I'll be playing again.
So that's when you're going to come back, be playing, ready to take them down. How's the team doing in your absence?
The team's actually doing a lot better than I expected. They seem to the team works a lot better without me, which is surprising because it makes me feel like I'm holding them back almost.
Nah, I don't think you're holding him back, mate. And I think that Vicky would agree that they want to get him back on the lineup as soon as possible. So all the best. But have him here for the rest of the night. Let's go through the schedule and what the week has shown us so far, as well as tonight. Last night, Tainted Minds were able to 2-1 Sin Gaming, keeping them winless in the OPL, whilst Abyss Esports fell just short of Legacy, who were playing with Minky Whale. Tonight, we have Hellions taking on the Direwolves before the OPL Legend match between Avantgarde, the Challengers, and the Chiefs Esports Club. Of course, that's not all the League of Legends happening this week. There is also some OCS on Thursday night, as well as the OOL opening this Saturday. So make sure that you sign up for those if you want to play. Of course, for any information about the OPL or any of the other league, head over to the new website, oce.lolesports.com, where we have you covered. However, guys, let's get into game number 1. Let's go into the Hellions lineup straight away. In the top lane, it is going to be Ryu. Impaired is their jungler, Bomb their mid laner, Frey their AD carry, and Luna their new support. And of course, they will be facing off against the Direwolves. It is Chippies in the top lane, Sybil their jungler, Fantix their perfect mid laner, Raze and Regret are their bottom lane. And that's actually where I want to kick it off. Bottom lane. You've played with Regret a little bit. Now he's over onto the Direwolves lineup. Do you think that he makes them better strategically? That's what I've been hearing a lot.
I do think that he brings a lot of strength to them because Direwolves were lacking a shot caller, and now that they've picked up one in Regret, I think they'll be able to move around the map a lot better together.
And we could even see that when they initiated their lane swap last week. It looked much cleaner than it ever has on the Direwolves before, so it just gives them another weapon in their arsenal.
Yeah, I think that is the case. They have pretty much picked up one of the smarter players. However, do want to go towards the junglers just a little bit, talking about people that are important to their team. Impaired and Sybil's Frostgren, and I know that you think that these are two key members to try and get those mid laners ahead.
Yeah, the big thing is mid there. The fact is that I think that the mid and jungle are the most important roles on this patch right now. The cool thing about these two matchups is they're very aggressive junglers, but they're very different in their champion pool. So Sybil is very well known for his like Zac and Elise and kind of these pocket picks, whereas Impaired, I think he's much more demanding of like the aggressive Kindred Nidalee picks. Like you have to ban them away, or you have to priority pick them away from him.
And I guess as a top laner, Tally, you get to play against both these guys. You have Carbon in your back pocket. Do you really prefer to play one against the other? What are your take on Impaired and Sybil at the moment?
I'd definitely rather verse Impaired. Sybil's playstyle is he just gets the early Mobies, early Swifties, and he just ganks everyone, and it's extremely annoying to play against.
You don't like the Zac pickup that much?
No.
And of course, I know that you're a big advocate of mid lane at the moment in the current meta. What is your take on the mid lane meta at the moment?
The mid lane meta is it's shifted towards control mages, so it's really benefiting to both teams, but more so Hellions, because Direwolves are more of a assassin heavy team. So I think with the new like Swain, Vlad, Liss, Anivia, even some other pocket picks, I think that this really benefits Hellions.
No, yeah, I completely agree. Fantix, an assassin player versus Bomb, who really went off on the Victor. Not that Fantix can't play Victor, but that was actually kind of the difference between Hellions having a great game or having a good game and having a great game was their mid laner's performance.
And, I always like to check in with the lane that my guests play. So looking towards the top lane, Ryu, we've talked about him a lot in the past. He had a really big breakout season towards the end of last year. Has kind of fizzled in 2016, to be honest, so far. Do you think the meta's shifting back towards that carry top lane mentality will help him out, or do you think Ryu's just struggling?
I think the meta is shifting back towards the Fioras, the Gangplanks, the carry top laners, and Ryu is a much better carry top lane player than Chippies. I think he'll be able to edge him out in this matchup.
All right, cool. And have you seen anything around the map, Frostgrin? I guess bottom lane is an area that we can go towards next. I mean, Ray's down there playing Regret now. Luna, Frey, they're a new bottom lane that have come together. What is your take on the bottom lane so far?
It's funny, when I was looking at Hellions versus Direwolves, I actually thought that they're kind of similar in a lot of areas. You have kind of like really talented mechanical mid laners, very aggressive junglers, and then their AD carries are kind of like these young up-and-coming stars. Where they're different is in that support position that you were talking about, like Luna kind of being new to the roster, whereas Regret, very intelligent, well-rounded support, and then their top laners, a hard carry top laner versus more of like a role player top laner. And so I gotta give it to Direwolves on kind of the edge for the bot lane, simply because I think like the combination is just more potent and powerful, whereas Luna's still warming up.
And do you agree with that? Do you find that playing against the Direwolves bottom lane is a little bit more frustrating?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that the Direwolves bot lane will be able to edge out Hellions bot lane based on the current picks as well.
And, Raze gets actually a lot of comparison towards your AD carrying King, nice and aggressive up in the face. So I am interested to see how he goes against Frey, who is a little bit more reserved at times and does like
more
to play
janitorial.
Yeah, he is. He's very much a janitorial. I was going to say he's a Lucian Ezreal player, just likes to skirt the outside of that. So, what are we expecting out of these teams? Are we expecting big 5v5 team fights? Do you think that Direwolves will stick towards that lane swap and just try and outperform Hellions in that area?
I think we'll see an early lane swap from either team. I feel like the team that initiates the lane swap has the instant advantage because they get the early dragon. And I expect heavy ganking junglers from the team that does initiate the swap.
I think it's going to be very much about like a 5v5. I would suggest that Direwolves look towards their strength in their newly found lane swaps, and because the Hellions have not been shown to execute it very well. Likewise, the Hellions, like, one strength is getting them to those like 45, 55 single team fight games. That seems to be where they can kind of thrive, because their early game is a bit of a waffle.
All right, we'll see whether that is the way it works out. One thing that we were very critical on last night was teams drafting. They weren't really going towards the Swain pickups and the Vladimir pickups that we've seen a lot internationally. What do you take on the current... Are we just missing the beat here? Like, are these champions trash? Are they good? Do you think they are first pickable? What's your take on them?
I think all these champions that are being played internationally are insane. They offer everything that a team needs, and I think we were missing the beat.
And what is your take on, just quickly, what is your take on the Swain versus Trundle matchup? Do you think Swain wins that one out, or...?
I think it's pretty even. So Swain will edge out Trundle in the early game, and then once he hits the item spikes, Trundle will start edging out the Swain.
All right, cool. Just had to check in there. However, guys, we do have to remind you that these teams are fighting their way towards the OPL final. It is going to be August 13 in Brisbane, Queensland, so grab your tickets and head along there. However, if you can't make it to Queensland, remember that Hoyt's Cinemas have you covered. Grab your mates, head over down to your local Hoyts. They're in every major city, including Christchurch and Auckland, so make sure that you get along to one of those. But we've kept you for long enough. Here is game one, so Atlas and Rusty will take us there.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Very excited to get into game number one here. And Rusty, what do you think? I mean, on the desk, it sounded like maybe Hellions meta suiting them a little bit more. Do you think we'll finally see a first win for the squad?
It's going to be a hard game for them to win if this is their first victory. I do agree with the desk. There's a couple of differences between them, though. I'd say the bottom lane of Direwolves is a natural strength.
Yep.
That is going to be evidenced potentially through this series. On the flip side, even giving a slight edge to Ryu in that top lane, I would always give a slight edge to Impaired. I just have a personal preference towards his jungling prowess. And now that he's got the opportunity to work with Ryu in perhaps a mismatch against Chippies and Sybil, we'll see if they can get it done.
Yeah, I was actually really interested to hear from Tally on the desk. They're saying that, his experience against Sybil actually edges him out in that matchup against Impaired just because of his gank-heavy style. But we'll see whether he actually gets the picks in order to do that. As we hop into Champion Select, Azir, Kindred, and Nidalee already taken off the board as Hellions do not want to see that S-tier jungler in the Kindred.
I'm on board with the Kindred ban. The Azir as well taken from Fantix. He has shown the proficiency on this middle lane control mage. There's going to be so many other options though on the board. And that's the first question we need to ask, even going through the bans and then the initial first picks. Can they play Vladimir? Can they play Swain? Or are they missing that beat?
Well, this is the thing, right? You're looking at Fantix. This guy's been playing forever.
Yeah, but
He
he's
used
only-
to be a legacy Vlad player. Of course, Vlad changed a little bit, but the style is still the same.
Somewhat. I'd say he's a legacy Kassadin-esque player as well, so he has more of a preference towards the assassin style of champions. I
That's a
don't
good
think Vladimir fits that bill, so I'm not sold on Direwolves being able to play it just yet. In the middle lane, perhaps Chippies can top.
We'll see exactly what does happen here as Ryu for the first pick on the side of the Hellions. Trundle and Lucian did round out the bands with Rise chilling out there as well. Direwolves not wanting to see that Magician in the mid lane, who is just ridiculous at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Trundle being banned by Ryu and friends from Chippies says a lot about what they're looking to pick.
Yeah, and this is Raze as well on the side of the Direwolves, who's only played Lucian or Ezreal so far here in the OPL. So Hellions may actually look to grab an Ezreal pickup for themselves. Of course, we heard on the desk Frey wanting to play those two champions, although it did branch out to the Sivir Caitlyn.
It could be a top lane option, but I would imagine even Rek'Sai would take slight edge here for priority. You know, Impaired does have a strong Ezreal. Oh, sorry, Impaired has a strong Ezreal. Frey has a strong Ezreal, and it is seemingly, based off yesterday's performances in the OPL, the #1 champion when there is no Lucian, and occasionally even into that Lucian.
Yeah, and I actually like it. You know, they're forcing Raze to change up his picks here as they move into their choices, and we'll see what Dials decide to take away. Swain and Vladimir are both available, PS.
Yeah.
And, look, I don't think that they should be on the same team together.
I mean,
Never.
Swain, Vlad, Victor, all of these champions, even Lissandra that was mentioned, still going to be up, and I don't think that mid lane will actually take that preference. Noting that Direwolves with their star mid laner on the red side, they'll have last pick.
Good point.
They'll probably look towards being their mid lane as the last pick option. So you would
Just
imagine,
Fate, another one there.
yeah.
for Fantix.
I mean, you'd imagine probably like a Karma rotation. And Karma's actually quite a highly rated support.
Oh, Bard as well is another option for Regret, but they are going to lock away the Vladimir, so definitely catching on as far as what we were hearing from on the desk as Sybil takes away the Rek'Sai. So you mentioned the priority on her as well. Impaired not going to be able to grab that jungler, and a strong first round of picks here for the Direwolves.
Yeah, we have to ask where Impaired will go from here, knowing the Rek'Sai is not available, and with Kindred and Nidalee banned, does he revert to the Comfort and like a Graves? Does he look for something else, even perhaps the Elise, a good strong option? It's got to be gank heavy. And we've even seen teams looking towards the Gragas to try and keep up and match that of a Rek'Sai early, which then has that extra added engage/disengage later. What the Direwolves have got so far with their first two picks are very strong, tanky champions that they can either add damage to back them, or even get a couple of extra tanks in there to boot with Regret, something like the Alistar or the Braum, and just be unkillable beasts.
Yeah, also you kind of see it as being a really flexible first two options as well. They can sort of go a whole lot of different ways with those picks. We'll see exactly where they do go. As Impaired hovering his signature Echo pick as Bomb thinking about taking away the Fizz, and they're both going to be locked in. Hellions boycotting the top lane just a little bit here with those two. We'll see what Chippies is going to do, whether he's going to play the Vladimir himself or whether he plays something else.
You'd have to imagine that it's actually going to be Ryu playing that Fizz, going towards the Fervor battle style build. Bomb can naturally do the same thing in the middle lane. The point being Fervor is just busted. It's actually very good on him because he stacks it within like 2 auto attacks, I think. Whenever you use the Q as well. Very quick, and the amount of damage that you get from it is quite efficient.
Yeah. Also, you know, the Fizz, Grievous Wounds, good against Vladimir, things like that.
And Echo can jungle because it's impaired.
Yeah. Well, Braum's being considered. I mean, you already mentioned that this could be a potential bottom lane for the Direwolves, and they're going to lock it away. The Sivir there, augmenting the movement speed of this comp, will be very useful.
Yeah.
Gives away the Karma, though.
I was going to say, with the absence of the Karma being picked by Direwolves, Sivir is the next best option in that respect. But it also does give that away to the side of Hellions if they so choose it. Luna, most people can play Karma. It's not a complex champion by any means. Should be able to lock that one away for the team. And however they round this one out, though, the question still remains, is it a top lane pick for Ryu? Is it something like that Fiora? Or is he playing the Fizz and they go for a Victor perhaps in the middle lane? Just as a safe mid option, because they don't know if it's that Vlad either.
Yeah, they could also, of course, go for some sort of jungle pick if they feel like it. Swain being looked at here by Frey, as Luna is going to be the one that locks away the Karma.
We're full meta now.
Yep, this is looking very scary from the Hellions. So Swain could be in the top lane, could be in the mid lane, still with the flexibility.
It's kind of strong as well, knowing the Direwolves have to last pick. What they don't know now on the side of Direwolves is where everyone's going. They just want to give Fantix something that works for him. Or it could be the Vladimir, and they'll give Chippy something that works for him. Oh,
still, leaving everything open. Hellions, you still can't predict it, so it's almost like it's a blind pick here.
The assumption would still be the Fizz top and Swain mid,
Would it? Yeah, okay.
with Echo jungling, simply because Impaired and Hellions. Bomb's got a slight preference towards Assassin-style champions, though, as does Fantix.
Yeah.
Which is why the Fizz was quite cool. It's almost like a takeaway from the Direwolves mid laner.
Has been what he played in week number 1 there, of course, as well. About 7 seconds to go. Direwolves have to make up their minds right now. Regret sitting on this choice for quite some time. And it's the Maokai, so Chippies is going to be playing the tree towards the top side of the map. And it is going to be Fantix's Vladimir. Haven't seen it for about 2-3 years.
Yeah, Vladimir not too often seen, and this to me is actually why they should have that Fizz in the top lane. Does well into the Maokai. Actually quite strong at trading with him. And they can use that Grievous Wounds for mid-late game. Split pushing might even deny that of Fantix in a 1-3-1 scenario. I think both teams have actually matched each other quite well. My only concern is going to be that jungle position. It's actually the catalyst for most of these teams' success. Can Sybil get it done? Or can Impaired counter gank effectively, perhaps? Because that Echo does have a lot of setup time.
Yeah, and do we think as well now, Sybil's on the rec side, lots of creative gank paths. We've heard this from Prosper and time again. Do you think that he'll have enough tools in order to get on top of the Hellions? Because, I mean, you're looking at Swain as the gankable option, but everybody else is so slippery.
They're slippery, but there's definitely still going to be ganking options. I mean, rule of thumb is, like, if a champion has disengage, like an Ezreal has disengage, or even the Fizz to an extent can get out safely, you just wait for them to fight your opponent. Right now, you would look at a Fizz, say he could probably beat that Maokai in lane. Well, you can't just do it by auto-attacking. Make the Fizz use a spell, then find your way. Definitely possible.
That's a really good point. But ladies and gentlemen, hop onto Twitter. Support your teams. Use that hashtag HLNWin if you think Hellions can take this one, or the hashtag DWWin. Think the Wolfpack is able to pick up their second victory so far in the OPL. Of course, you have to remember, these teams played the same team so far. And it has been the Direwolves that's found one of the victories. Of course, it did go to 3 games for both teams against Abyss. Fortunately for the Direwolves, they were able to come out ahead in that 3 series. But it's really interesting having very similar matchups so far for both of these teams as we hop onto the Rift. And yeah, that's a lot of fervor for some battle right there, Rusty.
This is a conversation that I've actually had with Impaired on Twitter a couple of days ago. He DM'd me talking about it. I challenged people to tell me which is better, Grasp of the Undying or Fervor of Battle, on Fizz and Echo.
Yep.
And the consensus is that Fervor is definitely better. And the fact that it works in jungle as well as top lane, and that they have both of these champions, means that the tanky builds will be doing a lot of damage, and that's the cool thing about this. Impaired, he doesn't actually need to go for a Runic Echoes build. He can stick with the Cinderhulk Sightstone style, but still trade well with people, and potentially even outmatch that of Sybil once it hits the mid stages of the game.
Especially with his stickiness. I like the idea a lot. It's Fantix hanging around in this brush over here. Everyone with very defensive starts. Only wards in the river so far, not venturing too far out. This Chippies is going to help take away these first few creeps, and Fantix looks to be the one that wants to grab it. There's only 2 saplings there. That ain't going to do it.
Yeah, 2 saplings means the mid gets it. That is the rule of thumb. And also for clarification, both Fizz and Echo have similar kits with an auto attack reset and a dash that is technically a spell and an auto attack, which is why they stack the Fervor of Battle really quickly. I think it's 3 that you get immediately from an Echo's E auto attack. Because the spell and an auto, and Fizz gets, I think, 4 as well from his Q and autos. So they stack incredibly quick.
See how they're going to be making them work as we hop into the laning phase here. Bomb and Fantix just going to be smacking on each other. This seems like a, pretty sustaining lane, especially after that level 6 mark for Bomb. But my god, Fantix does a lot of damage.
Yeah, you have to remember that Swain needs to get to 6.
Yeah.
And he's not going to have the best time doing that against what is a Vladimir's sustain. Doran's shield makes things difficult as it is. But once that 6 mark is there, once the catalysts have been picked up by the Swain, sustain gets pretty hectic.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be trading permanently and then getting all of your health back and then trading again. But Fantix, we'll see how he's going to be utilizing that Crimson Rush on the new flavor of Vladimir, as Winter's Bite isn't going to find it here as Regret, down to below 200 health. Frag has himself a shield, and that is a huge trade win for Hellions.
Yeah, a little bit deep there from Regret. Razor's been doing well to poke them out, but there's only so much you can afford to poke. Or the Karma and Ezreal can get you back, because that's what they excel at.
Good point. I guess, you know, having... Oh, Never Move actually landing on the Fantix here. As he just seems to not care. Just transfuses it all back.
Crimson Rush will stack up and he'll probably get like 90 health back.
90 million, just Vladimir.
75 off a level 3, level 2 Q. It's a bit.
That is ridiculous. Actually not leveling the pool until level 4. Ballsy.
Yeah, he's also being pushed into. I think he'll actually get a reasonably free level 4. Just from these minions alone. Slight experience edge as well based off the 3 small raptors he got. And Sybil's here.
Yeah, Impaired actually right around it. The ping comes out. They know exactly that he's there. And Infernal Drake actually going to be the first dragon here. We'll see whether the dragon focus is going to be there. Of course, we heard from Spooks yesterday. You know, if there's an Infernal, we won't be fighting early.
Yeah, Infernal and Ocean. Depends on your time of the game that you want to shine the most. Of course, Infernal being a team fighting and scaling based Drake. Ocean being the, I want the immediate strength now. Not that you get to choose between them. You get RNG'd into it.
Really actually struggling here a little bit against Chippies, who's looking to possibly go back and buy. We'll see whether he uses the teleport to get back or whether he's just going to chill out, get some wards down, check out this jungle.
Getting some vision.
Yeah, going for a wander.
Go and walk about towards the middle lane.
Yeah, the forest is on the move. But not going to happen. Just going to wander into a brush. Move out of the way. Tides of Blood here from Fantix. Doing some damage to some creeps. And look, this is exactly what Fantix wants to do. Just get as far ahead and farm as possible. Sybil now going to make his way down towards the bottom side. See whether he can actually lock down any of these very slippery members.
It's going to be
speed and stuff.
pretty hard to do unless Braum gets the stun off.
Well, the Winter's Bite is actually going to land on the Luna here as Roget gets slowed down. There's the flash forward from Sybil, but it's a nice exhaust out of Luna. First blood goes down, but he's going to die immediately. And there's the teleport. Ryu wants to get something done. The teleport actually to come in response as Ryu gets snared up by the Twisted Advance. Nice Urchin Strike gets himself out of there as the Hellions have to be careful, but 1 for 1 in the end.
Yeah, and they get that one big kill onto the Ezreal. So money actually in the right place, you would imagine, for Hellions, whereas Sybil picking up is handy in terms of jungle ganking. But if he can't get anything done with that, it could be money wasted. Impaired now looking to this middle lane for Fantix.
Yeah, phase dives over the top there as the Timewinder doesn't find his target. Parallel Convergence is going to come down and nothing else is going to land. So Fantix just pulls himself out of there.
Thankfully the Blood Puddle is available. Oh my god. Into Vladimir.
We're going to continue making sounds like this, by the way, throughout the entire game, because Vladimir is silly.
This is the kind of lane that you have to look at because they hit each other a lot. Like imagine directed camera from like a normal spectator.
It'll be like a 1v1.
Crap. Sybil's already here.
Yeah, actually, the full flank for Sybil. Nice. Slow comes in as the Never moves down as well. Fantix comes in with the Hemoplague bomb. Not level 6 yet as Fantix flashes over the top. Hemoplague's not quite enough damage. He needs another auto or two as he gets the last one. So Fantix picks up the first kill. We'll see whether Sybil's going to go down. He's very low. There it is as Impaired has the shield from Luna. Really nice play on this Karma so far as he's going to phase dive his way over the top. Fantix still wants this. Transfuse comes down, picks up another kill for the Vlad. This is bad news so far for the Hellions. If Fantix is getting fed, Direwolves are going to be happy no matter what else happens.
Yeah, 2-0 Vladimir right now on the map at 6 minutes could spell disaster for the side of Hellions. That Swain has finally reached a point where he might be able to match the strength of the Vlad, but at this stage, that strength is very much relative because there's 2 kills in his back pocket, an extra 600 gold to boot. Ryu's not having a great time.
There's the flash forward. Chippy's looking for the Arcane Smash and gets the 1v1. What did Chippies have for breakfast this morning?
Yeah, that's
He just beat a little fish to death.
It's not the kind of thing that you should say should ever happen in the top lane on someone as Rift in the Fizz versus Maokai. It's also a flash Fizz, so he doesn't have as much kill pressure. But just generally speaking, losing this lane. Level 5 to 6, way too much of an advantage gained by Chippies.
Yeah, just really late on that playful trickster there as well as Chippies just blows the flash and smashes him to death.
Very spell-reliant champion, Fizz, as well. Didn't play carefully enough, and Chippies makes him get punished for it. Not the right start to this game for a Hellions. Not at all.
Yeah, as far as these team comps are looking though, Rusty, where is the power going to lie as this game goes on? Are Direwolves looking to scale into that late game? I mean, I'm seeing a Vladimir thinking that late's probably good.
Late's always going to be good for the team with the Vlad, but the Swain kind of matches that. I think that the power was meant to be within a Fizz against the Maokai, and potentially that Fizz against the Vlad, depending on how laning phase went. So it's going to be very handy They've got the karma to catch people out. Really, it's just the exact same thing from both of these teams. They just want to 1-3-1 where possible, and then catch people out on the rest of the map. Utilize vision control for objectives such as Dragon, and fight for it.
Well, Sybil actually getting the better end of that trade. Impaired might need to phase dive his way out. Fantix making his way over. Never Move comes in. Fantix is going to get snared up, but it looks like he doesn't care as Bomb just turns into a bird. He's going to see what he can do. Nice exhaust comes out, but Luna now finds himself completely without a team. He's going to get stunned up, and Fantix is possibly going to grab himself another kill. Sybil says, all right, no, she looked like she was going to get out, and I'll grab myself another.
Yeah, big shield comes out of Luna. It's not enough to get him to safety naturally, but they did try very hard to give it to Fantix. This should mean the Infernal Drake taken from the side of Direwolves, and now the Gold League creeping forward, the potential scaling damage also in their direction. It's a disaster early game for Hellions, but fantastic turnaround from their previous week's performance from the Direwolves in game number 1.
Yeah, really nicely done. You can see Fantix moving towards the Spirit Visage as item number 1 there as well. Of course, health giving him a bit more damage as far as that AP is concerned, and just generally being a pretty ludicrous item for the champion, especially when you're laning against this magic damage dealer. We'll see whether he goes for the Lucidity Boots there as well, wanting to get that extra summon spell cooldown.
Yeah, potentially. That's just... Chippy's is one lane. I just cannot believe this is currently happening so easily.
Yeah.
In a 1v1. There's been no jungle presence up there. Ryu's just straight up losing. It's the kind of thing that's very unfortunate because the Fizz when he's behind kind of struggles to get back into it, especially against the Maokai, who snowballs way too hard for a tank.
And we heard it from Tally on the desk. This was supposed to be a point of power for the Hellions. And
I think they want him here.
yeah, they've actually got the phase dive over the top here as Chippy's. He's going to get sabred to the head with that smite. The flash not going to be available here as the fish comes down. Delicious! Ryu picks up a kill in revenge. Just a little bit too deep with not a whole lot of help.
It's exactly what we saw yesterday from the junglers of each respective team. You cannot one-man invade for vision, because if you meet them, they will collapse on you. Rek'Sai was nowhere near you. That's just not meant to happen. And he pays for it, rightly so. Well done from Hellions to capitalize on him.
Sybil is going to make his way over now. Does have that Cinderhulk already done, and it means that Impaired just has to watch as the Rift Scuttle is going to fall. Pink wards eyeing each other off, as you can see in these respective brushes. Doesn't mean that Bomb able to back himself away if he wants to relatively easily, and Sybil just going to go about his merry way.
Yeah, and Bomb's still farming well. In fact, he is pretty much at the same creep score to that of Fantix. Does mean that the Swain will still be scaling naturally, but Vladimir absolutely in a point of power, simply because he has a blue buff and he's 201. He's got the item edge because he has resistance over the flat health. The Battle of Sustain, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, well, Impaired's going to make his way in. Tides of Blood comes out as the parallel convergence is there. Hemoplate goes down onto 2 as Bomb. Not going to get stunned up this time around, running out of mana completely as the Swain's going to have to go back to base. Everyone converging on this mid lane.
Yeah, Fantix used his ultimate, used his Q when it was fully stacked on that Blood Rush, and went from half health to full health immediately, whereas Bomb, out of mana, has to recall. Thankfully has a teleport. So there's nothing on the map for Direwolves to grab. He can basically use that back to lane and continue farming.
Well, Luna's actually going to get caught out of position. Wow, one more auto attack would have stunned him up, but it's a nice flash, gets him to safety. Direwolves very aggressive. As you're right, well, Bomb went back and managed to finish off that Rod of Ages, which is very good here for 12 minutes into this game.
Yeah, it's a bit cheaper now, so you generally start to see it as an earlier item pickup. Doesn't have anything else besides his Doran's Ring and a refillable potion, which also makes things much more efficient in lanes that you're losing. You will still get your items with decent timing. Doesn't mean that he's going to be too much happier for it. It's probably a Spirit Visage finish.
Yeah, he only needs, what, about 800 gold or something like that in order to finish that item off. There it is. Going to grab himself some boots there at the same time. We'll see whether he holds onto the teleport or whether he uses it to get back. Oh, that's actually Swiftness boots coming out for Fantix here as well. Wants to make sure he's as mobile as possible.
Yeah, he's going to utilize those quite effectively on the Vladimir. You would imagine that he slows him when he's charging him. Memory set.
Yeah. I wonder if it means that he's taken some cooldown reduction in his build.
Potentially. Also need to question what his build's going to be from here. Abyssal Scepter also giving things like cooldown reduction, as does Zonia's. Could put him at least the 30 mark, and not valuing his flash and teleport cooldown above all else, I think, is why he's gone for the Boots of Swiftness. He just wants to generally move quicker.
Oh, okay. You think Lucidity is more of like a ghost flash flood?
Well, no, it's more if you actually put more emphasis on using your summoner spells, if you need them to kill people. But if he's looking for a Swain, Swain's going to be standing next to him all the time.
Yeah.
Fizz doing the exact same thing. I don't think he necessarily needs the flash as much as that move speed.
And the slow resistance as well is going to be incredibly powerful against so many different slows. I mean, in fact, everyone on that team has a slow.
Could be quite useful.
As Chippy just branches Ryu in the head one more time. Continues smashing down these minions. He's got a gigantic lead. That is 30 CS for the Maokai in this matchup. 2,000 gold the lead for the Direwolves as the Boomerang does fly forward. Frey getting stunned up. There's the ultimate regret. Hits the go button as the flash comes down. Luna, he's just going to get turned on now. It's a decent snare that comes in, but don't snare Raze within auto attack range. He'll keep smacking you.
Karma's quite good at keeping people alive.
Oh my god! There's the flash and regret picks up the kill. Just so much confidence out of this Braum.
Ray's hit a crit. That's a pretty unfortunate thing to happen to you when his crit chance isn't that high.
20%?
Well, the 1 in 5 works out perfectly, doesn't it?
Certainly does. As Tides of Blood comes down, and yeah, I understood exactly what you meant. Better players crit more. Isn't that the saying?
That is the saying. It doesn't mean I want that to be the saying.
Yeah.
I will break that turret though, and from the back of the crit and the kill that they get diving, the bottom lane, they had a lot of damage anyway. They're probably going to still get that turret through pushing. Get a bit of extra bonus gold in the piggy bank.
Sybil. He's going to find Impaired here, who decides to back. Sybil with that tremor sense can't actually see him. He's just sitting down in the brush. See Fantix and Bomb trading away. But that Spirit Visage really helping Fantix stay healthy.
One of those things. Having a tanky item as your first item usually wouldn't indicate that you win lane this heavily. But here we are.
Yep.
Sybil as well doing plenty of damage with that Rek'Sai at the moment. Bomb pretty much regretting existence.
Yeah. Crimson Rush giving you that movement speed boost as well on top of the swiftness boots means Fantix is never going to get never moved. It's just almost too easy to get out of.
Yeah, it's an easy spell to dodge anyway.
Dragon, can you chill out, bro?
Interrupting the bush camping.
Hey! Oi!
Go back to your hole.
Whoa. You're a mountain drake too. Mountains aren't supposed to be very mobile. Sybil going to seek some prey here in the jungle as Chippies just grabs his turret solo. Lane 1 here towards the top side of the map.
A very influential factor on the rest of this game as well, Ryu being on the back foot. Not even hitting that level 11 mark yet. If they were to try and fight this, the Ryu would be doing a lot less in terms of impact, even in comparison to that of the Maokai. Different purposes as well when we get towards the middle and late game stage of these games. Maokai wants to be a super tank for his team. Maybe catch the AD carry out if it comes to it and they find the opportunity. Fizz needs to.
Yeah, well, Parallel Convergence going to come in here. Really nice spell shield from Raze as Hellions can't quite get on top of the AD carry. Direwolves able to get themselves out of there.
Really good spell shield, honestly.
Yeah.
The awareness in between all of the other spells flooding his screen to get rid of that never move in particular was really impressive. Kind of push back. Doesn't mean they'll get anything. Hellion's really just stuck being respondent.
Is it safe to say that both of these teams have a similar team fight desire here as well? It's like speed up the relatively slow moving but high damage champion from the mid lane who can do the consistent work and then get them to do the work utilizing both Siva and Karma.
Yes. Yeah.
Kind of cool. They've both got similar ideas with very different champions. As now another engage here in the mid lane as Regret gets snared. Sybil has made his way in with that Void Scream. And Impaired may get stunned here. There's the flash forward. Sybil's committing to this one. It's the chrono break to come down. Regret not quite going to find it as the Winter's Bite gets Frey, but he manages to pick up the kill onto Raze. And Hellions go 1-0.
Frey gets the kill, but it's actually just a big mistake from Raze. 2 summoner spells available, and what actually secures that one was the 3-strike passive on Impaired's Echo. Throws out the Q at the same time as he flashed away, and I think it caught Raze by surprise. That was a big mistake.
Yeah, a bit of an explosion.
Well, to have 2 summoner spells up and still die to it means that he was trying to use the heal as a bait. He baited too hard.
Baited himself. Dangerous. Well, does manage to finish off Azeel as well as that Essence Reaver. So the Siva well and truly getting towards those items that she so desires. Ryu picking up the scraps of his lane at the moment. Most of the Direwolves actually hanging out here. Wolf Spirit is going to spot them. Impaired knows exactly what's going on. Taking care of Ryu just a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, he's got to be here around here. And he can still fight Sybil. Remember this fervor of battle.
Yeah.
Helping him out so much with the challenging smite. There's no situation where Sybil can actually trade with Impaired until perhaps the Titanic Hydra comes out. And doesn't look like he's opting towards that side of the build just yet. Needs the magic resistance sooner to be an impact for team fights.
Well, you can see Fantix just battling Bomb, but the Never Move comes down, doesn't quite snag the Vladimir. He's also very tanky though, his Bomb, now with that Spectre's Cowl, looking to pick up a Spirit Visage for himself. Now just trade blows. Regret finds his way into the jungle here as Impaired. Will get stunned up from Chippies. Jungle Waters comes down as Chippies picks up the kill. Luna, a little bit late to the party, but there's Bomb, who's going to turn up with a lot of AoE. Fantix right in the backline as Luna will probably fall down. Tides of Blood comes in. That's going to secure it now as the Direwolves are going insane. Ryu fell down in amongst all that as it's another kill, and Raze picks one up. 4 for nothing.
Yeah, and 4 very simple pickups here for the side of Direwolves. They just get that team fight. They pull the trigger. Chippies is a monster and will never die. Fantix is the exact same thing.
Whoa.
They're not done.
Yeah, Chippy's actually flashing forward here. Gets the Twisted Advance, but Frey is going to make his way out with the Arcane Shift. Flashes as well, but inner turret's going to fall. Ray's doing some work in the mid lane at the same time. And this game has just exploded for the Direwolves. 8,000 gold, the approximate lead.
Yeah, they pick their moments very well here on the side of the Direwolves. They recognize when someone's out of position and just how much they can get for it. And time and again, it seems to be Impaired, looking to fight for things, but the rest of his team really can't afford to do. Ryu's combo as well, actually just hitting Regret on that Braum. Never going to do anything. Fantix just dismantles the backline. Raze literally just presses his R key and walks to mid lane, and then gets a turret with the rest of Direwolves picking up this pretty much entire fight. Easy pickings.
That's ridiculous. Fantix just went back and built basically a full Rylai's Crystal Scepter. This Vladimir is just a beast at this stage. Oh, excellent use of abhorrent. And it's exactly right.
I feel like every time I use a new word, you say that.
Yeah, but that's
I've
a really
noticed
good word. That's a particularly good word.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah, good. Sorry, I just needed to give you props. It's like one of those times where I'm like, I wish I had have used abhorrent.
Just noting the trend.
Yeah. I get impressed by good word usage. It's not just you. You just happen to do it a lot. As we talk about it, Fantix looking to slow Ryu down, but decides not to. The creep wave, red dot syndrome kicking in for the Vladimir.
One thing that Fantix always has. It's
Oh,
safe
yeah.
to say red dot syndrome is almost like a personal vendetta between him and Luch that we created, simply because they're statistically very much alike. Need that farm. Always need that farm.
The destroyer of creeps. However, this game, Chippies is having a ridiculously good one. Close to the clock is a Maokai on the top side of the map. Raze as well, highest CS in the game.
I have to give credit to Frey though on the flip side.
Damn
Keeping
right.
up still. He's having a really strong, what is the makings of a loss so far.
Fantix did get the Hemo Plague down here. Crimson Rush, lots of movements. Oh, what the hell is that? Come on, man.
Oh, Vladimir.
Oh. Oh.
League
Whoa.
of Legends.
Yep, there it is. Okay.
Poop. There it is.
Oh, well. Welcome to the slam, indeed, as we head down towards the bottom side. Chippies just pushing against Ryu. 1 level advantage. Ryu clawing it back just a little bit there, but he's 50 CS behind. It's a little bit of a nightmare. We'll be able to grab this, though. No risk of being dove just yet.
No, Fizz is still going to be near impossible to dive. I think the Cloud Draker with the easy next take for Direwolves whenever they decide they want it. They're even looking at the warding and vision control they have across the entire map. Everywhere except the Baron, where Hellions have crept towards, is Direwolves. It's all red.
And Sybil actually just going to take down that Cloud Drake on his own. And you're right, I mean, it's a suffocating style here. You can see Hellions have grabbed a little bit of defensive vision towards the top side of their jungle. But it just means that dragon was as free as you like, even with 25 gold going to Raze.
We already spoke to what these team compositions wanted to do, and that was all set up through vision. They don't necessarily have the best ways of starting fights because the other team can always run away using that respective Sivir or Karma as they'd please. But catching them actually warding, and they can't afford to place deep vision in certain areas. If that area happens to be the Baron pit, they're giving an opportunity to the Direwolves to just freely walk in and take that one for themselves.
Very scary stuff so far. We'll see whether the Direwolves do decide to have a look at that Baron buff. Infernal Drake is actually going to be Dragon number 4. Possibly one of the last ones that we see this game.
We have a lot of Drakes.
Yeah.
23 minutes in this game, and it feels like we're at 40. The Hellions have just not been able to leave their half of the map. They've really struggled. They've got farm.
It's true.
They definitely have farm. They've still got a scaling team, but with the similarities between red and blue sides at the moment, you have to question if they can even pull this one back.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, Chippies is just going to be so incredibly difficult to deal with on this Maokai, who's just had such a good game so far. The front line just so difficult to get through. And then once you do, you've still got a Rek'Sai and a Vladimir, who are super huge at the same time.
Yeah, and it's impossible to kill Sivir with the spell shield. Braum to peel away also. Realistically, there's no killing the Direwolves unless they make a big mistake or you pull something crazy off that works out.
Yeah, and is there a possibility for, you know, skirting around a team fight, maybe going into a 1-3-1 type style, get Ryu in a stage where he can split push?
You're looking at what's going to happen if he tries.
It's actually a really good point. Fantix is just, yeah.
Fantix can answer any attempt at split pushing and will actually win that 1v1. Remember, he has his teleport. Hellions are working their way in, but this is going to be far too late.
Yeah, Mountain Drake really helping him out here as it is going to be smoked. Yep, there's the on the hunt Poptus. Ray's actually flashing forward impaired. He's going to use the Chrono Break. It's a lot of damage. Ray's might need to get his way out of here, but he's already used the flash. He is going to fall as impaired, grabs the kill. But Chippies grabs one in the back end. Sybil trying to fly around this fight as Fantix just looks like he wants to kill everyone at once and doesn't quite know where he's going to get it from. There it is. Fantix grabs that kill there, and it's 3 dead on the side of the Hellions. They wanted to get Rays, and they did, but you can't sacrifice your whole team for it.
Yeah, we spoke to how hard it is going to be to kill Rays simply because he's a Sivir. This is probably going to be a Fizz to follow. We'll see.
Bomb. Okay. Sneakily in there as Sybil tunneling forward. Nice use of Playful Trickster, Ryu creating some distance. But there's Chippies. There's a smackdown.
Yeah, and a 4th kill on the board now for Direwolves, and another successful team fight, and the Baron secured. With that 1 member dead from their own team, it will make pushing objectives a little bit harder, but they've absolutely, with the Baron, recognized that they want to snowball the rest of the game out. That is noted through item purchases, even from the Sivir, who says, I'm not necessarily useful for damage. I'm actually just a walking R-key for the Vladimir. If I live and can press my R-key, that's a success. So let's get a Guardian Angel to ensure that happens.
Yeah. Got himself a cheeky BF sword there as well. So
reason being, Vlad is fed.
Tilted. Dials are going to be able to take down this inner turret though as Fantix does some work towards the bottom side. Nice triple stun from Impaired. Is just going to buy a little bit of time, but that's all it's going to be. Raze is going to turn up, make sure that he destroys all of those creeps. Fantix not answered at the moment as Ryu just going to put a ward down, but Fantix is just zoning on the wrong side of the turret. And that is going to be 6 falling, the entire outer ring, and now the Dials looking to set their sights on the base.
I don't really think there is an answer still. They can sit here and they can try and clear these waves, and granted, this wave might not be the one that they decide to go.
Well, they have anyway. The Hemo Plague goes down. Chippy's right in amongst it underneath the turret as Fantix. How did he get all of his health back? That is just dumb as Chippy's picks up the kill with his Vengeful Maelstrom proc. There's another Twisted Advance, and Sybil helping out. Ryu's going to fall at the same time. Impaired, going to be the last man standing, but he's running the wrong direction. Fantix, that's 2 turrets.
Too many tanks!
Oh my God.
They don't die! Dials are going to pick up an easy game, you would have to imagine. At 27 minutes in, they get a clean team fight. Raze doesn't die. They have enough damage to these structures. It should be game 1. Don't give them Vlad.
Yeah, that is just ridiculous. You give a champion that's this strong to a player like Fantix, it's just asking for trouble as the Nexus is going to fall down. A decisive victory here for the Direwolves. 28 minutes in. We'll see whether the Hellions can turn it around for game number 2, because we have to say that that looked a little bit like a draft problem. But also, I mean, some mistakes in the early game there from Rio on the top side of the map.
It just generally felt super one-sided.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to say, don't give the Vladimir to Fantix. Just don't give Vladimir to somebody in general. But also, Chippies, as you alluded towards, being able to school Ryu in a 1v1 gets 2 tanks going. That's not acceptable.
Yeah, and we have to look at the other side. Chippy's played phenomenally, but let's throw it to the analyst desk to see what they made of that game.
Thanks so much, Atlas. And with that, it is going to be Direwolves picking up game 1 versus the Hellions. I do want to touch on the drafts because we have Swain traded over for Vladimir. We get to see them both in the lane matchup. What did you make of it?
Well, I prefer the Vlad matchup into Swain over Swain to Vlad. I feel like he's able to push him out because of the mana restrictions that Swain has in the early game, and Direwolves were able to push their early advantage from that.
And we saw that, maybe it's also a scaling thing because Swain kind of has the mid-game, like level 11 when he picks up the role where it's fully stacked. But we saw late-game Vladimir Frostgurn, and he did some great things in the later stages.
I think that last team fight pretty much is a testament to Vladimir's power right now. He hit his ultimate on multiple people, and when it returned to him, he literally got half of his health bar back, which was absurd.
Yeah, he certainly did. But I think we actually have to take a moment to go back and have a look how the game kind of devolved to these two huge mid laners. Going to pull up a replay for you. It's actually a teleport play. And as we play this one out, Frost, take us through what happens. And I kind of want to go to Tally to see how it all ends up.
Okay, first and foremost, the bot lane of Hellions is cut out, and the initial teleport will be from Ryu. But you have to check where Ryu's wave is being pushed in when he teleports here. So Chippy's looks like he's late, but he's actually shoving Ryu's wave in. As soon as Ryu teleports, the damage has already been done, and now it's damage control trying to get out. But in the end, Chippy's is going to be the huge benefactor here. Like, not only does he already have the level, but again, that was a massive wave of experience and gold that Ryu just lost on the top side, which gives him a level disadvantage.
Okay, Tally, you're a Fizz player. You're a big carry top laner. Your choice is either teleport, save your bottom lane, or get a big wave of farm. Like, what goes through your head? How do you actually make this choice? And whose fault is it, really?
Well, personally, I always go for the farm over saving my teammates. I'm sorry, guys, but in the end, the damage was done when he TP'd, which is just a huge mistake. You should never do that, especially in a volatile matchup like that. He should have recognized that he needs to just sacrifice what's already been sacrificed and just farm the wave.
And let's also emphasize that it was a Karma Ezreal, so they should be a very self-sufficient bot. Like, there's no reason that they should ever be caught out by a Sivir and a Braum. They're incredibly mobile. They've got escapes built into their kits left, right, and center.
Because let's have a look at what this actually did to the game. I mean, you go down a level, all of a sudden, Maokai gets to level 6 before you. He solo kills you. Like, you've already been forced out of lane. You lose the turret. All of a sudden, your answer for Vladimir's split push, which should have been Fizz, is Swain. He has to sit in a side lane for the whole game. Snowballs out of control. So just want to emphasize that, maybe even though it looks like Ryu is in the wrong here, a lot of it is team-based decisions. And I want to go back to that. Do you call teleports for your teams? Is it a team-based call? Is that like Ryu saying, you can't overextend because I need to grab this wave? Is how does the communication work on at least Legacy in this situation?
Well, for us, it's usually the team call. I don't say that. I'll just communicate, I have TP, top lane is TP, I have advantage, and then we'll either set up a play or bot lane will be like, can you TP, we're fighting. And then I'll instantly just say yes, no, well, just a quick decision.
Because you were pointing out during the game, this is something that Sybil loves to do. Go into a brush and just wait there. Make it act as if he's gone away and then continue to repeat gank these lanes. Is this like something that, it's a trait of Sybil? Is that, have you got it in your back of your mind when you're playing the Direwolves that he's going to stick around for longer than other junglers?
Yeah, so Sybil's someone who will gank, and then usually when a jungler fails a gank, they'll just go farm their jungle or something. But Sybil's the kind of player who will just sit there, and he'll keep sitting there until you get, there's a low cannon minion, you get real greedy, and then he'll just come in and gank you again.
Yeah, I just find that fascinating, the difference between every single team. In the end, guys, it does mean that Direwolves are able to pick up the Game 1 victory. So we're going to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere. In 3.5, we'll be back for Game 2 between Hellions and Direwolves. Welcome back to the OPL. We just saw Direwolves take Game 1 over the Hellions. However, Game 2 coming up quite quickly. However, before we get into it, remember, guys, at home, we want to know how you're watching the OPL. Jump on social media, jump on Twitter, send it to @lol_Oceania using that hashtag IamOPL. Send a picture of how you watch the OPL. Chance to win a month's supply of Red Bull, courtesy of Red Bull. Tally. So last night, you guys were chilling in the beanbags before the games, before you took to the Rift, watching it as a team. You watching it tonight? Are they scrimming? What's going on?
The boys should be scrimming right now against our sister team, so hopefully we're getting good practice.
Yeah, certainly for both teams. Hope so. Frosk, enlighten the viewers here. How do we watch? We don't actually watch from the desk, do we?
No, we don't watch from the desk, although there are nice monitors set into it. We actually go into the green room and we watch it on a big screen and we talk during the games about what we want to talk about on the desk and breaking it down like, that was an awful teleport. Oh, man, that guy's amazing. He presses his buttons real well.
Yeah, and it gets quite heated sometimes. However, guys, jumping into game number 2, want to come to Tally first. And, your Hellions in this situation, you've just fallen down a game. What are you looking for to change?
I think the Hellions should initiate a swap. They're being totally outclassed in standard lanes right now and in a 5v5 situation. I really think they need to pull Direwolves around the map and try to avoid them as much as they can.
And what do you think about this, Frost?
I mean, I agree with the sentiment there. I just don't agree with the execution that Hellions can actually execute a lane swap better than Direwolves at this point, simply because the addition of Regret 9 really added a lot of intelligence to Direwolves when they move around the map. Although I think it would help to hide Luna right now because he's just not having a great series.
Okay, so if you don't think that they can execute on the 2v1 situation, what are you looking for? Is it more aggressive from your jungler? Is it, kill lanes? What are you looking to run?
They just shouldn't be put in a situation where they're losing with the lands that they have. Like Ezreal Karma, they should be safe. If you have a Fizz and you take it into the Maokai, isolate that lane and give Ryu all the tools needed to succeed. Like, there should never be an issue where Hellions are sacrificing so much of their map to try to dig their bottom lane out of chaos.
Okay, with all that in mind, you're the Direwolves right now. Are you happy to take the same composition again, just run it business as usual? Was there anything you saw that they would be looking to swap out?
No, I think the Direwolves pretty much had it together that game. They recognized their win condition and they just pushed their advantage.
All right, cool. So with that in mind, I guess going into this next game, I do want to get your thoughts because I thought that Hellions were good enough to take a game off Direwolves tonight. I thought Direwolves would be the better team in the long run. Do you think that you saw enough out of the Hellions right now for us to at least pinch a game here, or do you think this should be a clean sweep 2-0? Because in the pre-game, both you and Tally were kind of confident that this would be an outclassing by Direwolves. How much is it by?
I think it's unfortunately by a lot. The Hellions had a really rough split last split, and nothing's really changed coming into the split. They're still a very one-dimensional team, and I think the meta, even though it shifted individually into their members, they're still outclassed because it's much more about teamwork in those 5v5 scenarios.
Tally, you have the same sentiments? I see
Yes.
you nodded along there.
I think the Direwolves just completely outclassed them.
All right, we'll see whether that is the case because we get to find out. Players are ready, so let's jump on to Game 2 between the Hellions and Direwolves.
Thank you very much, Spawn. And Rusty, do you think it's about removing the Vladimir? Do you think that could be a good idea? I personally think that'd be a good idea.
I think Vlad's a bit of a big deal.
It's
I
like
think
dumb.
Swain's
It's just
probably
dumb, yeah.
still the other thing that would stand out in Vlad's absence. And realistically, like all things considered, they get outclassed perhaps in the lane swap. They were losing standard lanes. They might lose the 5v5 from Hellions, but if they set themselves up to not lose standard laning phase, you might find a bit of resilience from this Hellions roster. They need to get there, though, through this drafting phase, and it does start with really important red side bans.
Damn right it does. That's a Vladimir taken off the board. I like it a lot, as Direwolves actually remove Rise on the blue side. Interesting here. Nidalee, of course, was their beginning ban against Impaired, a phenomenal Nidalee player.
He's a very strong Nid. You just never give it to Impaired, honestly. He defaults to that Echo, though, quite often. Yeah, I'd like to see the Rek'Sai picked up for them here, though. Remember that Vladimir, Maokai, and Rek'Sai in a single team are 3 of the most unkillable champions in their respective roles that we should never see again.
Well, definitely not going to see part of it. We'll see what Hellions decide to remove as their final ban. Of course, Trundle's still available. Things like that. Kindred, of course, is the other option here. It is going to be banned away. So Swain being looked at and is instantly locked in. As Chippy says, yes, more killing people on the top side of the map.
Take one, I get the other. The same thing with Nidalee and Kindred as jungle options is basically Swain and Vladimir right now for the middle lane. Azir still having a big point of preference, however.
Yeah.
Always needing to be banned from Fantix, and just in general, as is the Rise.
Do we see something like a Victor being the last one that's really remaining in that strong category?
Yeah, sort of. And Victor's definitely still strong. There's a bit more diversity in the middle lane, however. We look at AD carries as an option right now. Hellion should probably just go for the Ezreal again, given the Lucian is unavailable. Set Frey up to at least not lose that lane. Honestly, they shouldn't have lost the lane that they did. It's a Karma Ezreal after all. It's just on them to fix it next time mechanically. And the top side of the map was actually the problem with the draft.
So something like Ezreal Rek'Sai could be an option here for the aliens. 6
Should be.
seconds to go. Impaired looking at the Rek'Sai for the moment. And Echo being looked at here. So Ryu looking to take another nimble fighter towards the top side of the Rift. As Sybil and Fantix now to make their picks.
Maybe with the assumption that Chippies is defaulting to something like the Trundle, given that it's not banned.
Yeah.
Would be why he's gone for the Echo to maybe even match the fighting. But even then, it's better into Maokai than it is Trundle, you would have to imagine.
I like the idea of picking Ezreal Trundle here. Just because they could potentially flex it. Regret's played a lot of Trundle in the past as well.
Ray showed that he can play that Sivir also. They don't necessarily need the Sivir or the Karma as a high priority. They can look towards the lanes they're at least hovering at the moment, but the Ezreal in terms of AD carry tier lists is above and beyond in that top 2 with the Lucian.
Yeah. I'm currently hovering it at the moment. We'll see whether Fantix moves around at all on this Trundle. Can be going towards the top side of the map as it's Ezreal and Graves being looked at for the moment. So Sybil wanted to get some more damage on the board.
Yeah, so they lock those ones in. Graves, very niche pick for junglers at the moment. Not something we're seeing a substantial amount of, but when everything else has been removed, you kind of have to default back to that Graves or Gragas, maybe even on the occasional Elise. 3 of the lesser seen. Frey to respond, I would imagine Caitlyn is his go-to, opposed to that of the Sivir that we saw from Raze in game number 1. Allianz could just go the Karma with that and be happy campers. Sivir Karma, of course, a very strong bot lane combo.
Yeah, I believe Frey, he has played the Sivir a couple of times so far. Didn't find any success, though, against Abyss and Legacy with those ones. But I like this. It moves super fast to bottom lane.
Yeah, it enables your team. I just call it the facilitating bottom lane. Even just having one of the two still does that.
Yep.
But having them both together just gives you much more utility in the same way.
Now, I like the pick away of the Karma here. Make sure you're not having a super fast Swain really getting his flock amongst it, as it is going to be locked away. So Frey going to head towards the Caitlyn this time for the 2nd time so far in the OPL for Split 2. Oh, Fantix, you cheeky devil, you.
What's regret? Yet to know who he's playing against in that middle lane, so you wouldn't imagine a Cassidy. Definitely be something. He actually probably just going to be the Swain. Why not be Maokai again is the question.
Yeah, it's a really good point.
Or that Trundle that was hovered. Haven't made them lined up.
Yeah, Regret just cycling at the moment. I do like the Trundle pick, though.
Yeah, Trundle's still good. It's going to be that split pushing threat, works with Fantix on his champion as well if it were to be the Swain. 1-3-1 would then be quite viable, depending on what Regret goes for in his support option.
Oh, my
That makes sense.
Yeah, scary bottom lane of the Ezreal and the Bard has been locked away here for the Direwolves, as well as that Trundle for the top lane for Chippies. And the last pick here for the Hellions. Bomb probably going to make his choice here as the Twisted Fate going to be locked in as the last pick. So Hellions looking to try and get around the map, really change things up, and I like it. I mean, we heard from the desk, Hellions got to change their style. This could be a good way of really making things happen in the early game.
It's a pretty cool style change considering there's a Rek'Sai with it. They can both gank top lane, both just use their ultimates perhaps to get back towards the other side of the map. They're quite mobile with cross-map movements. Teleports and those 2 ultimates that we just mentioned. On the side of Direwolves though, it is still about winning those lanes. We have a Graves that can jungle quite well and gank quite well with his range and red buff that he will have. Chippies is a split pushing top laner in Trundle that's pretty good at fighting you. That's a Swain, that's enough said. Bottom lane has that Bard and Ezreal, so a lot of poke, a lot of all-in threat if it comes down to it. They do still want to bully you out early, force you to even look at roaming as your only option. And Twisted Fate is good at it, but if he's behind, it does a little bit less.
Do we think sort of the answering adaptations here from Hellions might be better off suited? Because, of course, Direwolves lane incredibly well in game number 1, but Karma and Caitlyn, I mean, that's a powerful lane. Will it be enough against the Bard Ezreal?
I think it'll help a lot more for their laning phase at the very least. Yeah, I'm just a big fan of the Twisted Fate adaptation that they've brought through. It may not do too well in laning phase, but it'll win the rest of the lanes for his team.
Well, we'll see whether it can. If you think that the Dials will be able to close this one out swiftly with a 2-0, use that hashtag DWin, hop over onto Twitter. Or if you think that the Hellions Twisted Fate pick will be able to get them through, use that hashtag HLNwin.
And you're right. I mean, any adaptation, honestly, is good at this stage because they played straight up and they honestly lost. And they lost incredibly quickly as well. Something needs to be changed, and it has. And we'll see whether Bomb is going to be able to get it done because I think the Twisted Fate is where we're looking.
They needed to pull an ace up from their sleeve, essentially. They were out of options, and TF seems to be the way to go.
That is stunning. But we're onto the Rift. Game number 2 here between the Direwolves and the Hellions. You're on fire today, Rusty.
Oh, I'm not. How did that hurt?
Oh, God. So we are going to have a look at the Keystone Mastery. So Deathfire Touch here for Fantix. Pretty standard stuff. Only 2 fervors of battle. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, missing the Fizz and the Echo. No more fervors everywhere. Quite strong champions Hellions had last time around, but we mentioned how their drafts were similar. They were just outmatched in every single direction. This time around, it's conflicting styles. So Direwolves, they have that 1-3-1. They have a pretty strong 3-man. They have a lot of damage as well as frontline when it comes to the late game team fights. Side of Hellions, they want to get ahead early, utilize their map movements. They can still keep up with split pushes. So it looks like they're equipped to deal with what Direwolves have. We've also got just a lot more pick in general with that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, we'll see whether we look towards the top side of the map, or bottom side of the map, if this lane swap is going to occur, to see whether Ryu is going to have a better time in the lane this time around. Completely different matchup. One that Chippies probably will be okay with as the game progresses, but as far as early levels, are we thinking Echo is going to be fine?
Yeah, I think Echo will be okay. Generally speaking, level 3, you'd look at and be like, oh, Echo's a bit stronger now, but Trundle's pretty much just strong all the time. Direwolves, they're looking to stop any early camps from being taken. Regret could have got cheese there given the vision that was in place, but we are seeing the standard Australian lanes.
Yeah, just a bit upside down at the moment. So it looks like Direwolves actually hunting for the standard lanes there as well. Regret gonna hop into the jungle, get some early deep vision down, just to try and keep tabs on Impaired, see whether he ruins the day.
An incredibly safe play out of Hellions as well, knowing that Regret was nearby. Not trusting him for a flank, it seems like. This is going to be a very poke-heavy lane from both respective teams. Karma and Caitlyn, they want to push and poke. Direwolves pretty much just want to kill you.
Yeah, poke and fight. And we'll see whether Regret is going to get super antsy early. Of course, the adaptation of the Ignite being picked up by Luna on this Karma as well. It's good to see. Another Cosmic Binding is going to go wide.
Sybil's in here very early with a red buff. That's a level 2 gank.
Level 2 gank comes in. Quick Draw is going to close the distance as there's the slowdown. End of the line comes down as the flash goes forward, but Sybil taking a lot of damage here from the turret. And Ryu is going to make it out safely. Flash has been burnt. Sybil is going to go home.
Bit Orkies, really.
Yeah.
The Graves can't hit anything when there's minions or turrets in the way. So Ryu played it calmly enough to get himself out safely. It does give Impaired plenty of time to work on the opposite side of the map. We have to see how Sybil now reacts to knowing. You would have to assume that he's already done this.
Yeah.
He was there quick.
Straight away, as soon as he saw him on the bottom side of the map. Fantastic adaptive play here from Impaired in his jungle pathing.
Usually my rule of thumb is if you were going to level 2 gank somebody, if I were Graves in particular, I would have E'd over the Wolf Wall and smoked it to see if there was anybody cheesing me. Yeah. Confident man, Sybil.
Oh, Chippy's continuing to go aggressive here as the pillar goes down but doesn't catch Ryu. Troll is just having a meal this time. Ryu didn't actually teleport back to lane there as well. He's actually going to head back now.
I'm not sure he actually recalled at all. He just used his potions and then got pulled out a second time. Nice bit of work from Ryu to at least keep himself in it. And probably put Chippies out this time, and they'll match each other's teleports. They're synchronized almost.
Yeah, it's real cute. Ryu, he's going to hit that level 4 first though, as our Chippy's hoping that he'll get back in time to pick up a bunch of this farm, but the minion wave arrives in the nick of time.
To a melee minion, he'll be fine.
A couple of longswords there that he has picked up at the same time, so we'll see whether he's going to have a better time. As Fantix gets gold carded. There's the slow bird as he flashes out of the way, but Impaired right under the turret. And first blood goes to Luna. Hellions with 3 people in the mid lane at 4 minutes.
That's a pretty dead Swain to say the least. And yes, Twisted Fate does have a lot of pressure. Fantix was hovering the cleanse when we came into Champion Select. Changed his mind for that teleport. It's safe to say he's regretting that already. 4 minutes in with a gank from 3 people.
Yeah, does make it back to lane faster. I mean, that's good news. Eats himself a tunnel there as well. So Fantix just looking for that level 6 at the moment. But Bomb off to a good start. And it's actually 1,000 gold the lead here for the Hellions. Much better early game so far.
Yeah, a bit of extra jungle clear from Impaired. Laning phase not going horribly wrong in this middle lane. And he carries pretty much even. And that first blood to boot.
Really going to get chomped, but Impaired once again in great position. The flash still available from Chippies. Heads over the other side. Really nice play with the pillar as Impaired still wants to find him. And Chippies, you are in a whole host of trouble. He's going to get over the side. Wants to, I guess, just waste some time. We'll see whether he can get an execute, but I highly doubt it, as there's the Prey Seeker, and Impaired is going to be able to pick that one up. Ryu is going to escape, and yeah, really nice play from the Hellions.
Ryu definitely should not have escaped there. Sybil chased instead of helping his top laner. And just like that, they got themselves a second kill for no response. This Graves definitely not doing its part. Get the team going. Bomb even rotating over there, doesn't find anything, so as far as Chippy's dying is concerned, it was timed pretty well. Makes the best out of a bad situation, but that's exactly what that was. A bad situation.
Precisely. The level lead here, Ravenous Block is now available, so he can shove this wave relentlessly. Bit of mana there available. Doesn't quite have his Catalyst built up. Decided to adapt and head towards something like a Dark Seal instead.
Once he gets the Catalyst, he'll be much better off for it.
Yeah, not going to happen here towards the top side of the map. You can see Hellions doing a good job clearing out the minions. Prey ahead by a little bit of farm, but that's a big minion wave now for Raze to pick up. Things have been relatively quiet as far as that bottom lane now on the top side of the map is concerned.
Yeah, most of the action is on the opposite side. You know, Ryu and Chippy's fighting and the jungle attention always there. Slight level edge. Once Chippy's hit 6, he'll probably just continue fighting again. You know, just how it goes.
It does have his Tiamat already completed. Big creep advantage there as well as Sybil is going to find Impaired. End of the line comes down, but not quite enough damage. Smoke screen's in there. Fantix was looking for a way around, but isn't going to get amongst it just yet. Impaired makes his way back through.
I think Impaired didn't realize that he could have fought. Fantix was close, so could have been a deterrent. But really, he could have fought.
Yeah. He's got Barmy Cinder. This guy's pretty big.
I guess. I don't have another answer for him.
Yeah, no, that's great. But Regret, not going to get snared up here as Raze just goes into melee range. True Shot Barrage, point blank is Prey in a whole host of trouble. Flash from Raze, and he picks it up, hits every spell as Luna, no mana left. And I would have thought that Raze had gone under that turret just then.
Yeah, Raze hitting that level 6 mark is actually a big difference between bottom lanes. Timed pretty much to perfection. Get themselves that kill. Skill shots connecting, and the flash timing even with the auto attack reset. Enough to completely catch them off as bombs bottom.
Yeah, there's the Destiny as Chippy's in so much trouble. Does have the ultimate running onto Ryu here as he puts down the pillar, but that is a lot of people. And Hellions with 3 strong take down the Trolls.
Yeah, Fantix no teleport either, so they're not going to be able to match anything. No support available for this Trundle sitting in his side lane. Somehow still like 7 CS above his opponent, but feeding constantly. Yeah. Very unusual start to this game for the Direwolves. I think they'll still be perfectly fine, to be fair. The question is how much impact can they really start getting? If Bomb gets another kill, perhaps on the Chippies, gets a second one on the board for himself, Twisted Fate could be a real big impact as the game progresses.
Fantix, however, did manage to push out that minion wave. Bomb lost about a wave worth of creep, but he's still within touching distance. Decided to go back, grabbed himself a Catalyst. Lucidity boots there as well, wants to be running around the rift as much as possible. With Sybil and Regret, they got their eyes on Impaired here. The red buff is going to be taken there by Sybil as Impaired. Not going to die for it. There's going to be the magical journey. Gets Regret and Sybil to safety.
Yeah, they get out perfectly fine with a buff in their back pocket.
Cute stuff.
Very cute. A little bit mistimed, unfortunately. Regret wasn't there to look for a stun, so there's no follow-up damage to it. But they come back to laning phase and everything's looking good for the Ezreal in particular, given that he's gone pretty much full mana immune.
Yeah, I think that was his first back. That's some scary stuff. As
spicy meatball.
Yeah, I really like that Coco placement. Like, yeah, no, come and destroy our Coco.
Everyone has different preferences on where they place the Bard Shrines. I always place one in the bush when you don't have a ward as well. It gives you vision momentarily, and you'll also watch it die if they try and walk in and they don't have vision themselves.
Well, Fantix calls his flock back. And Impaired not going to be able to find too much. It's going to be harder and harder to kill this Swain. Now has his flash available as well. I believe he didn't actually use it when he got ganked the first time, just constantly CC'd.
I think he flashed. I got flashed after that Impaired.
Oh, Bomb actually taking a lot of damage here as the Torment's tearing him apart. Chippies is going to make his way in though as Bomb flashes away, but he flashes into a Trundle, which is bad news. The Subjugate's actually running.
He is quick.
Yeah, and Bomb is going to be able to make it out as there's the tunnel, and Impaired also going to escape. Sybil and Regret are down here as there's the Tempered Fate. They've locked away the Rek'Sai, but it's not exactly the target that they want, and the Hellions are going to be safe. They've been dodging so much of this aggression.
Yeah, they get out completely scot-free almost for this. Bomb with his flashing ghost was never looking like dying. No boots really to follow that one up from the side of Direwolves. They're going to be fast enough to catch him. Pretty good build path, honestly, from Bomb. He's very close to that Rod of Ages. It's looking strong.
Yeah.
Hellions. This is game number 1 to 2 has been a very polarizing difference between their own individual strength. Direwolves are still bridging themselves to a middle stage of the game. They will still be reasonably strong. It's mostly going to be the Raze show, however.
Yeah, Ray's doing fantastically well here. 16 CS in the lead, as well as that Manamune built up. Just feeling pretty happy as Bomb, Frey, and Luna are all going to do their very best to ruin his day. The back going to come in from Fantix. We'll see whether he can finish his Rod of Ages here at 11.5 minutes into the game. I hazard a guess as to yes.
You would imagine so.
Oh, just decides not to back though. This is of course Fantix. His Bomb has that gold card popped. Impaired's here as well as the teleport immediately goes down. Ravenous Flock going to be slowing Impaired. The Never Move is going to be dodged for the moment, but look at the damage. The Torment is exactly that.
They can't follow it up with anything further, remembering Fantix out of mana. The Never Move didn't connect and the pillar just wasn't good enough. Impaired, very lucky to be alive, or even have as much health as he did, but the protection that came out of the Direwolves, the second they see 2 people mid, they just teleport in to save him. Valiant, the problem is, that won't happen again, because they've got cooldowns. Unless Chippies is the one being ganked and Fantix is helping him, you can see them run into some problems.
Well, at the moment, Chippy is looking pretty happy. Has himself the Vam Scepter along with the Tiamat. Still about a 10 CS lead as Rio is going to pick up all of this farm and equalize. Turret falls down, so Direwolves claiming themselves back some ground.
And that was a 2v2 turret taken against the Caitlyn Karma.
Oh,
Needs to be noted. That should very rarely ever be seen.
Ed continues his aggressive ganking. The knockup is going to come down as Chippies tries to get some health back, has a bit of a dance as there's the Tempered Fate. Bomb in trouble. Cosmic Binding doesn't land as the gold card's going to be onto Sybil. Underneath the turret there as well as the Magical Journey comes down and Regret and Sybil will make their way out. But Bomb, 1 versus 3, still good. Dash over the wall. Destiny has been popped. There's the snare. Sybil in trouble. And Bomb's going to pick up the kill. Regret now in trouble as there's the ultimate. Frey's going to pick up a kill. And Fantix, he's also going to be followed up on. And Ryu picks that one up.
They just completely misused their spell timings here on the side of Direwolves, and they're gifting Helion's ways to get further and further into the lead in game number 2. They're going to be able to break potentially this turret, maybe not yet, but still getting further ahead.
This is ridiculous. Raze trying to be that solo underneath the turret, try to get the work done. Knockup comes in as Impaired. Going to be a nuisance, and that's going to secure this outer turret in the mid lane. The most coveted outer turret in the game.
Amazingly, Hellions don't draft themselves into a losing situation, and the game feels a lot more even.
Yeah.
The tension being placed on a Chippies means that he hasn't been able to hard carry. Sybil's really struggled to get anything done based off all of those jungle bans. Not sure why he didn't default to something like the Elise instead of the Graves. Perhaps that physical damage was far too valuable for him. And end result is a decent sized lead now for our Helion's roster.
Yeah, it's about 2,500 gold. Fantix continuing to farm well, but nowhere near his sort of 10 CS per minute mark that he does like to have. Regret started off the Dragon. Cloud Drake
contested.
Yeah. Sybil going to make his way in there as well. You can see Destiny not quite off cooldown just yet. No teleport for Bomb. Impaired looking to try and get some sort of smite steal. It is going to be a 50-50 as the teleport comes in, but Sybil is able to lock down the Dragon.
No.
Raze gets over with a flash. As yeah, that magical journey was not as magical as they were looking for.
That was the least magical journey that I have seen. A baited raise and having to use his flash.
But they get the dragon. And they get it for nothing. Only a Cloud Drake though, so not exactly the most powerful, but they will be able to get around the map a little bit faster.
Yeah, and we're going to see 2 clouds in a row from the looks of it. And it will be quite handy. And most importantly, not giving it to a Twisted Fate team comp as well.
Yeah,
You
good
know,
point.
One of the few times you say, oh, Cloud Drake, probably suck. Twisted Fate had that.
Well, you're right. Answer does come in. Dials at least take that one away, but it's sort of the only good news story here at this stage of the game. Hellions take themselves another turret, and with a Caitlyn, it's exactly what she wants to do.
Chippies have started, yeah.
Yeah, continuing to push things down. Ravenous Hydra completed.
That's good. It means we're starting to hit a point in the game where Direwolves might actually feel comfortable putting one of their biggest strategies into effect. And that is not necessarily the 1-3-1, but by having Chippies as a split push option at all. It's just such a big risk to think about it. Yes, they want him to split push. Yes, they want him to take turrets. But Bomb's always going to be able to just get there immediately and punish them for it. See if we can actually make that work. Once again, Direwolves making a good move on the map.
Yeah, going to grab themselves the Rift Herald. Sybil tanking that one up as best he can. Now going to be able to take this. Chippies, his split push mission, well and truly available.
We've actually put Twisted Fate onto the bottom side of the map. Fantix would be able to respond. It also means that he's too far away to use his ultimate for the top side. And if Direwolves can actually utilize this to their advantage, if it amounts to nothing.
Yeah, and how do you feel about the Ghost pickup instead of the teleport in that instance?
I think the Ghost pickup's fine. And actually have saved him a couple of times. But realistically, because he's now on the opposite side of the map, it means that he doesn't want to use that ultimate to help what is going to be a split pusher against the Trundle. It means that he wants to use his ult to help the immediately closer lane, which is the 3-man roster, and actually kill them and get objectives as a 4-man group.
Well, you can see that tower is going to fall down. The outer knock
Well,
going
they
to get
just killed
contested. Yeah, they're looking for it as the Ghost has been popped. Parallel convergence here as well as Fantix flashes out of the way. Wildcards is all that's going to happen, but they get the Summoner spell, and that's a big deal on the Swain.
Yeah, it was a good flash to keep him alive. Doesn't really mean a whole lot, though, because it's just a big cooldown wasted for a Ghost on the side of Bomb, and he'll still have his flash, and that's the most important of the two. Regret.
Yeah. That's the magical journey we're looking for.
The big old journey this time.
Oh, yeah. Well and truly magical.
That last one was not a journey.
No, that was a magical mistake. Not a good one either. There's 4,000 gold, now the lead for the Hellions here at 17 odd minutes into the game. Feeling very, very good right now. Dials still continuing on their game plan. With Chippies having the majority of that split push build complete. Merc Treads there as well, doesn't want to get gold carded for too long. See, stop sprays back.
Starting to get to items as well, Hellions. Once they bridge these big items into their builds, they'll be a lot stronger. And already proactivity has been seen from them as a team. It's become a little bit easier to do so as well. Like that Lich Bane on the Twisted Fate. Bit of extra move speed, as an example.
Yeah, all the good things. And Sybil is down here towards the bottom side. Fantix not wanting to approach that minion wave just yet.
Chippies as well mid. They've got a minion control kind of stack now pushing into the top side. So Direwolves can kind of work around that as a point of maneuverability. Hellions will have to respond to it sooner or later, probably from the Echo. But for now, we're actually observing top laners in their not so natural habitat.
Yeah.
Having it out in a mid lane biff.
Interesting one. Chippies though. Here's the one that's going to pick up all of that farm as it heads in. See Sybil doing his best to try and claw back some of that CS score. He has fallen behind in, impaired, utilizing the extra clear speed of that new Cinderhulk to great effect.
Also a very early level 2 cheese that backfired and caused slight edges to be gained.
Yeah.
By that Rek'Sai, as well as successful games opposed to not so successful as mid lane.
Yeah, there's the Destiny Rays. Actually going to get flashed on here. Flashes out of the way, but there's the ace in the hole. He has to be so careful. Heal comes down, but there's the gold card bomb with a great timing on that one. Picks up the kill with the wild cards, and this could be actually even more. The tower is going to get protected for the moment. And they trade the tower for the outer towards the bottom side, but now some decisions being made
They
slowly.
can just go top lane with it as well, and it should be 2 turrets in favor of Hellions potentially to the 1. The side of Direwolves. Rhea recalling. Looks like he wants to answer. instead of wasting his teleport so that he can get back to his team if it comes to a fight. They just teleports for some reason now.
Yeah, he's going to teleport to the inner turret and make sure that Chippies isn't going to be able to take that
Now
one
Chippies
down.
teleports in for a fight.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually find it here as Hellions. There's the never move on to Bomb. Frey actually getting himself in a decent position as Fantix. He's ignited. He's not dead. Still not dead. Double kill for Raze as he's gone completely ballistic. And the Swain's still alive, impaired, running away for the hills. And you can see the Trundle chasing after Luna. Sybil over the wall.
Oh, got
There's
him.
the stun with the Scuttle Crab. End of the line comes down as well as the
Echo's gonna
slows
save him.
are continuing to come in. There's the flash forward, actually. Flash out of Impaired is going to get him to safety. And Dial's answer back. You can see the frustration. They're right on the Baron.
But that was on the back of a fantastic shot-calling maneuver out of them, recognizing that Ryu teleported. They get a big team fight. Fantix barely surviving. Impaired's up. Ryu's here.
Yeah, there's the parallel convergence. It is going to be Regret falling down as Impaired. He's going low. Fantix right in the back of the pit still has some mana to work with as there's the Ravenous Block finally being popped. It is going to be the Baron taken down as Swain picks up the kill on the jungler. Ryu wants to take him out, is going to be able to do so as Sybil now fighting in this Thunderdome that we can see. And the double kill comes in for Ryu. Only Sybil alive with that Baron buff, and he is able to slink away with it, but
No,
everyone's
TFS
closing
ult.
in. And he's going to dash away. But there's the gold card. Wild cards comes down, and Luna is going to be able to secure the kill.
So there's no Baron remaining on the side of Direwolves. They get a good team fight. They get the Baron with it, but Disaster actually at the pit. As they overstayed their welcome, they should not have actually committed to that Baron. Not at all.
Well, Regret over here does have the Tempered Fate available. We'll see whether he uses it to try and save this turret. Decides he wants to hold on to it for now. 1 second on Fantix, 2 on Raze as they're now up. This inhibitor is in a whole host of trouble as Ryu. There's the Tempered Fate. It's on Bomb and Luna. They're trying to turn this fight around. Nevermove comes in. Bomb in trouble. Ryu very, very low. Chippies just chomps him down. Beautiful play here from the top laner as now Hellions on the run. They've got what they wanted to, though, to be perfectly honest. That inhibitor in the mid lane, well and truly broken.
Yeah, they broke the base. The question is, what can Direwolves now get in response? They know Hellions have to recall. They should be able to get at least one turret in this middle lane. They're definitely still biting back here on the side of the Direwolves. Intense little fight there. Little section of play.
Yeah.
Still Hellions come out ahead.
Still hard to count Direwolves out for now. We saw that last team fight looking very good for them. However, Hellions look like a reinvigorated squad. Direwolves going for Cloud Drake number 2. So they're going to smack this one down. Sybil in there. End of the lines it into the face. Decides he doesn't even want to waste the smite on it. Grabs himself some Coco. As Fantix is going to just do a drive-by. The red buff is going to be taken, and Ray is going to pick up some farm here towards the bottom side. Ezreal's pretty big at the moment. It's a lot of farm. Yeah, damn right. 2 chemicals. What does it mean?
Double chemical.
Oh, sorry. I'm not a very good meme guy. Raze. Clearing things up. And we'll be able to do so just fine. So 215 to 185 now. Gets himself 30 CS ahead after that huge wave. But Infinity Edge is completed here for Frey. The Caitlyn getting to a good point in the game. But probably wants 3 items more than the 2 that he already has.
Well, I mean, if there's one thing that the Direwolves can do, it's farm. And we're looking at that right now in comparison to the Hellions. Whilst there is a sizable lead still in their favor, things considered, you'd actually call this game close enough to even. Like, the Azonia's Hourglass probably the big missing feature from the Swain.
Yeah.
From this point onwards, until he has that, he has a risk of dying. Luna actually has an Ignite this game as well. Needs to be noted, given that he didn't have it. Game number 1 against the Vlad.
Really good point. Cute little shield for the cannon creep there as Direwolves want to save this turret. The Tempered Fate is going to slow them down for a little bit as Chippies throws down the pillar. Ped has to tunnel his way out. Bomb going to make his way over, cycling through some cards. But yeah, you're exactly right, Frey. A few more auto attacks will do it. Oh, they decide not to. Peacemaker, that ain't going to do it.
Bomb like proper came in with the Lichbane, was ready to kill the turret and just didn't. He psyched out.
Yeah, that's his move. I'm going to not kill it.
I mean, it was always going to die.
That wave is going to be enough. As Frey just continues to kill creeps. As he is wont to do. Fantix puts a Raven down.
This is a good opportunity for Hellions to work around their team strength when it comes to split pushing. Remember, Caitlyn can set up those traps, and as a 3-man, they're going to be very difficult to slow down. Echo can 1v1. Twisted Fate can take on pretty much anybody as well. You can see creative license to do as they please now puts him in the top lane to get the turret.
Yeah, it's actually only 2 versus 1 here, so Dial's in trouble. As Chippies is just trying to clear out the minion wave where he can. It looks like the focus is on the turret towards the top side of the map. It's just Fantix. They're looking for some sort of catch around the bottom side, but not going to really happen as Regret doesn't quite get in there.
Good wave clear from Fantix with timing as well. The second Helion's disappeared. He cheekily gets the entire thing. Stops him from pushing for another 30 seconds.
And this turret actually very, very healthy here at the same time. As you can see, both of the AD carry type champions going to be clearing out those super creeps there in the mid lane as pings go down onto exactly where Bomb is. Fantix takes a lot of damage, but probably doesn't care too much because he's a Swain. Nice stuff. Yeah, really nice cosmic binding as the Never Move comes in as well. Frey taking so much damage and will be taken down. Destiny's in there, but Bomb maybe a little bit too late on the trigger. And this could have broken it for the Direwolves.
And that's the strength of the Swain and the Bard together. Hit one combo. Graves has the burst. Swain even has that burst as well. They get themselves a nice pick and a deterrent, honestly.
Yeah. It's good news so far. Raze has picked up a Blade of the Ruined King there as well, so he's feeling a whole host better. And the waves are getting shoved back out. So Inhibitor is going to be respawning relatively soon too, and so some normalcy will return to the Rift for the Direwolves.
Absolutely. That's what they needed as well. Some respite to that pressure. Gives them time for the Inhibitor to respawn also with that enough time until Baron as well to get some vision out. Lots of positives to what just happened for them. More than just a single kill naturally. And Frey being a priority member of the side of Helion should not be ever dying like that.
No,
Even
not
had
that far
Summoners up.
A little bit dangerous. Does have himself the Executioner's Calling now though, moving towards that Mortal Reminder, an important item for the Caitlyn in dealing with this Swain, as Fantix is going to eat some traps.
One of the riskier things that we're currently seeing executed by Sybil, he's lucky that he has Pink Ward Vision, is that he's by himself in that Pink Ward Vision trying to secure more control. Twisted Fate on the map always puts him at a risk of dying. It doesn't matter if the ultimate's there or not, he moves too quickly. Brett wasn't with him. But luckily enough, Helion's were pushing the top lane as a jungle and support duo instead of warding.
Fantix now going to be heading back to base. We'll see whether he can complete that Zhonya's Hourglass that he's been so looking for. Looks like it is going to be done, so big items here. The first 3 for Fantix being completed.
On another cloud. So you would imagine that it's not too big of a deal for the Direwolves. Naturally, 3 of them will be handy. Get yourself the Blue Deadman's Plate appeal.
Yep, love it, love
It's
it.
not the game-changing factor of it. And the Baron being up in 8 seconds is where they should be putting a lot of their focus. Take the dragon as a consolation.
You can see Vision just getting cleared at the moment from Dials as Hellions are putting it down, continuing to find more as the pressure once again actually going to be mounting here around the Rift. The Never Move helping Fantix clear things up. And there's the Laser Bird going to be doing the same thing. God, I love that ability.
Laser Bird.
It's good.
Good one. Even a good way to describe it. It's just a laser bird. Beatrice? The laser bird.
Yeah. 10 out of 10, remembering her name. Frey. Gonna be wandering around here. Raze. Oh, gets a flash out of Luna there. Does Regret. The Tempered Fate has to be avoided. This is what the Dials need to do. Get Hellions into a position where they can have a man down because this split push is working out well for them. Tunnel going to be used as there's the parallel convergence. Ryu not going to find the stun on anyone in this turret. Still very, very high health.
Big push, but aggressive push. Kind of gives Direwolves the opportunity to fight them, honestly, in response. This is the dragon side of the map from Helion's as well, so an aggressive position just gained by them. Not where they were placing Vision, however. Now they run the risk of being team fought on the Tempered Fate cooldown. Close to halfway. Their engage is going to be lacking on the side of Direwolves until that's back up. Banking on Fantix.
Yeah, Pet actually relatively
He has
low
a
at the
flank.
moment. Yeah, Sybil going to make his way over there looking for this dragon as Hellions moving all the way back. That's third dragon picked
Bomb
up there for the
spawn.
Cloud as Bomb. Yeah, not going to get out of this one. Raze picks up the kill. Sybil right over the top. Raze in there at the same time. They get the slow, but Hellions still on the run. They are going to be able to make their way out for now, but that is a huge pickup for the Direwolves, and Baron's live.
Yeah, good first kill. Good dragon, because that's 3 of them now.
And they have the cool animation.
They do. They also should
look at
just
him.
be walking straight over towards the Baron pit if they want to fight for it, knowing they have the numbers advantage. Bomb will have his ult. So if they didn't get it quick enough, it wouldn't have amounted to anything. And realistically, they decide they don't want to go for it. They slow down. Based off the last time that we saw them aggressively look at a Baron. Perhaps they've learnt their lesson and realize that it's just not worth it.
Yep.
Take it when it's free.
Yeah, and they have the confidence now in these team fights. They've brought that gold back to about 2.5 thousand, and here at half an hour into the game means less and less, especially with all the standing gold on the map. I mean, there are still so many turrets yet to take here for the Direwolves as it's 3-7.
That, and we also look at where the money stands.
Yeah.
I'm actually be quite happy with on the side of Direwolves. Raze is huge in comparison to Frey, who is doing his part. Definitely starting to scale, but is stuck at a 2-item mark. And I'm actually going to address that. His item build is too many mid-game items or too many middle point items. Not enough finished items.
Well, there's the flash out of bomb. Regret finds it as he looks for the Cosmic Binding.
Good flash.
Yeah. Yeah, Frey sort of desperately looking for the Last Whisper upgrade into the Mortal Reminder for item number 3.
Well, it looks like he needs to get the Mercurials almost.
Hey, that's a good point.
I'm not sure, because he has a Vamp Scepter randomly thrown in there. So if it's the Mercurials, then he needs to have the QSS upgrade, and that's a big money sink. But if he goes for the Last Whisper upgrade, which would make more sense, he then just has this Vamp Scepter that felt like he needed, when realistically he could have finished his item and just positioned better.
Well, they're actually looking for a gank onto Fantix here as well as the Destiny comes in. He's well ahead of his team, though, as Bomb.
He was trying to bait a flash, I think.
Oh, Fantix as well just runs so fast. That's an extra flat 45 movement speed.
Yeah, there's a lot of move speed currently on the side of the Direwolves. Everyone basically has Mobies.
Yep.
And if you have Mobies, you have lots of Mobies.
Dead Man's Cloud. Frey actually doing a lot of damage to Sybil here. He just wanders around saying, stop hitting me. It's Regret looking for something. Chippy's going to find his way in there as well. They don't get the Cosmic Binding as Regret doesn't get that one, but Luna taking a lot there as the teleport. Coming in for Fantix. There's the flanking players. Tempered Fate going to get everyone locked down. Impaired. Nice double knock-up as Chippy's right in the back line as Fantix. He's taking care of Ryu for the moment. Hellions have found their way underneath the turret as Raze caught, but my god, that burst damage onto the Caitlyn just eliminates her, and Direwolves deal with a lot of the DPS.
The only mistake was that Raze didn't hit his ultimate. The end result is still a kill onto Frey, one of the primary targets from the Hellions. They might have enough sustain to consider doing this Baron straight off spawn. But we saw what happened to them last time they tried this, and it backfired massively.
Yeah, Regret looking for the flanking play here as Ryu's going to throw some Time Winders in. Regret magically journeys his way back to his team, but Impaired may be able to find him. It's a nice stun to come in as Regret heals himself up. Ryu may have been baited into that one as the Chrono Break comes down. Fantix with the Zonya's Hourglass gets a whole bunch of his health back, but his mana bar getting low. Bomb has to use his Zonya's. The Cosmic Binding goes wide, but Chippy's just being all the frontline that the Direwolves need. And the Subjugate comes up at exactly the right time. True Shot Barrage just snipes off the Rek'Sai, and Direwolves are going to make their way back to the Baron.
No way.
This late game fighting for this squad is looking fantastic.
They're almost too low to consider doing this again. Fantix is going to be full health, and so is Chippy's, but man, that's risky. They're lucky that everyone recalled. They should be able to still get this one for free. Flirting with danger when it comes to this Baron buff. I don't think Frey can actually do it.
Well, you can see Regret trying to get his way out there as Ray's just going for the 1v1. Looks like he's got it too, as Frey had to actually use the flash in order to get himself to safety, and Baron falls down. Empowered Recall is going to come out for the Direwolves, and it's decisive plays, really making things work for this team. As Ryu tries his very best.
He wanted all of them, and they just recalled in the stiff-ended formation. But yes, the Baron secured very convincing, aggressive movements out of the Direwolves roster. Puts themselves now ahead in gold. It was, I think, the first time in this entire game. Helion's definitely struggling to get the mid-game going. You know, the early game had improved.
And after what you said before about me always commenting about cool words that you use, I really wanted to talk about stiff-ended, but I'll just hold back. There's now Fantix pushing out the mid lane.
Very well.
Yeah, thanks, man. I just, you need to do it. Get any way you can. There's Raze in a turret now under fire. Parallel convergence coming in here, but Ryu not going to quite find the stun, and Raze just stands right amongst it, picks it up.
Yeah, he actually just
does
too much damage. This Ezreal is so fed at the moment. no one can actually deal with him, especially when he gets his next item. You're assuming the Mercurials himself.
Oh, I want a Bloodthirster. Could be,
So
but
he maybe wants to get out of a Twisted Fate stun.
yeah, no, it probably would be a better idea.
Mikhail's also picked up by Bard, which diffuses a lot of that pick that they would definitely have on the side of Hellions.
Yeah, good point.
Helps now a lot.
As Direwolves now transition to the inner turret on the bottom side of the map. Ryu actually heading back to base now as well, preparing for what could be a team fight underneath this inhibitor turret. And Direwolves, I swear, the 3 Cloud Drakes working out really well for this team. Oh my god,
wow,
Raze!
dude.
Careful, buddy.
Jesus.
That's a tower you're tanking. He's going to fall down there as the shutdown comes in for Impaired. We'll see whether they are actually going to
What on earth?
dive too far in. And yeah, Frey, he made it back to his fountain, so of course wasn't available to try and get any more picks. And Raze, I don't think he can do that too much more, because that's really stopped the pressure from the
I don't
Direwolves.
think he's ever meant to be able to do that. Bomb's actually used the ultimate.
Yeah, looking for the Destiny. Is actually going to find the flanking play here as Sybil finds his way into the brush. Fantix looking for a never move. Slows down Impaired, who's taking serious damage here. Magical Journey, going to get at least one of them to safety there, but Regret, he's going to fall down. Ryu looking for the chase here as Fantix. 1 versus 3, and I actually don't like the chances of the Hellions against this massive Birdman.
They need 5, and they are. He is stuck between all 5 members of the Hellions.
Yeah, Chippy's is actually just taking down turrets in the mid lane there in the meantime, and Fantix is going to fall down. Hellions now have to get back to their base as Chippy's is tearing it apart. And that could be the saving grace here for the Direwolves. Chippy's saying, well, at least someone's still thinking about winning this game. He's going to get himself back to base now.
Yeah, and that's all on the back of Raze biting off far more than he can chew. This is going to be a denial Elder Dragon potentially taken. Sybil's nearby. I don't know if he can hit that Miracle Smite. Let's see how he goes, though.
Yeah, actually
Teleport's in.
Yeah, Chippy's looking to try and make something happen here as Parallel Convergence goes down. Sybil wants to quick
They
draw
wanna
in
fight.
there. He gets over the top. We'll see whether he can get it. He does! And the Elder Drake is now owned by the Direwolves. Raze over the side here as well as Ryu bounces over the top, but there's the Guardian Angel. Knockup comes in as Bomb. The wildcards, but the shields are available. And
Raze.
Chippies picks up a kill. Massive damage. I don't know how Raze lasted for so long. And the Dials, with that buff, give a triple kill to the Trundle.
And that's looking like it should be enough time for them to work towards the base of the Direwolves.
Sybil.
Bomb's just done.
There it is.
That's probably going to be game over.
That is the celebratory ultimate out of this Graves. Fantix already getting the work done in the mid lane as the Direwolves are looking for that 2-0 victory in what looked like a Hellions match to win.
Yeah, they started on the right foot here, Hellions, but it's definitely not enough. Convincing 2-0 in the end for the super speedy team of the Direwolves.
Yeah, those 3 Cloud Drakes really doing the work. And the early game was so much better. Hellions seemed to have the right idea, and then it all fell apart. Was there sort of one moment that we detected, Rusty, where like things went wrong?
Raze just got too fed. I feel like there's a lot of potential carries on the side of the Direwolves, and the Swain was honestly this big factor that still shouldn't be on Summoner's Rift,
Yeah.
much like the Vladimir. But all things considered, they had a very strong team fight on the top side of the map, overzealous attempts from Hellions, getting more than they can actually afford to look for.
Yeah.
And just getting caught out time and again was that Caitlyn. Probably should not have constantly been in that position.
Yeah, it was just a little bit unfortunate. And Raze, of course, able to pick him out with Q's left, right, and center. Was ridiculous play out of the Direwolves towards the later stages of the game, but sort of some breaths of hope for the Hellions in the early game. But we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down the series victory for the Direwolves. Thank you so much. And with that, Direwolves do get the 2-0 victory. However, Hellions put up much more of a fight this time around. And I do want to give like equal amounts of credit because they don't go into a lane swap. They do standard lane. So Frostgurren, hats off. But they do try and beat them around the map a little bit, Tally, with an interesting TF pickup in the mid lane and just try and, you know, you were saying that they need to pull the Direwolves around the map and they're able to do that.
Yeah, they played the game correctly, like their win conditions and everything, but then suddenly this all fell apart for no reason.
So what were they doing correctly? Like, let's go back to the start. So what is it about the Twisted Fate comp and what the Hellions were trying to execute on?
Well, Direwolves picked strong laners that need to like push. The Trundle into the Echo needs to like just play up on him. He can't play passive, and because that TF was able to bully that, they got a couple kills around the map, and they were able to get an advantage. And once you get his TF, the enemy team, they're not able to farm correctly, and they just kept falling behind. They lost towers all over the map, and Hellions just well, they got the advantage, but they just weren't able to execute on it.
There's this really bizarre thing that happens with the Hellions where they're really good at playing like in controlled lane phases. Like even in the inner towers, as long as the lane phases are there, like you said, bomb opening up, getting all of those kills and picks. But as soon as it comes down to like inhib turrets and you're playing the entire map, they just kind of lose all of direction. So they had all of these win conditions set up and then just failed to execute like past 30 minutes.
All right, so let's have a look at that because, you know, they knock down one turret, they take down an inhibitor. It looks like the game should be over because, quite frankly, the Direwolves comp just can't engage, but they still manage to lose these fights.
You have a twisted fate. At some point, you have to look at backdooring to be a feasible option for you, and that was never once an option that they ever attempted.
Yeah, just not running into the base. And, you know, I also want to have a look at the last team fight because, you know, we're talking about it, and there's this composition in the Direwolves that, you know, no hard engage apart from the Bard. They're fighting 4v5s. They go into the Dragon Pit. And I want to talk about Frey a little bit because you already mentioned, you know, he can be a great AD carry for Oscaroon, but when he's on an uncomfortable champion, doesn't seem to be the case. And kind of didn't hit anyone, walked around face checked. It's like, you've played AD carry as well before, Tally. Like, what is this? Is this just like a blood rush to the head, I'm going to murder everyone late game? Like, what is it about AD carries when they do things like that?
I think it's a nerves problem. Because if that was solo queue, he should have done his job. And I think he was just affected by nerves.
Yeah, and I have to once again question Hellion's shot calling because, you know, Bomb did the right thing. He stays in Dragon Pit. He's hitting people over the wall as Twisted Fate, whereas Frey walks around the long way and I guess just face checks 3 people. But now, all right, let's have a look at Direwolves. Let's give credit where credit's due. The Swain pick up Fantix, able to dictate the pace of that game a little bit, slow it down for Oscaroon. Still a mid laner that we have to pay attention to in Fantix.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it was a big thing, like you said. The fact is that Hellion snowballed the game so far ahead, but then it just came to this moment where Direwolves just stopped everything, and Hellions were unable to be proactive enough on the map, were kind of unsure, didn't know if they should try to go for a split push and just repeatedly try to 5v5 into Fantix, who at that point had 3 items on the Swain, and so he was just an unmovable wall.
Well, with that, it was actually the Direwolves able to pick up the victory, but don't go anywhere, guys. After the break, it is going to be our OPL Legend match as a Vanguard take to the Rift versus the Chiefs Esports Club. Welcome back to the OPL. That is right. It is title fight time as Avant-Garde are going to take to the Rift against the Chiefs Esports Club. I am still Jake Spawn-Tiberi. Joining me is Tally and Frost Gurin from Legacy and the LPL respectively. Although, Tally, if you ever want to gig on the LPL team, come over. We'll give you a run. However, guys, want to get straight into this matchup because it is going to be Avant-Garde taking on the Chiefs. So on the blue side of Summoner, at least for game one, it's going to be Avant-Garde. Paradise in the top lane. Chelby, their jungler. Triple in the mid lane. Chenny Boy, their AD carry. Jake, their support. And of course, they are going up against reigning OPL champions, the current OPL Legend title holders. It is going to be the Chiefs. Swiper up in the top lane. Spooks, their jungler. Swiffer in the mid lane. Radier, their superstar AD carry, and Ejim, their support. Want to kick this one off straight away by going to the top lane. Swiper is on a tear at the moment, Tally. I mean, he looks much improved since he came back from that wildcard tournament.
Yeah, I really think that Swiper is the most improved player from the off-season. He's been doing extremely well on the carries when he's known for, tanks. And I really want to see him, pull out the Echo, pull out the Fizz tonight.
And, he's going to be looking across the Rift from Paradise, Frosker, and someone that has had a pretty impressive performance so far.
Yeah, had an incredible Echo performance just the other night. And it's kind of this idea of, the up-and-coming top laner, who I'm sure, Tally's probably looking at, another hard carry versus the brick of the top lane in Swiper.
And you play against both these guys, pretty often, not only in OPL, but also solo queue. What's it like playing against Swiper? What's it like playing against Paradise?
I do have more problems with Paradise because he is he's a fellow Riven player. He's the aggressive person. He doesn't respect junglers. He's up in your face all the time. Whereas Swiper is more of a smart laner, and he will respect junglers, respect roamers, and he won't push his advantage that much.
Okay, cool. So with that in mind, I think that it is fair to go towards what is going to impact the rest of the map. Talking about young mechanical players, Triple in the mid lane, someone that Avant was very excited to keep in their lineup and seems to be impressing so far.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of Triple. I like to say that he's the new Claire of O's.
Ooh, that's actually big props because in my opinion at least, Claire was one of the best players to never really play competitive in O's. Is he as good as Claire?
Oh, I don't think he's as good, but he's coming into Claire's level of play, and I think that he's going to be a big factor in the series.
And of course, he's going up against Swiffer for the Chiefs Esports Club, captain, heart and soul. Gatorade or Mike's Magic Stuff, whatever Carver wants to call him as well. Swiffer's, I think he's on a 42 KDA at the moment.
It's something absurd. We were looking at the stats, and they'd only died six times. Yeah, I think that I'm being motioned 6 times over the course of their 2 games, so...
16 times, I've been told.
There we
Very
go.
loudly by Zach in the background. Cool. So I actually want to take a look at the Chiefs as a whole because I feel like if you go through their lineup, they've got very solid players in every position. You've played against them a lot in best of 5s, best of 3s. What is it about the Chiefs that make them so damn hard to beat?
The Chiefs they just always seem to be everywhere together. So as soon as you auto the enemy carry in bot lane, there's suddenly 5 people in your lane, you're dead. So Chiefs are just extremely hard to play against because they tend to rotate and play as a team much better than everyone else.
And I know we've kind of pointed out the 2 strengths of the Avant-Garde lineup, their 2 solo lanes. Is there a way that they should be utilizing these lanes? I mean, maybe a younger version of people like Choo Choo's and yourself, 2 big carry solo lanes. Is there something that Avant can do to really get into the Chiefs headset here?
I think Avant need to pick up strong bully laners in both lanes because I don't think the bot lane will have much impact on this, especially since the meta is more towards mid and top. And it's just utility bot lanes.
All right, for us, bully lanes, what are we looking here from Avant then? Is it Shelby getting involved? Is it just pick Bam? What do you want to see?
I would love to see Chelby be on a priority gank jungler, like Tally said. I would love to see them go into standard lanes because I don't think you can lane swap better than the Chiefs at this point. And so, like you said, just look for the counter matchups. I don't think you'll find it in the mid lane, so just go back to your control mages. But for sure in the top lane, play kill pressure jungler, kill pressure top lane.
All right, cool. We'll see if they're able to get it done. Do you think they're able to? Give me your predictions going into this game.
I think it's going to be a 2-0 for the Chiefs, but I think Avant, kind of like Abyss and Tainted Minds, they have an opportunity where I think that they're going to lose, but they have a window where they can hit once and hit hard and make people look.
And Tally, want to come to you. You said that, maybe Avant are good enough to sneak into that top 4 position. Do you think they're good enough to take some games off the Chiefs here?
I agree with Frost. I think it's still going to be a 2-0 to Chiefs, but I think Avant will show some signs of life.
All right, we'll see if they're able to get it done. Of course, guys, Chiefs and Avant are battling for their shot to go towards the OPL finals, August 13 in Queensland. I don't know if you've got that one yet. I've only said it a couple of times. If you can't get along to Brisbane, however, our good friends at Hoyts do have you covered in all of the major cities around Australia and Queensland, New Zealand, Queensland. Australia and New Zealand, there is going to be Hoyt Cinemas putting it on the OPL final on the big screen, so make sure you take your mates along and get onto one of those. However, I've kept you here enough. OPL title matchup is on the line, so here is Rusty and Atlas to take us into game one.
Thank you very much, Spawn. I very much hope that people are purchasing those tickets because, man, you have been selling the heck out of it and you've been doing a phenomenal job doing it, too.
Definitely haven't forgotten where to find them either.
Oh,
at this
damn right,
stage.
no. oc.llesports.com. Fantastic stuff. But, look, we heard from the desk signs of life out of Avant, and I have some statistics here just at the ready. They've had over 1 extra game, so 5 games versus 4 games of the Chiefs. They've had 37 extra kills, 69 extra deaths, and 77 extra assists. And that is only 1 extra game. So, if they show anything, they show doing stuff on Summoner's Rift as we hop into Chancellor.
They do plenty of things. The problem with Avant, and this is something that I have said since the first week of play, 5 strong players doesn't make a strong team. It means that they're going to win their lanes. But the Chiefs are a much better team-based team. And as Tally actually said himself on the desk before this, they can punish you. You auto-attack the AD carry, and you suddenly have 5 people down there killing.
Oh, damn right. But Lucian is going to be the first ban away here on the side of Avant. And Victor going to be the answering ban. Triple. A little bit of focus at the beginning. Of course, a man that actually has the highest CS per minute so far, on average, in the OPL.
Surprisingly good laner thus far, and whilst we could say this is his first true test, it's always going to be a test in the middle lane because the OPL does have a lot of talent stacked there.
Yeah.
Triple's still going to have to step up against what is a massive KDA opponent in Swiffer. He has been going off so far in the OPL. 1 death?
Yeah,
One death.
Yeah, equaling to
They got an opportunity to double that tonight.
42 KDA. Spawn was exactly right on that statistic. As Fiora actually going to be the answering ban. Paradise getting some respect for his carry play. We saw Fiora go off last night. Almost a solo carry performance.
He's been, very much known as one of the Fiora players.
Trundle going to be the answering ban here on the side of Avant. So there are a lot of champions. Like, Chiefs need to ban about 5 different things with this final ban.
Probably just ban the Kindred, I think. I mean, there's Vladimir still on the board if AV can play that. Yet again, untested champion pools in the OPL so far. We only really know Direwolves can play it.
Yeah.
That's all we really know. We saw a strong game from Abyss in game number 3 on the Vladimir. Perhaps that's enough. Like, will AV actually prioritize that? Because really, they should just first pick the Vladimir right now, lock it in, call it a day, be happy with it. It does, like, almost force the Swain pick out of the side of the Chiefs in response.
Kindred and Nidalee are both available as well. So those sort of top tier of junglers. And if you're looking at sort of junglers that can utilize those champions to great effect, it's Chelby and Spooks. Chelby had the best game of his career on Nidalee.
Yeah, and it's not worth first picking, in my opinion, unless you really want to take one of them from Spooks. This is the other option as well in that middle lane. Get it off Swift.
Yeah, so Triple going to lock that one away. Of course, Swiffer has played LeBlanc twice and Azir twice so far in the OPL. But he was historically a Vladimir player. If we remember back to the IWCI days of Vladimir Nunu.
Look.
Or maybe we shouldn't.
We shouldn't, but he does play Vladimir. He does.
We at least got that bit out as Swiper hovering, one of his favorites. I mean, he saw it played in the LCK, and I remember him on Twitter. He's just like, oh, he's back, boys. Big swips on the big crocodile on the top side of the lane.
Probably not going to happen.
Yeah, no, but he wants to hover.
Echo always going to be one of those options. The question from Tally was there. They want to see Swiper play these carry options in the top side, not just the tanks. Maokai is always going to be up. It's always going to be strong, but there are so many better picks.
Well, Swain's going to be locked in here. Swiper, going to grab it, and we'll see whether it is going to be the Vladimir. Spooks wants the Kindred, though, and that's going to be taken away. Shall see. Of course, Swain can flex to that mid lane if Swiffer wants to play it. Of course, Cheese was previously on the roster. A little bit unfortunate that he's not subbing in now that Swain is ridiculous, although, in his opinion, doesn't actually like the current changes to Swain, despite the fact that he's so strong. Just doesn't feel the same, you know?
That's his decision. I think Swain at the moment may not feel the same, but it feels strong.
Damn right it does.
Whereas the Kindred being locked in by Spooks to me is actually coupled quite well with heal comps. Keeps people that are quite good at using their zonias at low health bars and sustaining them back up.
Oh, could you imagine if they got Vladimir as well? Oh,
I mean, I'm going to say that champion's name to death if it's not picked, but yes, imagine if they had that.
That's repugnant. Oh God, Triple, please pick Vladimir. Pick it. play Azir top and Vlad mid.
The
Or
thing
play
is, they're almost
Vlad
like
top.
bottlenecked into picking it just so that the Chiefs can't have both.
Well, you can see it's actually going to be Ashe here for Avant. So Chenny Boy going to be taking the Ashe towards the bottom side. Swiffer now hovering the Vladimir. And and then they can pick Siva Karma.
Oh, they should put Karma with it, I agree. Bard's gone.
Oh.
I mean, the next option is probably going to be Karma. Or range supports, Nami and stuff like that. Soraka, also a decent choice with it. You want to think about it.
Yep.
Chiefs, they also are notorious for being able to run you around the map
Rise is available.
and use it. Yes. Like,
Just calm down, Max. Calm down. Okay, so if we're currently hovering champion that he was noted for quite some time. Not sure whether he's going to be playing the Ari this time around, as Radier is still waiting to make a decision. Twitch available, things like Siva definitely there. As the Rise is going to be switched back to. What is this team comp? It's already been built out.
4 of the strongest champions in the patch, given all of the target bans, is what we are looking at.
Yeah.
I mean, Siva, decent pick into the Ashe as well, knowing that you have a spell shield for the arrow. Same thing goes for Nidalee Spears to an extent. A little bit pokey, honestly, out of AV. They need some more hard commit to follow that Ashe up. Tank in the top lane would be best, but Paradise is a carry player. See what he does.
Yeah, can't go towards the Trundle, which could be, like, I guess, an answer with the pillar as well as having slightly that carry threat. Not going to be there. Maokai is, of course, available, but like you said, bit of a tank. And we'll see what AV actually decide to go with here. Looking for a support and a top laner.
And he knows he's against Swain, so it is technically that counter pick choice.
Soraka is definitely available, and there's a Maokai being considered for the moment. Looking to really go all in on this potential team fight option from Avant. That is going to be locked away.
And it feels like they've committed now to that pokey style. And Nidalee Soraka, pretty strong. Ashe is actually decent at mid-range poke. Not necessarily sieging though. And the Azir will be doing a lot of damage, will be kept pretty healthy and happy. They also have that Azir to push people off Kindred Lamb's Respite.
Yeah.
It's pretty decent, honestly, in terms of drafting from the side of AV. They have 5 good champions. Facilitative bottom lane, engage top lane, damage from the mid and jungle. Couldn't ask for much more, except that the enemy team didn't have what they have. And then you'd be a happy team.
Yeah. Also takes the leash off Chelby as well. He can be as aggressive as he wants. Now on sort of that safe power farmer counter jungler in the Nidalee. Suits his playstyle to a T. Now Ejim just waiting until the end of the clock before he locks in Karma. Or a different support choice. Braum, of course, available. Another option there for him. As Tahm Kench is being considered and locked in.
I actually like that as an adaptive pick.
Yeah.
I think. So you can correct me if you know on this one, but if you eat the Swain whilst he's in bird form, he still heals. There'll still be birds going everywhere, you know?
What the heck?
That'd be cool. I don't know.
Oh,
So
I want to see that.
If that is a thing, please tweet at SpawnLol if I am wrong. That would be handy. But the finished team composition from the Chiefs is that is 5 disgustingly strong champions.
In every position.
Able to play the Chiefs style is the big thing, and they can move around the map quickly. They've got the Siva speed up and can keep his team alive with Lamb's Respite. They've got burst. Physical and magic damage mixed. It's not one type of thing that you can stack on the side of AV. Tough task, honestly, against the team currently holding that OPL Legend title.
Yeah, and just massive amounts of consistent damage out of all of the damage-dealing champions. Kindred, massive amounts of consistent damage. Dancing around, smacking people in the face with all their abilities. You got the Thunderdome to be created then out of the ultimate, plus Siva. And this is Radier as well. He crits about 5 times more than any other player that you will see, so those ricochets will be doing a heck of a lot of damage. And then you got Rise and Swain. Like, the most consistent damage outside of Vladimir in, like, the control mage department. Like, this is dumb. It's just dumb. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear out of you. Head over to Twitter. Do you agree with this, that the Chiefs' team composition is ludicrous? If you do, use that hashtag CHFWin. Otherwise, if you think that AV's teamfight comp is going to come out ahead, use that hashtag AVWin, because they have crafted a really nice teamfight.
Yeah, they've definitely got their defined style that they're going to work towards. They've got a bit of poke, bit of engage. It's well-rounded. And the thing to me is we're looking at AV right now, and they're basically throwing the gauntlet to the Chiefs, saying that we can take you on as a team.
Yeah.
We can play the map. We can play this style and actually give it to what is currently our best team in the OPL.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And look, there's something to be said for wanting to play out your style as you head to the Rift, and AV are most certainly able to do that with what they have, but we are under the Rift. The Chiefs in the red pants for now, moving down the mid lane. Just to see whether we are going to have any sort of lane swap scenario. Looks like for now, not going to be had. This Chenny boy just going to be manning the mid lane.
I said this not long ago. That Ryze skin is like low-key one of the best in the game.
Low-key?
Low-key. Not everyone knows it. It wasn't like a
Oh,
legendary...
it's a
like
sleeper OP skin?
Yeah, well, yeah, to an extent.
Yeah, no, I like it. I'm definitely a big fan.
In a certain context, that would be accurate.
It's like that, because it came out at the same time as the Varus skin, right?
Lionheart Braum and stuff like that as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Like all of those were super good, but just didn't get a lot of traction. I don't think. You know, you don't see them all that often. But I most certainly agree. It's Paradise setting up, possibly to get triple. Three of those little chickens.
So a couple of forced things here as well. We've mentioned this every single time, but you're into a Ryze, as is you run exhaust. You pretty much always run exhaust against Ryze.
Yep.
It's just the way that it works. We've got, I think it was Deathfire Touch on the top lane just like. Pretty good at tank shredding.
Oh, there's the
They're just hitting each other.
check. Actually, as Radiant taking a lot of damage, the exhaust comes down. Swift is going to make his way over the top as he has to actually use the heal. Ejim going to find dinner here in Chenny Boy as he's taking so much damage. Flashes, but that's the immediate follow-up, and Swiffer grabs first blood. If anything could be considered a nightmare, it's that, because now he gets a level 1 tier.
That is an awkward turn of events. Thankfully for AV, the minion's already here, and he
That's a good
started
point.
W, so not going to have the best time with early laning, but that is a big money advantage. In fact, Swiffer's probably going to get zoned until he's level 2. Triple plays this right. Things will actually be very good in the middle lane. Triple, I believe he also got the 3 saplings. He might not. Yeah, he did. There you go. It's actually Triple's ahead from all of this. Summoner's burnt. Awkward spell taken. No ability to farm.
Yeah, and actually the minions in awkward health levels as well, which is also frustrating.
He'll be okay at the end result. Just needs to get that first recall. And same thing goes for Raider and Ejim. So they get a push in. They get it to the turret, which is important. Chenny wasn't here on time, as he was dead. It also means that they need to go back to base and try and get something for themselves and gives Chenny enough time to push out. What he should do right now, ideally, get this wave, try and push it as fast as he can, and then utilize that, go back to base and get a longsword himself. Otherwise, he'll be out of control.
Well, right now he's just sort of last hitting in this lane as Radiant and Ejim are making their way back in. Ejim taking a bit of a detour through the jungle as Chelby has cleared out his entire bottom side. Blue buff going to be the last thing remaining. As Paradise just eats a parrot. Oh, Pirate Swain. I love the fact that he's back in the meta. I mean, I don't like his current position as far as strength is concerned, but my god, it's just awesome to look at him hobble. Fantastic.
That's what your goals are really behind having him in the meta.
Yeah.
He's very aesthetically pleasing, I suppose. Appeals.
Laser parrots, man. I don't think you can lose when it comes to laser parrots. As once again, AV dealing with a push lane here towards the top side.
Not having the best time, but everything kind of mellows out. The first blood was once again just a cheeky little advantage gained. Really doesn't amount to anything. It was at such an awkward time. And the minions had just spawned.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Swiffer actually struggling a lot here, trying to get his foot back in this lane.
Ryze actually one of the better champions at last hitting under turrets as well because of the E.
Spell flux, yeah, pretty good at that.
Puts everything to the perfect amount of health that you can just auto-attack it after the turret hits.
Yep, once again, Radio with pretty good spell shield timing, making sure that he eats up all those volleys. Has to be careful of that once Chenny Boy hits level 6, but for now, free mana available.
Yeah, he has nothing else to spell shield just yet, which means that Siva is probably going to be quite content as far as laning phase goes. We're still looking towards Chelby and Triple, known as these two players that usually work in tandem. And with Triple having a slight edge in this middle lane, at least keeping Swiffer pretty pushed. He could be able to get something done here.
Spook's just clearing out this jungle completely. Once again, you're right, Triple shoving this wave. Like his life depended on it.
I don't know if they'll look to dive. That'd be pretty risky, but Triple's getting eerily close to that level 6 mark, and Chelby's been hard farming.
Yeah, has actually hit that level 5 here as well, so Triple will have the help of a pretty big kitty cat. If Shelby decides to come back.
The Toad's always roaming.
Yeah.
Careful.
He's going to make his way back towards the top side. You can see Triple now. No threats to him. We'll see whether he still plays a little bit more defensively, but looks like he is just happy to shove waves up. And yeah, Swiffer's in no real danger right now. He's just staying really far back, playing it safe, understands, got the first blood, feeling good, is Rise.
I mean, like, yeah, he's not in danger. Usually you would expect the Rise to be having a little bit more control, especially once he hits the level 6 mark. We'll see how Triple does handle that when it becomes actually important in this laning phase, because early level trading is kind of just a back and forth whitewash.
Now I think Triple was trying to sort of hold off, bait Swiffer out a little bit, but not happening.
Also need to observe item builds while we're talking about this. There's no Ignite available for Jake, and that's against the Rise, Kindred, Swain, Tahm Kench to an extent. Like, you might want that, so they need to have either the Executioner's calling as, you know what, Spooks, you're just going to die.
Yeah, it's two
You just
spears
keep
in a
that up.
row
He's
as
dead.
Shelby is going to leap on top of him. There's no Lambs of Spite available as Triple's going to make his way over, but Wolfspite doing a lot of work. Another Hunted passive comes through as Shelby going to be out-traded as far as that one's concerned.
Monster Spear, here we go.
Yep. Oh,
Nope.
Jesus.
Wasn't going to kill anyway, and the potion's actually enough to keep him healthy. But good trade from Spooks actually as a response. Shelby should have had that outright. Got jukied.
Yeah, didn't even have to use any summoner spells on the side of Spook, so feeling pretty happy about it. Lick of Tongue going to come down from Ejim as the spell shield is going to be used fruitlessly against a misaimed Star Call from Jake.
On purpose, surely. Oh yeah, got him.
Yeah, ain't going to get no mana back from this one. This Radio has plenty of mana, so it doesn't really matter too much. Teleport going to be used one more time as Catalyst was picked up by Swiffer.
Given 2 free teleports though into this middle lane, Triple yet to recall himself. Kind of sets Swiffer up really nicely. In fact, puts him almost a favorable position in the middle lane now.
Yeah, and now that he has that ultimate that he can use basically all the time, he'll be feeling very happy. Jake actually taking a lot of damage from Radier. He's throwing these ricochets across. Still yet to head back and augment that longsword in any way.
And they might actually go for the early Drake here on the side of the Chiefs. They've set themselves up with 3 pink wards. The mark is near there. Dependent on this.
Oh my god, how did that not land?
And went over the top of him.
Yeah, Swiper turns into a giant parrot. In comes Spooks as the Nevermove going to land onto Paradise. Ventral Maelstrom doing some work here. It helps him out just a little bit, but Swiper, no danger at the moment.
No. Big Swips, pretty happy. Actually speculated, I think Carlin speculated it was a self-described nickname. And the Sniper thought it was so funny he could call himself Big Swips. You know what? That's a sub-emote for him now, so it definitely was self-prescribed.
Yep.
Think of that what you will.
Well, I think it's adorable, personally. That's just me, though. It's Chiefs now holding on to a 300 gold lead. Too much. The last action was, of course, that first blood going down. Not too much more. As you can see, Shelby farming out very nicely.
Really just waiting for item spikes on the side of the Chiefs. AV as well can pretty much sit back and scale. We've got that Ash for picks once the level 6 is there, which is almost available. For some reason, Jakey is a higher level with. Which is something you never see.
Well, you can see Triple more than happy here in this mid lane as Ejim goes on walkabout just a little bit. The Master Chef himself, not going to get speared. Confidently wanders away.
Oh.
There's the arrow, actually. Chenny Boy gets exhausted immediately as On the Hunt has been popped. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive from Chenny. That's a big cooldown to actually lose a trade.
I mean, it was a cool idea, but the rest of AV weren't really following it up. Kindred's also here. That's why the Chiefs are playing so forward.
Yeah, Raider actually taking a lot of damage here, though, as Spooks is going to make his way in. Does have Lamb's Respite to help out his bottom lane, but not going to be quite near them.
Literally here, actually more important, as is the Soraka's heals. So AV still actually outright winning that trade, all things considered. And those mid lane definitely still hit each other a few times with spells.
Yep, they most certainly do. Passive comes in from Swiffer. Just cycling for the moment. And junglers are making their presence known here towards mid lane, but so far, things are tender hooks, it feels like, as Paradise once again getting tormented underneath his turret.
Just means that AV are holding their own through laning phase. I'm kind of waiting for something to crack, someone to make a mistake or a good play, perhaps a movement for the Drake, but Kindred's been looking top. Swiffer's starting to get a bit stronger though.
Yeah, he's underneath the turret now. His triple's just going to die. Swiffer walks over, picks him up, and kills him.
Rise, ladies and gentlemen. We definitely put that one through Champion Select.
Yeah, we did.
It's definitely on the Rift.
Well, when you're presented with, I want to play either Vladimir or Rise, and then you choose Rise, you'd hope he can do something like that, because we just witnessed what Vladimir can do. It's equally as disgusting.
I just don't have nice words for these champions. Like, he did exactly what he should be doing, and it's impressive from Swiffer to execute on it. He also baited the exhaust out earlier for his own flash, but literally just walked under the turret and said, bring it on. And just dives him.
Yeah.
Just does like half of his health. Reasons, though, is the reason.
Just silly. 11 minutes in, that is 2 Rod of Ages completed on the side of the Chiefs. Swiper going to be very happy with that one on his Swain, and Swiffer going to be the same thing. I mean, this guy's now got the items that he's looking for on the Rise.
Yeah, well, they're the first item spikes that we're referring towards. Spooks, once he gets the Blood Razor also, will make life a little bit better on the side of the Chiefs, whereas AV have got their first big item on their mid laner. Definitely lacking in that AD carry role, however, as Kenny's been struggling a little bit for farm.
Yeah, Spear going to go wide here from Chelby, who's still farming up quite nicely, but Spooks closing that gap well on the Kindred. Boots of Swiftness done as well. Runic Echoes was opted for on the side of Chelby, so no boots upgrade for him, but he's going to be doing a lot more damage throughout the jungle. We'll need to see Chelby actually step it up here, because it seems as this game goes, Chiefs are creating advantages for themselves, especially there in that mid lane.
They love the slow style. It's just the Chiefs. They've been playing the map more often than not, realistically. And we see them in the OPL at present. They don't need crowd control. You can just kind of play it out, run you around, and pull you to different directions of the map where you have either a lack of vision or a forced entrance. There's a teleport. Whoa.
Oh, wow. There it is. Radiant does spell shield it, but the grey health from Ejim
They want to fight.
is helping them a little bit. Yeah,
Oh.
Radiant's still very high health as the teleport's actually cancelled. Was used by Swiffer and Swiper, both of them starting that one off, but they decide not to take it as 5 members were towards the top
That's
side.
because Spooks is at the bottom of the map doing the enemy red buff. They should get a Drake for this with Swiper and Swiffer, so they're actually just going to trade neutral objectives as an end result. Teleport being cancelled signals that, you know what? Chiefs had a different idea to what AV had. And if they really want to kill Raider and Ejim, the Chiefs just didn't actually want any of that.
I just feel like it was Spook saying, oh, but I'm on the bottom side of the map, guys.
That's probably what it was, but, you know, he's the shot caller of the team.
Yeah. It was the best call to cancel the teleports.
As he says he is.
Yep.
So, as the shot caller of the team, he's definitely said, guys, I'm not there. Don't fight.
Well, minion wave. Non-permitting, they are going to be able to take down this outer turret towards the bottom side of the map. So Chiefs grab a dragon, enemy red buff, and a turret in trade for that Rift Herald. We'll see whether AV can answer with the top outer turret, as Radier is going to make his way in following this minion wave. Spear going to be avoided. Radier is able to get in there and deal with this minion wave quite nicely, but that tower is very low.
Oh, it's starting to get a bit dangerous here for Chiefs to be on this side of the map. Spooks needs to come and help now.
That arrow is so close to being up for Kenny Boy.
They could have probably persisted that, but without vision themselves, AV, they can't overcommit. So they back away, but the damage is done onto that turret. Will Chenny actually... They want this.
Yeah,
Never
Ejim
mind.
actually going to eat the Sivir.
They stopped recalls, which is actually quite big. Now gives time to work the top side of the map themselves, and you can see the favors start to slip in the opposite direction.
Yeah, Swiffer actually heading underneath this turret. There's the ultimate popped as Rune Prison is going to be on triple, but he takes it with him as he shuffles his way out. Shelby wants to try and answer this one. A level higher than Spooks at the moment, so farming out very well.
Never mind.
Yep, take it all back. They're even.
And still the Rise is starting to get a bit more presence in this middle lane. There's one thing the red side wants to do here at the Chiefs at scale, but we still need to see that execution work as... Yay!
Yep, Birdman and Treeman doing battle with each other.
Core.
Yep, that's exactly it. Swiper slightly ahead as far as experience is concerned. 11 minions there, as well as Chiefs take down their second turret for the game. Avant, of course, have done a lot of work to that top outer, but does mean that the global gold is well and truly in favor of the Chiefs. 3,000 the lead at this current stage. Once again, a double cloud start for this game, much like last game.
Now the word of the day is clouds and drakes.
Swiffer just going to tank a spear because he felt like he wanted to. By the looks of things, he just walked straight into it without a care in the world.
And I'm not even sure the Chiefs are going to look for anything besides the next Cloud Drake. AVs need to, and again, start doing something with Chelby.
Abyssal Voyage is going to get the Chiefs towards the top side of the map. Swiper's here, made it in. Didn't even teleport as Jake, well out of position, and he's going to die. It's a double kill as, of course, Chenny Boy fell previously off screen.
Yeah, Swiper took him down, so 2 big picks, and just as I said, they may not want to do anything. They find a complete overextension. The greed for the turret that does go down, no less, but at what cost? As the Chiefs are not done.
Oh, Ejim, hungry for Kitty. As Spook's going to come over. Chelby did flash out of the way as Paradise now going to get turned on. Pops the Vengeful Maelstrom as Spooks is just smacking him down. Does have the Lance Response. Oh my god! The wish comes in, and the arrow sails lovingly by. As Chenny Boy says, see ya.
All of the spells duked. The Chiefs barely make it out with their health bars, but the Soraka wish is enough to keep Paradise alive. He was going to die to red buff.
And Torment.
Yeah, so very well done. But well done is only to keep them alive, not to get them ahead. And that is what AV are currently in the process of doing.
Swiffer.
Just staying.
Well, you can see, as far as CS scores are concerned, it's only that bottom lane for the Chiefs that is super far ahead, but everything else, 4 kills to 0, 2 turrets to 1. Chiefs just being able to play this game out a little bit better than Avant at the beginning.
But that's also, like, maybe the Chiefs are just content with saying we'll out-teamfight them. But they're giving Avant opportunities to play this game out. They're not winning early. And you have to say, when it comes to the game on paper, you give Chiefs the better team. AV perhaps excel at laning phase, which is why they're keeping up right now. We're just kind of waiting for that middle game scenario where the Chiefs start to try and blow that map open, or AV even try and blow the map open themselves. Just comes down to execution at that point, though. Chenny being 0-2 and being this far behind of Raider is probably the biggest cause for concern.
Yeah. It's frightening stuff. We'll see whether AV can hide him for a moment. It's because, you know, the pick potential of the arrow is still definitely there. Spear to follow up. Things like that from Avant. Shelby able to smite things away very effectively. Like that red buff just then as Chenny Boy is going to die. Swiffer flashes, kills him. And I say it nonchalantly because, I mean, that's just what Rise does.
That's still a big pick in terms of timing as well. They're looking to push this bottom lane. A big wave was there for Chenny that now goes missing. And with Shelby and Jakey to receive it, they may not even get it at all. They have no staying power anymore. A lot of pressure on this bottom lane turret.
Well, teleport actually going to be used here. Paradise wants to protect this inner turret as Jake takes a Q from Swiffer and does a heck of a lot of damage.
Yeah, but look at top lane as well now. So the minions are about to crash, and that teleport really just amounts to CS lost and an advantage gain for Swiper. It always does come down to these little things. Now you've got triple rotating, right? Triple's going to rotate. Mid lane will get pushed. They might even get the turret there instead. One step ahead at every single angle.
Yeah. Radiant will be able to pick this one up most likely. Chelby and Chenny Boy are actually going to make their way over, but of course the arrow not available. Not going to be able to lock
Look
down
what's
Radiant.
live now instead. They're always working towards
Oh
it.
my goodness. Triple's dead at the same time as Swiper picks up the kill solo. Just wandered around the back.
Yeah, flashed for him and has teleport, so if they try and spook, he's actually caught.
Yeah, in a lot of trouble, but Ejim just eats him up and will spit him back out again. Hexdrinker did some work as Swiper teleported in. Swiffer around the side there as well as they're trying to deal with this gigantic tree. He's a big deal, and it is going to be Spooks taking down Chenny Boy. The boomerang is going to help out as Paradise took a lot of killing, but he died in the end. And the Chiefs are just playing beautifully, like a unit, taking things down.
Yeah, that was a pretty immaculate series of events from the Chiefs. Movement around the map, it was predictable, but in such a crisp way that there was no response on the side of AV. AV absolutely left respondent to it, and they crumble.
Never move, going to be avoided there by Jake, but the inner turret falls down. 6,000 gold, or 5,500 gold, the lead here for the Chiefs as they may look towards... Oh, okay, here it is. Swiper just flashed on to his face.
Yeah, he was watered, caught him recalling. Swain. You say that about Rise, but hey, Swain does the same thing. Kills people pretty easily. 0 to 8 right now. The only saving grace is a turret that Avant got. Otherwise, we'd be looking at a potential perfect game.
Yeah, and some really good farm values here as well for Avant, keeping them slightly in it. I mean, 5,000 gold here at the 20-minute mark isn't something that you'd say, let's hang up our hats, boys.
We've just watched AV lose this game in slow motion, to be fair. Like, they're not laughable. They're definitely not laughable. They're starting to mount some kind of defiance, but if they don't do it soon, it's already too late.
And Chiefs are just, they're doing their standard Chief thing, you know, create vision where you need it. All of the pink wards are around that bottom side of the map. Baron has been up for 45 seconds. As Swiffer pops the ultimate. Oh, that was satisfying.
It was.
Yeah, Chiefs are going to utilize that vision, take down this dragon, and do so very, very easily as well. As Swiper deals with the Maokai towards the top side of the map, but he's got a Spirit Visage and some Mercury Shreds. There ain't no way this triple AP comp is going to be hurting the Swain unless Chenny Boy can get up amongst it, but he's so far behind. That's 62 CS for Radiant in the lead.
Yeah, and that's the contrasting difference as well between these teams. Physical and magic damage. There's a lot of...
Yeah, the arrow is available, but they decide not to pull the trigger.
There's a Tom Kench.
Swiffer's just going to try and take an in turret. As
They
there's
have
the
to go to
twisted
Ejim.
advance. Yeah, Ejim, the arrow does come down. Grey health is eaten, but I have a feeling he's going to... Oh my god, the Lance Spike came in at exactly the right time. Swiper, no never move to come in, but Swiffer with the flank. Shelby is going to fall down. Chenny Boy gets evaporated. They do manage to get the Tom Kench, but is it worth it? As Triple and Jake now on the run. Swiper, the Birdman, says, yeah, your Ash is dead. You can't hurt me.
Jake's, look, he's pretty much dead. Triple,
Kate, Spooks,
I don't
come
know,
on, man.
Spooks.
Come on, man.
he's having a giggle. The rest of his team is still getting kills, however, and Raider actually wants to win the game, not just to find these kills. Currently barreling down the middle by himself. He's actually about to find triple and potentially do the same thing that just the tip Spooks just did. Doesn't want it. So he's a more resilient man than that of Spooks.
Swiffer, though, has flash. Decides not to use it. This inner turret is going to fall down as Swiper does deal with it. But, you know, questions raised for Spooks. Other than that, some good play for the Chiefs.
Still good play, you just know he's being cocky.
Yeah. Cocky's one way to put it. Silly. I don't know. Right, Shelby hunting Swiffer. Don't go near him. I wouldn't do it. If I were you, Shelby. Now Vision getting clawed back for Avant-Garde.
Yeah, trying to establish themselves. It is almost like we're at 23 minutes in the game, and it feels like the next team fight is going to be a last defiance from AV. They have a 0-7 bottom lane that have been involved in, thankfully, all of the kills for Jakey as he has a Soraka wish, but they just haven't got anything done. Really haven't. And with the Ashe, Soraka bottom lane, they're facilitating the rest of their map. They've got a Nazir to follow things up if it came to it. But Triple couldn't do anything. He was stuck with a Rise.
Yeah.
Got a really early first blood and a bit of gold in the back pocket. He's running Exhaust, not Teleport. And you've got the bottom lane that was just struggling anyway, using those arrows there. And Shelby was focusing that bottom lane instead of looking perhaps mid. Swiper's a write-off. There's actually just no point trying to kill the Swain at this point, and there really wasn't anyway beforehand once he had Catalyst.
And he's now building towards a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Things definitely good, looking good as On the Hunt has been popped. Radiant is going to get snared as the arrow flies through as well. Radiant might get picked out as Ejim is going to eat him up, spits him out on the Lamb's Respite, and he is going to be okay, but Paradise in a really good position. Spooks falls down. The teleport coming in from Swiffer, but there's the flash out from Swiper. The last auto attack will do it as the shutdown comes in and the flash forward. Paradise is going to be able to take out Ejim with the help at triple, and he is going to be able to get that one. 3 Swift kills and Avant. There they are. They've woken up on Summoner's Rift.
And that was honestly just a big old toss from the side of the Chiefs. Soraka gave them 2 seconds of notice and still trapped Raider. Big mistake. The Baron is definitely theirs. No one's contesting it. And a slight turnaround now in favor of Avant. Lovingly gifted.
Yeah, clawing back that gold advantage so beautifully at the same time as there are pings going down. Shelby actually decided not to back. He's looking for a flanking play towards Radiant, who was just pushing up towards that inhibitor turret, trying to deny as much as he could. backing in full vision right now, but no arrow to be taken. As let's have a look at this fight again. It's just Radiant getting caught.
Yeah, the spell shield was used early for the Ashe W from the looks of it. I think it was potentially a lack of spatial awareness in that particular case that Ashe was trying to W. He wanted to get through the Soraka. Either way, Swiper's tanky, but not from physical damage. Tenny was putting in overtime in that fight when you look at positioning on the map. And the tanks, Paradise did his job quite exceptionally. Spooks had to waste his Lamb's Respite for the Ashe.
Yeah.
Tomkins had to use the Devour for the Sivir, sorry, again. Really, it's just a team play around a mistake from Raider.
Yeah, now Chenny Boy is actually within a pickaxe as far as items are concerned. So, making use of the gold that he managed to pick up. Of course, still a gigantic CS advantage to the tune of about 80.
I just think that, like, positioning-wise, they didn't need to run that deep. They were looking to catch somebody out of position, but if they were going to run that deep, it means that their vision wasn't there to see the rest of AV. You wouldn't go that ham. You could already see Chenny and Jake standing to the left of you. You go for them instead.
Yeah. You can see as well, AV pushing up the mid lane will be able to take down this outer turret. That gold lead becoming less and less existent as this game goes on. 2,000 now the lead for the Chiefs. But that was nearing 8. And a game that looked like it was entirely in the hands of the Chiefs.
Yeah, AV. Once again, they pull that trigger at the right time for them. Always going to be a resilient team. Always very strong individual players. The Chiefs are meant to be that better team play team. And they just got our team for it.
Yeah, and of course, Jake put in work on that Soraka as well. Didn't look like anyone was close to dying because those heals were coming in left, right, and center.
Triple also stepping up to the plate.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of damage in that last fight. Tally potentially called him nearing the level of the Claire of Oath. For those that aren't familiar, he was one of the few gods that never actually competed in the OPL.
Actually
except for a
heading to
sub
Japan,
of Legacy.
I think.
So he says.
Yeah. Something like that. So I have heard around the traps. Now Sun Turret has been erected, and AV setting up shop underneath. Teleport from Paradise might be actually looking for a flanking play here. He's very tanky. Does have the Spirit Visage and the Frozen Heart, as well as even more magic resist built up. Yeah, they're looking for it here as Triple. Doesn't really get much from the Emperor's Divide. Teleport on the Sun Turret as Paradise is going to make it in. But that is Siege broken right now.
Yeah. The Emperor's Divide was used literally to divide AV from the Chiefs to keep him alive.
Swiper just wanders in. Face checks here as he does turn into bird form and gets picked off. That is a swift one there for Shelby. There's now Paradise right in the front line. The Grey Health's going to be eaten, but Ejim's going to die at the same time. And that was just overly confident play out of the Swain.
It's just straight sloppy. You don't walk into 5 people. Soraka's silence has on multiple occasions actually ruined the Chiefs' day. AV, they're making the right picks. But I said lovingly gifted, and that's absolutely what it still remains to be. If Swiper's going to walk at you to all 5 people and just die for nothing, fair enough, man. That's your choice.
Yeah.
This is a very confusing game. Establish yourself an 8,000 gold lead, reduce it to 2, and then walk into them. I feel like he just thought he was tankier than he was, or thought AV were weaker than they currently are.
Or thought he had a Zhonya's. I don't know. A few questions to be asked here as Chenny continues to try and claw his way back. But that is over 100 CS the lead for Radiant currently. This red buff is going to be taken down. So
Chenny's
regardless,
starting to put in work.
he's still, yeah, exactly. He's utility in the end. Doing so well. Spook's not going to get speared as Swiffer comes over the top. Shelby in a whole host of trouble. There's the flash forward, but he's going to get healed up by Jake. Shelby's going to survive for now. Paradise was moving down.
Spook's using his flash for it, so they only trade flashes as the end result. Swiffer didn't have his available, as that's what they used in the middle lane. Also don't think Swiffer's going to have a death anytime soon on his scoreboard. Unless the rest of his team crumbles around him, as it's a GA.
Yep. Currently nursing at, what, 48, 52, something like that, depending on what it was before. Silly KDA.
Oh, he's KDA, right.
Yeah.
Numbers. I was a bit lost.
Just saying numbers, man. Yep, so 48 currently. So yeah,
Yes.
feeling good. We'll see whether he is actually going to die because, of course, a large reason why that first team fight that they lost wasn't available to them was because Swiffer wasn't there. Yeah, remember he's running that teleport as well, so the Chiefs are still looking aggressively for this 4-1 situation where they want Swiper group with the team and Swiffer flanking. Whilst it's a good idea in merit simply because they have the tank member of the team now standing in front of them, and somebody has to match that of the Maokai. Also mean that Swiffer's going to be late to the party. And if the party starts off in the wrong way, then it could be too little too late.
Yeah. Paradise now as well with lots of matches of this. That's Merc Treads and the Banshee's Veil and Spirit Visage completed, so going to be shrugging off the damage of Swiffer and Swiper. Spooks and Radier, however, will still be doing relevant damage to him, albeit slightly slower due to the Frozen Heart. And Void Staff is now done for Swiffer. There's a very big rise.
Everyone's getting big damage items. I think the only contrast is the AD carries, and the amount of CS between them, honestly, could actually be the big turning point. Yes, Triple has a lot of CS. He's ahead of the clock by like 30, which is amazing, right? Absolutely amazing. But a 5-0-1 Swift on the flip side kind of negates that advantage that the Azir has. But we look at the AD carries. That is unreasonable just because of the item spikes that he's now got for him.
Yeah, Radier just finishing the Infinity Edge, I believe you were referring to.
Indeed.
As that Execution is calling just to deal with the extra healing.
It's also just poor itemization for our item slots. Like, it's a necessity that Chenny gets the Executioner's calling. He's going to have to use the pink ward soon, maybe get a pickaxe from it, but if he goes with the crit cloak, then he has to wait 1,500 gold still. And yet to see it.
Oh, Arrow actually jumped into by Spooks, who gets eaten out of it. Radier. Oh my god, the damage from Triple as the Never Move comes down. Swiffer flashes into the backline. He's got, of course, that GA available, and he's doing so much AoE. The shutdown comes in. There's the Guardian Angel as Paradise now dealing with the rest of the Chiefs. The heal comes in. Chiefs still looking for it as Radier flashes into the wall, but he's still going to be okay. Lands fight.
My God,
he's not quite on
Triple.
it. That is amazing. Out of Triple as Swiper and Swiffer still doing the work. Shelby somehow
going
still
off.
alive. Jake, what is going on? He's still alive. Flashes over the wall, and Triple's still killing him.
This is such a delicate situation.
Oh, Shelby falls.
Triple has actually almost just gotten them every single kill in this fight. Swiffer put in work, but it was not enough. Looks like they are going to get out, though.
Oh, Swiffer teleporting back in. Jake is going to be able to... No, doesn't snare him up. That's just a star call, but does get the slow.
Breaks the home guards. That was the most important part of that star call. He keeps himself alive with the Q. Everything settles down once more.
That team fight was so close.
Triple is actually a god right now. And he is dismantling them.
Well, he's looking to try and do it again, as that's 2 Sand Soldiers, and that is 1 too many for Swiper to deal with.
Swiper overstays his welcome, naturally. I believe he was looking for the turret. We are going to see this one again. Thankfully, Tom Kench exists, or that would have been the end of Ejim. As well as Radier losing his health. If it wasn't for Swiffer, man, this whole team fight was bust because Chenny just died. On the back of this, we're looking at Paradise, who is a super tank, and Triple, whose positioning was just hitting everybody the entire time. Look at the way that this works with the Lamb's Respite also. Pushes them off it and stays in it himself. Triple is just killing them.
Yeah, doing it again here is actually Chenny's, going to fall down. Spooks grabs himself that one. Doesn't quite have the ultimate available one more time as Triple's going to make his way in. Swiffer over the top. Could block a spear, but Spooks is not going to get hit by it anyway. And now the rest of the team has discovered AB, and Shelby is going to jump on Ejim. He's in a whole host of trouble as now Radier. He has to get the hell out of there. Spell Shield comes down.
That's a big problem.
Bad news bears as the Sivir falls as well. Spooks headed back to base. Now it's only the solo laners in jungle that are remaining. And Chenny Boy, I mean, he's only level 14. He's up in another 10 seconds.
2 to 6 in turrets right now as well, and the gold lead stretches to a mere 3,000, a little bit less even. AV looking for this Baron. Swiffer's got a flank.
Swipe is in there as well. Never Move does catch Jake. He is Swiffer. Now singled out. Arrow hits Spooks. How? Okay. Never mind. Sapling flies over the top.
Let's work with it.
Oh, God. Okay, well, they...
Spooks is a magnet.
Off the Baron.
The gold lead shrinks a little bit less, and yes, the push up the Baron was important, but Swiffer and Swipe are still going to be big threats based off their champion picks alone. Once again, we're looking at Triple, 7-2. Chenny's got his Infinity Edge, so whilst he's behind us, not by too much anymore.
Yeah.
In fact, it's basically nothing. Raider has not had a good game.
No, and he's now looking to try and pick up
the QSS by the looks of things. Null Magic Mantle now sitting there. Will be good if he gets singled out by any of these arrows, as well as the Twisted Advance to the snare.
I think it's safe to say that this does not feel like the Chiefs that we're used to seeing either.
No.
This slow, controlled map movement is being absolutely thrown out the window. They keep getting caught out by AV time and again, so a lot of props to the Avant-Garde side. Finding themselves very close in this team v team combat that has been breaking out.
And you mentioned Triple. Now he has the 4 items that an Azir wants. Rabadon's Death Cap and Void Staff to augment the core of Nash's and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. He's so big. Triple is like, he's AV in their team fights, and he's just been playing so well.
You have to remember, he's got a Soraka and a Nidalee to back him up. They can pick one carry and they can keep that single carry alive to the ends of the earth.
Well, Swiper waiting 800 gold in order to pick up that Zhonya's Hourglass, which will be the next big item spike here that the Chiefs are looking for. That as well as the QSS.
Yeah, once the Zhonya's is there for Swiper, things will look a little bit better for them. The GA cooldown, I think, is the other big thing for Swiffer.
Yeah.
Once that GA is up, he can play far more aggressively. He's even ready to go now.
They're looking for a flank actually here as Radia. You get a ricochet over, doesn't do a whole lot, but Triple's got singled out. There's the Rune Prison, does use the Emperor's Divide, but he just explodes. The shutdown comes in. Wish not nearly enough now as Paradise. He's the next option. Chiefs just a death unit as they head towards the mid lane, and that's exactly the pick they wanted.
And they should just tank this one up potentially. That giant death ball. Ejim's going to have to be careful. He's not actually a tank.
Yep, eats the grey health, but you can see this inhibitor turret actually doesn't work when there's no minions around. They will kill it. They've lost a lot of their health bars. As there's the flash forward. Swiffer seems to have found Chenny Boy, but he's not going to kill him. Gets eaten by Ejim, who is so incredibly low. The heal comes out. Yeah, precisely. There's an actual flash.
Oh, what?
Woo! Okay, see you later, Chenny Boy. Radia cuts him down with a boomerang.
Chenny?
Where'd
he go? Chenny?
That was ridiculous. Shelby is through the base gate. He's going to be okay for now as the inhibitor falls down. Swiper walks through a spear. Weird things are happening.
That was a redemption kill, I will say, from Raider. Gives them an inhibitor. 2, and 8. Still doing okay. The walking R-key has finally found merit.
Oh, goodness.
And once again, the Chiefs still in the driver's seat. Swiffer yet to die, padding his stats. The Rise is big. The Rise is only big because a Sivir can speed it up as well when it comes to these team fights. And Triple needs to stay alive. He can't be caught out by himself anymore. It doesn't matter how close or far away he is from the Chiefs roster. He actually can't make these mistakes.
Radiator's going to continue asserting pressure on the enemy base. Decided to actually grab a Hex Drinker instead of that QSS, just relying on Ejim and his ability to eat him out of any problems. Mo Dinner, more problems.
Teleport.
Yeah.
Flank.
Swiffer looking for Chenny Boy. Oh my goodness. The Abyssal Voyage to come in as well. How many arrows does Chenny Boy have?
He has a lot.
Hopefully enough, as the Wolf's Bite is going to come in. He's trying to turn it onto Spooks, who will die without using the ultimate. Just did not respect that damage at all.
Raider suddenly has 100 health as well. Honestly, I'm just a little bit perplexed. Mechanically, the Chiefs are blundering. AV still end up trading in a situation where they absolutely should not have been trading.
Yeah.
But here we are. Baron control potentially still in their favor. No Elder Dragon to speak of. They've started this one up. AV.
There's a ward in the back of the pit. Also on there to the side is the Chiefs looking to try and get them out of here. But Shelby, yeah, he's got the smite. He's going to pick up the Baron as Paradise finds his way in. Radiant has a lot of his health back as now Swiffer right in amongst it. Swiper as well attacks the backline, uses the Zhonya's, gets all of his health back. What a dumb champion. As Paradise also able to do a lot of work tankily. Now gets the GA popped and Swiper is going to fall. Shelby gets caught as Swiffer is super legendary right now. Radiant now over the side. Paradise does have his flash actually. Radiant is able to take him down, and now Swift is just killing him one after the other. Double kill comes in. Arrow wandered casually to the left out of the way of. And Triple and Chenny Boy, the last ones remaining.
We've hit the 39-minute mark in this game, and it has legitimately just become Triple against Swiffer.
Yeah.
This whole game has got facilitators with Triple against Swiffer. One of them's 10-0, one is 7-3, and that is the direction that this game is currently going.
Just ridiculous.
He may not be a shot caller, but he's definitely a captain.
Oh my god, the damage out of Triple is despicable.
Yeah, they won't be able to break any more than this unless someone makes a mistake. Triple should be able to hold the fort.
Yeah, we do have a huge wave of minions towards the top side of the map though, so Chiefs may want to go back, reset their waves, get things working out.
Big difference between these AD carries still. You can see how much of an impact Raider's having in these fights.
Yeah.
Only the Executioner's calling there for Chenny compared to a full, completed Last Whisper upgrade on Raider. Those farm values, man.
Yeah. It's just a little bit ridiculous. Swiper now looking for what could possibly be that Void Staff as his final item.
It's elixir o'clock for most players on this game that have their items as well.
Look at Shelby at the same time. Death Cap now done as well as the Void Staff. This guy's big.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And I feel like most of it's going to be increased healing that he can do. Keep the rest of his team alive because that's the cycle that it generally takes.
Oh, Arrow is going to fly through. Spooks avoids it this time.
He does it.
Yeah, Triple easily takes that blue buff.
Whoa!
Yeah, there's the Emperor's Divide actually. His Swiper is going to get locked out, but Paradise just going to be wandering in here. He wants to actually start this fight off as the Sun Turret is going to commit suicide. You can see Radiant very, very low. The Zhonya's comes in. Shelby's going to die as Swiffer picks it up, and Paradise may actually be out of health now. The Lambs Spike comes in.
Swiffer.
Chiefs are going to get the heal as Swiffer right in there. And Ejim is going to save him. Does have the Guardian Angel still, of course, and that is none dead on the side of the Chiefs as Paradise and Shelby are gone.
Like, still has full health. Like, the Azir still has full health. He is the power point of this team. And because of the choke point that they fought in, Raider did nothing but watch and hit a Maokai whilst Triple zoned him off with those Sand Soldiers. If they're going to turn this one back around, they need to make sure that Azir dies.
Oh, he's going to take an inner turret for himself, actually just by himself against two people that just did not want to go near that guy. Big minion wave towards the top side as Spook starts off this Elder Dragon.
The health bars are lacking, honestly, on the side of the Chiefs. There is no Lamb's Respite.
Oh, Swiffer! He just jumps in and tries to explode Shelby, but he's not going to be able to.
Because Triple exists. Like,
Yeah,
kill the
Ejim.
Azir.
Swiffer, Zonya's out. Oh my goodness, the double kill comes down and Triple's able to make it happen. This is why they first picked the Azir.
We are 42 minutes in now. Not a whole lot of time has progressed, but suddenly, while we were talking about the battle of the mid laners, one is starting to outscale the other with damage. When it comes to these team fights, Triple, he's got a Soraka and a Nidalee to back him up. Chenny Boy's secretly doing a lot of damage on the sidelines because he can hit the back lines, whereas, honestly, Raider has not done a thing.
Just completely zoned out of the way. Has 6 items on this Sivir.
Yeah, but if you don't hit anybody, you can't use them.
Also, none of them are lifesteal until he's super low. Of course, he has Warlord's Bloodlust, but he can just never find a way back into a team fight afterwards.
I just don't know what he should be swapping out for it.
Yeah, no, neither do I, really.
You go Bloodthirster perhaps instead of your Magic Resistance item, or you go for the Mercurials, but that doesn't block the raw damage that Triple's doing to you. I just don't think there's an answer right now. Thankfully, for the Chiefs, there's only one Drake that was taken by AV that augments their Elder Dragon strength.
Still will have all of that on-hit damage.
But wait, like, the story of this game is honestly just that the Chiefs had the lead, then they threw the lead.
Yeah.
Now AV is starting to scale.
AV managed a brilliant team fight. That turret just got obliterated.
Impressive performance so far from the comeback.
Ready, clearing out jungle. Did push up that wave towards the open inhibitor. You can see those turret numbers are actually evaporating.
The gold basically a non-factor
Yeah.
from here on out. Most of the carries finish builds, tanks pretty much there as well. The one major contrast point to me is that Paradise is a dedicated full tank. He has all tank items. Swiper finds his middle ground hybrid tank. Same thing with Swiffer. So together they make a single tank. But because Swiffer's flanking, someone has to kill the backline. Someone has to get onto the Soraka.
Yeah.
Swiper can't. And as a 3-man unit, Ejim's only saving people. He's not an Alistar to press R and be a tank. He's keeping Raider or Spooks alive. And because of that Ash Arrow, he's using his Devour early. which means damage could go missing. The 3-man unit that they're running here on the side of Chiefs is not very strong.
Well, one thing they can be happy about is the fact that Triple isn't going to get any stronger.
And the only reason I say it's not strong is because the 3-man of AV is able to actually help the rest of their team. They're not looking for flanks. They just want to stand as a 5-man unit. Nidalee heal Soraka, Soraka heal the rest.
They've just got so much anti-pick as well. I mean, if they are together, it's so hard to kill Chenny Boy because you've got Astral Blessing there. You've got Primal Surge out of Chelby.
I mean, that's what the Chiefs are meant to be as well. With
Yeah.
their team composition. Because of the damage, not the pick, that the Azir has, it's making up for it. It's actually besting it.
Well, right now, Swiper just desperately trying to get enough money to pick up his Void Staff. See whether he's actually where he's going to go in order to grab that, but he needs to start heading back, grab some home guard, and look for what could be a final fight here around this Baron. It is respawning now. It will be the third one that AV have been able to pick up.
Look at Raider.
Yeah.
He's just going straight down the middle lane. The teleport's going to have to be there from Paradise. He has to recall, not teleport. Raider doesn't have to be too careful because he can ult and walk down the bottom lane. He should be able to get out.
Oh, there it is. First inhibitor does fall down.
Oh, don't run that. What are you doing?
Oh my god. Ejim is going to be able to eat him. Runs very, very quickly as the ult comes out.
Just walk down. Instead of losing all of your health. Watch how AV now react to this. Raider can't stay. He doesn't have lifesteal. If he stays, he's going to stay low, and AV can force the Baron. Once again, I don't want to criticize our best AD carry in the region too hard, but he's throwing a game.
Well, at the moment, just hanging around the mid lane, waiting for something to come back in here as Chiefs well aware of the fact that this Baron has started up. Jakey has all of the health he would like in order to get that one. Oh my god,
wow,
it's stolen by Spooks! Does have the ultimate in the back of the pit here as Ejim is going to flash over, wants to eat him! Isn't going to be
As
able
the
to,
GA
but the
though.
GA is, of course, there.
No, they can't help him.
Yeah, no, Spooks is going to die, but he has managed to pick up that Baron buff. You can see Radier, he's just farming in the mid lane, looking to now transition towards the bottom side. This guy's got so much farm. That is 160 CS in the lead of his opponent, but dude, there's nowhere to put items.
But Raider can't hit champion, so he's trying to win the map. That's why his farm's going to continue to increase. I admire the decision from him. He just needs to work on that execution. Spooks is actually just a hero. That could have been a game-ending Baron if Avant were to get that. The smite is super clutch. The Chiefs now with that Baron buff could be able to start working the map, push top and bottom at the same time, and actually make life hard for AV mid. Yeah, that's right.
Radier doing a lot of damage to
Paradise can't do
himself,
this.
actually. Yeah, that's tanking up Baron minions. You don't want to do that as Swiffer is going to be able to get down the Rune Prison. Radier just focusing on the turret. He's going to be able to get it here as he turns onto Paradise. Paradise going to fall down to his GA as the On The Hunt has been popped. Spear flashed out of the way of Swiper, looking for Jake. Never move. He's going to lock down the Soraka.
Triple's
Immediate
in.
explosion of the Nidalee as Triple. Now tanking up Birds. Ejim going to eat up the Swain as Swiffer wants to take down Paradise. Does so. Triple, never move. Flashes out of the way as now Swiper, exhausted, will die to the Sand Soldiers. As Swiffer has one thing that he wants to do, and it's kill Chenny Boy over and over again. And he's going to run after him.
He's going to have a hard time doing it. Spooks isn't going to be there, so Swiffer doesn't get the kill. Triple is still a god. That has not changed in the past couple of minutes. Gets a massive team fight to even the odds out. And with a Baron buff, Chiefs, they still lose 2 inhibitors as an end result. Raider, of course, as we said, PvEing, making sure that he can get the inhibs and control of the map. Doesn't mean the Chiefs will get the game from it. Thwarted.
Thankfully, he also sold his boots and picked up a Trinity Force. Which is what real good players do.
He needed it. He already had a Phantom Dancer, right? And a Bloodthirster actually just picked up.
Oh, actually, I like this better.
Yeah.
What's
He
the
needed that
extra shielding?
lifesteal. He needed the overshield again.
Oh.
More of Malmortius. He just, you know what? Make your mind up, man.
I actually kind of like this one even more. You know, Magic Resist, good idea. Lifesteal, good idea. QSS, good idea.
The lack of move speed.
Lack of move speed, bad idea.
But he can use his R-Key.
Arcade,
That's the
Phantom
secret.
Dancer, good idea.
Thanks, Max.
I'm sort of, you know, this game has gotten to the point where it's just a little bit crazy. My brain stopped working. But as it stands, we have 2 inhibitors down. Chiefs have been able to grab those. They've got an extra 2 dragons, which are the super fast movie speed ones, which is good news. Baron is going to be useful in trying to break this last remaining inhibitor, and AV need another team fight.
It's just interesting that we got to this point in the game.
Yeah.
Like, we somehow made it to 15 minutes when at 20 minutes in the game, the Chiefs were like 6K up.
Yeah, their early game was phenomenally good.
The kind of thing you just don't expect to save.
And their team comp is repugnant. Like, it's revolting as Triple. He's got so much wave clear.
Chenny has to kill that cannon. Good luck, sir.
Oh, no. It's a disaster. Who would have thought the banner of command is what's going to be the undoing of Avant. Oh, don't go anywhere near those Sand Soldiers, guys. Okay, they do manage to get the banner of command minion as Radier.
He does have life still finally now.
Oh my god, that crit did half of Chenny Boy's health.
yeah. Silver.
My
Definitely
God.
a thing in League of Legends. Once again, the Chiefs don't really need to go anywhere else. Paradise and AV are lucky that he has his teleport, so he's able to push out that bottom lane far enough as well that he can deal with it. But with the minions crashing, the Chiefs might actually have an opportunity presented to them. Then again, inhibitors are spawning soon, as per that announcer.
Making their way back up. The Beyblades keep flying around AV. But minion waves just getting dealt with so easily by Triple.
They still can't pull the trigger here on the side of the Chiefs.
Well, now Swiper actually moving forward. Does have his GA actually, as Never Move not going to be found. He can't get to it. Yeah, inhibitor going to go down. Swiffer, he's going to grab that. Now he's just going to move down towards the bottom side, looking for the flanking play here as AV deciding not to turn on this one. These crits are pretty stupid.
Yeah, well,
out of
that's
Radiant.
all the Chiefs want to do. The turret's being chipped away. With every wave that crashes, they get a little bit closer. Swiffer's now turned up the heat. It's bottom lane.
Yeah, well, there's the arrow. Swiffer actually is going to fall down very low. The Guardian Angel is, of course, still there, as it hasn't even been popped yet. That's ridiculous!
Swiffer.
Takes down Shelby, 1 versus 2, as now he's fighting Paradise. Not a lot of kill pressure out of the Maokai, though, as Swiffer still has GA, remember, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no, Paradise needs to leave.
Yeah, got no mana at all, as Swiper does have the Zhonya's. Chenny Boy still at full health, though. He's a big deal, as there's the Never Move. The Zhonya's Hourglass, the Guardian Angel is going to go down. As now Chenny still trying to hold them off. That's 3 inhibitors dead, though. And Swiffer is, of course, still alive.
So the base of AV is broken. Doesn't look like they're going to get anything from it here, though, AV. They've got the Elder Dragon that they could maybe look towards, but no jungler with a smite. So really, they're now completely on the back foot. Ash
Arrow?
just arrowed. Spell shielded, so never mind. We're going to see naturally what happened on the top side of this map again. Triple was forced out early, so you can see that came down to primarily Swiper's damage.
That exhaust as well out of Triple saved his life.
Yeah, whilst he's a hybrid damage dealing tank, that's what separates the Swains from the Maokais, who are off fighting a Rise that got a 1v2 kill. The kind of mistakes that, with that Ash arrow being used on him, he needed to burst and then leave, honestly, Chelby. But he slowed his burst down to try and maximize the combo. That Spell Flux through a whole minion wave does a lot of damage.
Real silly. Missile Voyage is going to get E-Gem here. Ready, going to be delivered. So Elder Drake is going to go to the Chiefs. 30 seconds now on the Baron. We'll see whether they move over there, try and start a fight with their new battle stats that they have picked up. They'll be running pretty dang quick towards it if they decide to get there.
I like this lane assignment, though, from the Chiefs above all else. They should stay as the 3-man now they've got the Elder, because these two, as Bruiser AP mages, can kill everybody. There's a 14-1 Rise with an Elder Dragon buff running around the Rift. And we're not even foregoing the fact that Swain is a champion in League of Legends.
Yeah.
This guy's a monster. Does not compare to the Rise.
Real silly. Actually decided not to go for the Void stuff, of course. GA there. Of course, now it is down. Never Move. Not going to spot anyone out as Swiper is going to get arrowed. He's going to get eaten now as well. Lancer Slide already down. That is massive, actually, as Swiper turns into a bird once more. Paradise just getting eaten alive as Triple. So big in the backline. Chenny grabs one. It is going to be the Swain picking up the kill under the Ash. That is a big deal. As Never Move not going to find anything, and Swiper survives. Swiffer jumps forward but doesn't get anything. I got way too excited.
Triple
Now Ready flashes forward. What the hell? Triple is going to fall. That actually could be the game-winning play as Teleport's coming in now. Spooks jumps forward. Shelby, the Zhonya's to seal his fate, and the Chiefs finally find the winning team fight, and the Nexus will fall. But my God, that was nail-biting.
They mounted a defiant backlash, honestly, on the side of AV. And they held the fort for 55 odd minutes. The end result still being a victory on the board for the Chiefs. Talk about cutting it close.
Damn,
That
right.
was not necessary to be that close. A lot of mistakes and a lot of capitalizations on the side of Avant. Bring it back closer to that even mark. Just came down to the execution. An Elder Dragon on a Rise and a Swain. Who'd have thought
Yeah.
they'd win a team fight?
That's exactly right. And their team comp was just so scary to look at on paper from the Chiefs. But massive shout-outs to the solo laners of Avant. Paradise played like an absolute beast in a role that we weren't necessarily expecting him to flourish on just because he is that phenomenal carry player. And then Triple. I mean, no words are required to describe what that guy did to players on the Rift. He was so scary on that Azir.
I think it's safe to say it was a battle of the mid laners at the end result, but the Chiefs got the win.
Damn right they did. But we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down what was an incredibly long game.
Yeah, it certainly was an action-packed. We kind of had the same thought that, you know, 2 mid laners entered Summoner's Rift and only Swiffer left, but Triple can definitely hold his head high because for a young AD carry, that was an impressive performance.
It was incredible, and like you said, it was pretty much a love story of 2 mid laners, Triple on the Emperor Shurima, and then Chiefs managed to get their hands on both Swain and Rise and Kindred all in the same draft phase. And it was effectively Chiefs had this game in cruise control for like the first 25 minutes and then drove it straight off a cliff.
All right, so talk to me about that, Tally, because you were saying that you thought of AV maybe playing into their hands. The way you play against Chiefs is, a little bit faster, a little bit more gank heavy, try and get into their head. Chiefs had control of that game. That was uncharacteristic to let it slip.
Yeah, that was extremely strange out of the Chiefs. They got the advantage. They got everything they wanted. They had losing lanes, but they won the early game somehow. And then suddenly it all just fell apart. And that's just uncharacteristic of the Chiefs.
And we were saying this in the green room. I mean, the Chiefs were fine to play that like initial early game super slow after the first blood goes down for Swiffer. And it's just like, it's fine. They're just sitting on 3-item power spikes. They're going to get their 3 items. They're going to walk to Dragon or walk to an objective and just blow everyone over. And that happened. And then they started getting picked out about 7 times in a row.
And it wasn't just the picks, it was also the team fighting. We're going to pull the first one up on your screen because the way this starts, Frosk, with Swiffer blowing up the AD carry, you think it would go in their favor.
This is the beautiful thing, and I think it's like the perfect example of this game because both mid laners are going to go off right now. Now, Swiffer is going to get into the back line, and he's going to zone off 4 people. This Rise is literally 1v4 right now, but Triple to the rescue with probably the coolest Azir play that I've ever seen. Here we go. He's going to go in, and then he's going to use his Emperor's Divide, and then he's going to flash on the other side of it, and he pushes them off the Kindred ultimate. And then here comes the flash as soon as Swiper goes back over the wall, and then just continues to tear them apart. Like,
yeah.
I watched the LPL. That is crazy good Azir play.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, the reaction to flashback over the wall, I mean, do the do-si-do with the Birdman, not allow him anywhere near you. It's hard to team fight against the Chiefs. They're normally a team that's set up very well, but Avant were able to do that, Telly. That's pretty impressive out of a young team.
Yeah, not Chelby.
Triple?
Yeah, Triple. There we go. Triple just went insane that game. I think that game was honestly just Swiffer versus Triple and his 4 Sand Soldiers.
But it was also just really poor target selection for the Chiefs. So if our greater point was the idea that Chiefs are normally really good at team fighting, this game in particular they weren't. It helped that Triple really stepped up. Cannot take anything away from him. He played amazing. But he would stand off to the side. So there's no way that the Sivir boomerangs are back hitting Azir, but there's also a point where the Chiefs just need to target priority selection, get on the Azir.
And the funny thing is they actually never really accomplished it. We're going to pull up the last replay of the game, and the other day I had the pleasure of speaking to Swiffer, and he said, you know what, this split, I'm going to make people fear me one more time. And Frost, I think this replay just shows how aggressive the mid laner wants to be.
Yeah, flashing forward multiple times. So Swiper actually does a really good job zoning them out with the Hourglass and into bird form, and he does quite a bit of damage. But then we're going to have really aggressive flashes from Swiffer right about here. It forces the flash out of Triple, and this is really important because Radier actually follows up on this and trades his life against Triple because he has to go in on Radier, and then that's when Triple gets picked up. And once the Golden Pigeon is down, that's when the Chiefs finally win. But I feel like 54 minutes into the game, we're like, Radier, I'm glad that you stepped up finally and did something, but it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, it was just weird, right? Because the Chiefs, they kind of look like they lost control of the game, but as any experienced team do, they slowly wore down Avant-Garde. But it's just impressive to see that Avant could go the complete distance. I mean, it took them so long, but at the end of the day, they do pick up game number 1, guys. So we're going to have game number 2 coming up just around this corner. Don't go anywhere because the Chiefs are taking on Avant-Garde at least one more time, and I feel like it's going to be a good one. Welcome back to the OPL. That is what they are playing for on your screen now. The OPL Legend title, and the Chiefs were able to pick up game number 1, but it went down to the line. However, guys, before we jump into breaking down game number 2 and what we expect to see, we want to remind you at home that we want you to send us a photo of how you're currently watching the OPL. Jump on Twitter, use that hashtag IamOPL, tweet at @lol_Oceania. There is a chance to win a lot of Red Bull on the line. Make sure that you can keep up to pace with all of these games. However, Tally, I want to come to you first. You know, you've been the distance against this Chiefs lineup. They are so hard to beat. What do you expect Chiefs to change going into the second game? Because they wouldn't have liked going 50 minutes against Vanguard.
I don't expect Chiefs to change anything. I think that they completely outdrafted AV. They got like the strongest champion in every role besides the support. And that I think their problem was more in the game and not like towards the draft.
And we didn't even really get to talk about how cool Chiefs draft was. It's kind of like this pseudo-tanky.
When the game goes like 52 minutes, I forget about champions for us.
I know, but
just
it's
go
just,
towards gameplay.
It was really cool, like having the Tom Kinch and the Kindred in tandem with like Swain and Rise. Like, and it's also cool that you have Sivir to try to speed them up because they have issues where they can't get on top of people. But it's like so many shields, Lamb's Respite, Tom Kinch's extra health and gobbling people up. You have Rise passive, and Swain's just caca.
And yeah, so there was heaps of cool things, right? Then you have Tom Kench to build a QSS, so you can't arrow the Sivir, otherwise he eats her. You can't arrow the Calm, otherwise he QSS and saves the spot on Radier.
No good arrow priority if Tom Kinch is standing near anyone.
All right, so with that in mind, how the hell did Avant stay in the game then? Do Avant just do the same thing? Look to team fight this Chiefs lineup? Do they play fast and dirty? What are your thoughts on this?
I want to see AV ban out Kindred in Italy and put Shelby onto a tank jungler so Paradise is able to play the carry.
Okay, so what carry would you like? Fiora? Is he going to that's Riven? Is that coming out?
I think Chiefs will drop the Fiora ban again, and it probably will pull out the Fizz or Echo.
All right, cool. We'll see whether that happens. Frost, what are your thoughts? Do you think that AV can change up anything there?
No, I actually think that AV played it relatively well. I think it was more so like the Chiefs actually collapsing that kind of drew this game up, but I am very impressed with individual performers from AV. But this is what we expected, that they are actually kind of an elite team in the OPL.
All right, so one side of AV that I do want to take a close look at that then is the bottom lane. We saw that they went towards utility on Chenny. I know he's a big Vayne player in solo queue, has put it out once in the OPL. He did fall into a 100 CS hole, though. I feel like it's not going to be every game that you get away with falling down that far in the bottom lane, and this is an area that Chiefs should look to exploit.
No, I don't think the bottom... I've said this repeatedly. I don't think the bottom lane really matters at all in terms of like your win conditions. We saw it last game. It was all about the mid laners. Take utility on your AD carries. If you're Ashe and your only job is to hit an arrow, it doesn't necessarily matter what CS hole is when you have like all these crazy carry top laners and all these crazy carry junglers and mid laners.
So you say that, but it was actually Radier that got triple in the end. So surely
it was,
they do something.
It was though because Swiffer burned his flash though.
AD carries everywhere. Like I can just see King at home so furious. Radier sitting behind his keyboard.
I'm an AD carry main. Like I feel your pain, but right now it's just not a good place for us.
Do you agree? Do you really think that it is so much solo lane focus at the moment? Are you just sitting at home loving your time in League of Legends?
I feel like bot lane has the least amount of impact on the game right now, and like you can go 10-0 and still lose the game.
All right, so that will be interesting to see that as we are trying to get the players onto Summoner's Rift quickly, guys. Going into this game then, we just saw Avant go down to the wire with the Chiefs. Was this unexpected? Do you think Chiefs will still close this out 2-0? Will it be the same, similar, close style of game?
If the Chiefs can keep their mentality and just reset, they had control for the majority of that game, although it was a long game. So I expect that it's actually going to be much cleaner. I would love to see a lane swap actually come out of the Chiefs. So that's what I actually expect. I think that this game's going to go way faster.
And what do you think, Tally? You think it's going to be a quicker game from the Chiefs, just trying to clean up what they do around the map?
I completely agree with Frost. I think that the Chiefs will go for a lane swap and just win purely on macro.
So kind of what they pulled off against Tain and Mind, when they, lost out on the bottom half of the map, but were able to pull it back together. So, guys, do want to remind you that we are moving towards... Oh, God, why do I have to do this one more time? We are moving towards the OPL final, so it is going to be tickets on sale August 13 in Brisbane, Queensland. Remember, if you can't get along to Queensland for whatever reason, our good friends at Hoyts have you covered. Tickets are now on sale also for that event. Grab your mates, jump down to your local Hoyt cinema and get into the OPL final action. However, guys, I'm going to leave the desk right now, so I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Atlas and Rusty to take us onto Summoner's Rift.
I really want to get me some tickets, man. Oh, fantastic stuff. Make sure you are going to that website, though. Make sure you're legitimizing Spawn's job, because I don't think he likes it all
He won't
that much.
actually stop until you do.
Yeah, exactly right.
just a
And look,
fact.
he'll just die a little bit more each time. But we do have a massive game number 2 about to arrive on Summoner's Rift. The Chiefs Probably going to look to speeden things up just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speeding. I just want
Yeah, they are. They're going to try and speed the pace up. I think that's safe to say. But the question is how they're going to try and speed that pace of the game up. Looking at game number 1, they maybe just don't want to have the standard lanes and run the risk of getting triple fed again. You can also have an isolated lane if you lane swap and actually do what the desk suggested. And that's something that I say they should look towards. Play exactly how they did against Tainted Minds in that second game that was referenced towards also.
Yeah.
I'm just completely with the desk on this. They looked like they struggled when it hit mid-game. They were 8k gold ahead, and it was somehow brought back to 2k. This time around, close it out.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can, as we are in the champion select. Fiora once again going to take a spot on the bench. Rise is going to be banned, thank goodness. Now the Chiefs with the ball in their court. Azir taken off the board, so that is good news for any Chiefs fans, because Triple was so good.
There will be slight adaptations to be seen then from both of these teams. The question is, Vladimir, always on the table. Swain, still going to be present. And once again, the Chiefs with that first pick choice. What do they look towards?
Well, Bard and Lucian are now going to be taken off, so Swain, Kindred, Nidalee, Vladimir, dumb champions are going to be left available. We'll see what decisions are going to be made here, because, of course, Avant get 2 of the power picks.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the choice is in their hands as to which ones they get, and if they give any more back to the Chiefs as a response. Vladimir, I'd probably ban Swain, personally. I didn't think the AD carry of the Chiefs did a whole lot.
Well, Sivir is actually going to be taken off the board. Chiefs might look to prioritize the Ezreal in that case, but we'll see what they decide to do, because Swain they snapped up very quickly last time.
I think the Chiefs are also capable of playing the Ashe, so in terms of AD carries, I don't think it's a preference for the Chiefs to actually go for that. Very deep pockets in that AD carry role. Chenny's the one that has a questionable champion pool.
Good point.
Usually defaults to something like the Vayne, but has shown that he can play Ashe now, which is handy. Definitely going to be useful. Jungle, I wouldn't say is a big option on priority. Perhaps the Nidalee caused enough issues. This is also the other remaining AD.
Yeah, so just going to prioritize that one. Of course, you've been very vocal, Rusty, saying that, you know, the Ezreal, the Lucian, the top tier most definitely, but AV can now snap away the Swain. They can snap away the Vladimir. They can get a Kindred. They can get all sorts of things. There is an actual bevy of champions available to them.
I'm curious to see which ones they go towards, and perhaps even just the Rek'Sai above all of those as a jungle choice. I do like what Tally mentioned on the desk and motion towards AV being able of doing. Get a tank in that jungle role, and perhaps put Paradise onto a carry. We know that Jake is a Braum player, very big advocate of the champion. They might want that one themselves.
Well, Echo is currently being considered here from Paradise. Shelby as well, hopping over to the Kindred. Lots of survivability.
I mean, it's the most likely outcome is this part of the draft. Karma also one of the other standout supports that does what Sivir does for a team, and that move speed is not going to be available to them just yet.
Well, Spooks and Swiffer now to make their choices. I mean, Vladimir, Swain.
This is also the kind of game where if the Chiefs are going to play the map, they could just go for the Nidalee Soraka.
Yeah?
Just do it themselves. Try and best AV at the game that they played in game number 1.
Still having a think about this one. Will definitely define what they're going to be doing this game with the next couple of picks.
You know the gross thing about that?
What?
If they were to lock in Nidalee and Soraka, you could see Vladimir Swain for last draft.
Oh.
Still yet to be seen, though.
Oh.
Use your words, man.
I can't, man. I don't have words for that I can use on broadcast. It's ridiculous. Well, Swiffer actually looking at the victor here. Was actually banned away, of course. Another champion that Triple is very, very good at. So wanting to make sure that he has to dig pretty deep. But, oh man, I still think it's so dangerous to pick something that isn't called Vladimir when it's available.
Yeah, and I guess we'll triple default to like a Zed, perhaps, as an option. I know that he's a quite competent Zed player.
Oh yeah.
Still good on those control mages. He had a fantastic Victor performance himself, which is why Swiffer would be looking towards that. Strong champion in its own right. Swiffer's good on the champion, but you don't want to give it to Triple. Especially how game 1 went. I would say Triple kind of a big deal.
Yeah, most certainly. But AV making sure that they're having a good think about this one. And we'll see what they actually decide to save until last pick as well, whether it will be Triple's picker.
the mustache lane.
Mustache, yeah. I like it. Shiny Boy is looking at it. The triple. That's going to be Nami, so the fish ash.
Doesn't like this
no,
name.
that was
No,
terrible.
at all.
Namash? Ashy.
Sashi?
Sushi!
That's what I was.
Yeah, that'll work. Let's just go with the sushi.
It doesn't.
lane.
Yeah, sushi. You know what? Ash doesn't exist in that lane.
Close enough. As the Chiefs now to round out their draft. The Nami, though. I mean, we did see this at MSI. You know, did get some
I
work
think
done.
the
in the hands
Nami's
of Wolf.
fine, but I was just looking at Braum because it's the Victor. Like, you can block the laser, I believe. You've also got the Ezreal ultimate, the Nidalee spears.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the rest of that team composition is going to be. The Braum had merit, but they want sustain. Above all else, they had Soraka in that game, number 1, Nami in number 2.
Oh, they're setting up a Yasuo comp.
Not exactly, but they
The
might be
way.
setting up a keep triple alive type of team composition. Remember Swain, Vladimir, potentially Gangplank, Lissandra also there. Triple has played that.
Well, it's going to be the Trundle and the Braum being considered right now, locked in now for the Chiefs. So that's going to be their team comp. Very, very strong on paper. Not seeing the Swain, though. Not seeing the Vladimir. Both of these picks falling all the way through the draft. Oh, yeah, there's the coveted Pantheon pick.
Yeah, the question's on Triple, I suppose, and what he wants to play.
Yeah, unless they want to put an Echo into the mid lane and really shake things up.
You know what? I have harped on about this a lot. Vladimir's picked into Victor most of the time.
Yeah.
Victor's picked into Vladimir most of the time. Why are we not just lock it in?
Oh, Cannon, much better choice. Well, Jake's obviously just cycling through some things as AV are trying to make their minds up. It's all about augmenting the comp. AV have shown that they're fantastic in that team fight situation. Of course, Paradise and Triple, both of them playing out of their minds. When they can get into that control situation, there's a little bit more of a poked style comp being looked at right now as the last minute switch, and Triple is going to head onto the Twisted Fate, trying to play the Chiefs at their own game, moving around the map.
Yeah, and it's very similar to what we saw in our first series as well between Direwolves and Hellions. Bomb actually pulling that one out.
Yeah.
Trying to pull them around, draw them into situations they may not want to be in, look for some proactive movement. And Triple playing that Twisted Fate. Very capable of doing so. Chenny Boy with the Ash able to actually set up picks as well. You get the Hail Marys through the middle lane into the top lane even. And that Ash lane assignment's actually pretty cool from the side of AV. I think as far as drafts go again, reasonably well rounded.
Yeah.
Maybe lacking a bit of a tank. Paradise should make up for that.
Going to be pretty tanky on the Echo. Of course, Chelby going to help out as well. Lamps of Spite keeping people alive will be good. Added sustain there from Jake.
Yeah, just like it's going to be pretty hard to kill the side of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
It's considered a cleanse, also the standard able to go for. Summon a spell for Swiffer in that middle lane on the Victor.
Not to mention the fact that Swiper, once again, is going to be on the Trundle, and this is a pick that he has made work fantastically well. I believe in the last series that the Chiefs played, it was the big Swips Trundle that really managed to get a foothold into the game, take the thing over. It was against Taden Mines, of course, when they were having trouble towards the bottom side. But ladies and gentlemen, hop onto Twitter. Use that hashtag CHFWin if you think this is going to be a 2-0 for our legends at the moment, or use that hashtag AVWin if you want to go to a game number 3. See whether they can stretch this one out. They have an interesting comp, lots of ability to move around the map. We'll see whether they can actually action that against the Chiefs, who, look, as the Des mentioned, could be potentially going for something like a lane swap to shake things up.
Absolutely right. That's a big question. But AV, before we even get into this game, have shown that they have what it takes to at least run with the Chiefs in the middle and late stages of the game. Would not be surprised to see them take this all the way to the third.
Well, we are under Summoner's Rift. Blue side going to be occupied now by the Chiefs, as they're in a 5-man unit looking to start things off. They do have a Braum. I mean, that's level 1 power as Chelby already moving in here. He's going to spot all of the Chiefs out as Spooks pounces forward. They don't manage to take down that ward as now Paradise going to head back towards his turret. This is the lane swap vision coming into effect.
Yeah, forced lane swap vision. They just walk in as a 5-man unit. Definitely no way to stop that one. You can see the immediate response, however, from the side of AV on the bottom side. The question is, do they want the lane swap? Do they want to prevent the lane swap? Remembering that it's a Twisted Fate composition. And one of my favorite perks of being a Twisted Fate in a lane swap is that the turrets are broken. If anyone overextends, they can't hide beneath that turret anymore. you can definitely exploit them.
Well, you can see now the Chiefs actually moving up the mid lane.
They're both basically doing a similar thing. AV are the ones putting the lane swap into effect, though, and based off where the Echo was running, the Chiefs have actually deduced that fact. And they don't want the standard lanes. They absolutely want the lane swap.
Yeah, heading down there straight away. So Chiefs, despite the fact that there is going to be that Twisted Fate, does like the open map, deciding instead that they want to try and get AV to execute on that lane swap, and we'll see whether they can.
Yeah, so AV are technically the ones to put this into effect, but it was prompted further by the Chiefs. Known for their ability to macro play, move around the map, one of the two smart teams as coined by Fosco.
Hey Jim, actually taking a lot of damage back here from Paradise and Shelby.
When you walk next to two of them, probably going to hurt.
Just wants to make his presence known as he's going to come behind Triple. Still only level 1 for the Twisted Fate as the door is going to miss. By door I of course mean chair.
The Q.
That Victor skin, Swiffer, really? What a hipster.
I like that one.
Yeah, but it's the one no one uses because the splash art looks weird.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool in game because it's red.
Yeah, no,
You take it.
and you don't get to see it very often, you know?
You're in game more than you're out of game.
Yeah, you know, theoretically, you shouldn't be in the loading screen all that long. It's AV stacking this wave quite nicely. Chiefs already made it onto the turret there, though. You can see I'm actually going to lose out on their minion wave as the new one is going to arrive relatively quickly. Radio, of course, level 2 will have the Essence Flux available.
Yeah, and remembering how good that Essence Flux actually is for taking down these turrets. Swiper and Aegim a bit of bonus attack. I think he uses the damn spell.
Maybe he took Archangel.
He's level 3.
He didn't even level it.
I don't know what's up with that.
Oh my goodness!
Disappointment right now.
Most certainly. As Spook's going to come in, Primal Surge is going to be the Essence Flux that they need as everyone takes the gold. Interesting. Not trying to give Swiper anymore as they know that they're ahead. We'll just try and use tempo.
Yeah, pushing as fast as they can. They won't be able to defend the top lane, but they're already in the process of recalling. Raider actually changes his mind. Honestly, just a confusing human being.
Yeah.
At the moment, we'll get his tier, I'd imagine, which is why he stayed.
Now I'm going to be heading back. So you're right. Does pick up the tier. It's a good news story. We'll be able to start stacking that one already. Heading towards the top side now. It's Triple and Swiffer. Been going at it. Swiffer, though, doing very well in the farm situation.
And health, even between the two of them.
Yeah.
You would say Swiffer, for all intensive purposes, is winning their lane. He's managed to even sustain a freeze between them. Not bad. It is a victor into a Twisted Fate after all. You would not say the Twisted Fate has the best time. More of just a wave clear mid lane.
Yeah, and I actually really like this from Swiffer, trying to hold the wave on his side, avoiding the potential cheesy play, launch into the mid lane from the top side.
Yeah, he was hugging the Nidalee side of the map as well. And where Spooks was wave clearing is where he was hugging. Which again, little details actually could keep him alive if there were things that were actually going to go bad. Good habits save bad situations.
Well, right now, Triple bought himself some boots. Another Doran's ring.
Not a bad push though from Swiper to kind of slow them down. The cannon missing a lot of its health. Quite an annoyance, honestly. There's the flip side of the map. It might crash a little bit slower from the side of the Chiefs, but depending on how they've controlled that minion wave, could be a better stack of minions.
Well, Chenny, Jake, and Paradise just smacking down on this one. Already lost about a third of its health here towards the bottom side of the map. They're going to tank up these minions, make sure that the rest of their minions are doing the right thing and killing a turret. But now an Essence Flux exists on this dang map. And the Chiefs are going to do their bit, taking down this turret as well. So both outers are going to fall. We're going to have a very open time on Summoner's Rift on the side lanes. As Paradise, once again, the sole benefactor of this little situation, but Swiper making up for it nicely with that extra bit of CS.
Yeah, Navy getting very quickly around with the rotation to the Drake. Should get that for themselves. Doesn't look like the Rift Herald is an option to take, because it hasn't even spawned yet, so decent map movements from AV. Seems like they're keeping up with the lane swap. We'll see how this one actually progresses, because the Chiefs didn't get the turret. Swiper didn't get enough health back. Paradise teleported. He'd push him away.
And he's going to.
Good luck, Swiper. He's actually not going to get the turret now. Like, if he overstays, he'll die.
Well, Pillar is going to go down.
That's a big mistake from the Chiefs. I'm sure it'll fall eventually, like a bit of pressure from Spooks and like a stiff breeze would knock it over. But that's gold that's now missing that Avan have.
And a big amount of gold in the pocket of Paradise. And Swipe is going to be teleporting possibly back into this lane. And he's not going to, well, not teleport, but going back into the lane. And he can't go toe-to-toe without that added global gold, which would have gone entirely to him.
The cool thing is, of course, that the teleport is still there for Swiper. Spooks decided to throw a spear backwards.
Yep. Ooh, Jake actually is going to land the bubble. A couple of auto attacks for a stun, but not going to be able to find it. Shelby hanging around the bottom side of the map. Ezreal well and truly out in the open as Triple. He's got the Destiny available. We talk about this every time we see a Twisted Fate. Will they make that Destiny work?
They should. Just not yet. There's nothing to actually go towards. Ezreal's going to be well overextended if he stayed there. Smartly backs off. Ejim as well, fighting a level 6 Shelby. Not ideal.
Oh, there's the exhaust actually. The stun comes through. Shelby does have the ultimate.
Easily.
Yep, Radiant. Just going to die. First blood goes to Triple. And AV just, honestly, step ahead.
I feel like I just expect more from the Chiefs. That's the kind of play that is sloppy and should never exist from. They just tried to fight a level 6 Kindred with a Twisted Fate in the middle lane. Thought they could get away with it?
Well, they certainly didn't.
I don't know, that, like, again, it was still... I feel like I'm harping on the negatives of the Chiefs, and AV is still doing well. They still put themselves up quite effectively. They get a turret advantage. The tempo is in their favor. They have absolute control of Summoner's Rift.
Oh god, Boots as well taking a lot of damage. Ejim's going to face check once again. Shelby and Jake hanging around here. The flash is available, going to be used as the door comes down, but Shelby picks up the kill. Radier is going to be able to get the stun as Chenny Boy is down here. Level 6 as well has been hit. So Radier can't move away from that turret. But Shelby's just dominating this map right now.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Spooks a level behind, still keeping up in farm. However, Raider not in the best position. Now the Triple has disappeared. Of course, he's in base, but now that he's disappeared, he has his ultimate. I have to respect. They are still farming well here on the side of the Chiefs. They're behind in gold by a fair bit. But it's not a game-changing deficit just yet.
Currently to the tune of about 2,000 as Raiders just going to clear out these minions towards the bottom side, continue to extend his lead, which was dissipating prior. Six now going to be hit by Paradise, so he's going to be much safer here against Swipe, who was lurking in the brush. Swift going to grab himself a blue buff.
And this is another one of those points in the game where we have to look at the Chiefs and say that they're banking on Swift for carrying.
Yeah.
Yes, the Ezreal will still be very much relevant. Actually has a bit more farm than that of the Ashe still. Chenny's been definitely on struggle street in that respect. But AV are playing the map at the moment. A little bit better than the Chiefs are.
And look, it's only going to continue to get more difficult for our OPL Legends because Triple, I mean, he's on the Twisted Fate. This is a champion that really wants to be playing the map. And he's yet to use that Destiny. It's still available.
He doesn't need to use it. There's 3 of them posturing around the middle lane / enemy blue buff from the Chiefs, so if he were to look towards the Ezreal, it'd be a mistake. He's not doing too well in his own lane. He's kind of stuck on wave clear duty. But Triple's doing what's necessary. He's absolutely, just by sitting here, he's doing his job. He's keeping up in farm. He's going to be a potent mid-game option for AV. Paradise and Triple working in tandem on opposite sides of the map. They can put the Ashe into the middle lane. Always going to be very handy in a proactive measure for the team.
You can see pings going down. AV aware of where the Chiefs are for the moment. Swiffer keeping Triple in the mid lane. Swiper making his way back to the top.
The Victor changes. The fact that he can wave clear an entire lane at level 7 is what makes him the silliest. That's the thing that they changed on Ziggs, so that you couldn't one-bomb the back line, because it's silly. Now Victor can just do that anyway. They like nerfed it, so he couldn't. Now he can. Get it.
True. Swiffer does have 2 upgrades in his Hex Core though. Swiper is going to get stunned. Paradise is going to proc him. There's the... Subjugate. It's going to come out. Swiper is going to survive. Big ult now on cooldown, and Swiper can't fight this Echo anymore.
No. Big minion stack, slight CS edge as well on the Echo, and just generally items, because Swiper has a lot of swords. Yep, the Fire is currently winning. Doing well here, Paradise. He's got the carry style tank top laner. Shelby's also... never mind.
Yeah, added movement speed from that extra upgrade in the Hex core. Definitely good news here for Swiffer. Speeds himself off. He's going to get out. Arrow goes down the bottom lane as Radier just gets the heck out of there. There's the Destiny, though. And Shelby always in the right place at the right time. Radier just gets exploded.
That's exactly what you know to expect from this Avant-Garde side. Ezreal stuck split pushing in a side lane because they've forced the lane swap. They've taken the turrets. Swiper also respondent in this top lane, not having a great time on Summoner's Rift, and the Chiefs are just generally struggling right now.
Yeah, getting dictated to around the map as Shelby is going to find himself a Mountain Drake here as well. Triple throws some wild cards. He wants to go back to base, possibly pick up that Lich Bane already here at 12 minutes into the game. This is really scary stuff. They want to pull this one out of the pit, which is why they're running away, but they're going to go down. There's going to be Mountain and Cloud. Good on lockdown for AV.
2 big Drakes picked up, even a Lich Bane rushed. Spook's got him.
Yeah, nails it. There's the parallel. Oh my god, Paradise turns it around. The door comes in. He's not going to survive, but with a 1-for-1, he's still going to be happy.
And Ejim got the kill. So that's actually still the worst case scenario. Swiper positionally thought that there was not going to be the ultimate out of Paradise, it seems, and absolutely pays for it. This is the best possible outcome for the Echo in a spot like that. Also, by the way, I think Swift should probably just drop his ultimate if Triple's going to play like that. Yeah, sometimes you got to put the Twisted Fate in his place.
Well, he's not going to this time, just playing conservatively. Doesn't want to overstep his bounds, and his bounds aren't quite as long as the Chiefs are used to for the moment, as Deathray not going to find him there. As the arrow flies through, Spooks on the wrong side of the map has to flash, and he's looking for some brushes to run through.
Triple's ghosted. He doesn't have ult.
Yeah, well... yeah, they're just not going to
They didn't know where he was. They had no idea where Spooks was. Nidalee quite nimble when moving around the jungle. And with that Lich Bane rush of the Twisted Fate, still a threat. Doesn't mean that he's going to get the cooldown reduction necessary, though, to have his ultimate there.
Very good point.
Still actually a bit confused with that build.
Oh, Triple. There's the movement speed as Swiffer finds a lot of damage on the mid lane. And Chenny Boy now in trouble as the Subjugate comes down. Paradise is here. Chenny, will he die? No! Oh, the stun came through at exactly the right time. Nice Primal Surge comes out from Spooks to keep Swiper alive. But Paradise is still able to do it. This guy's Echo is disgusting as Swiffer does come in, picks up his first kill, flashes forward, drops a base onto Chenny Boy, and he will die as Cool Guys do not look at explosions. That is going to be enough to pick that one up. Triple trying to answer in the mid lane with his Lich Bane.
Yeah, 2 big kills from the side of the Chiefs, and they do both go into Swiffer. He's absolutely putting the team on his back. They've committed to a push in the top lane. It is very clever of them to do. They were not able to defend the middle lane, so they make an aggressive decision on the flip side to get an actual advantage from this. Bottom's got a huge wave. That's going to go missing to Paradise or Chenny. No, neither are going to really get the whole thing. Good proactive play from the Chiefs.
Yeah, and there's everyone backing off there as well, understanding the Triple went back, had the Destiny, didn't want to get flanked, didn't want to get picked out. So the Chiefs turn the brains back on, 14 minutes into game number 2.
Yeah, good capitalization. On the back of Chenny once again, throws the ultimate and hits Spooks, and then overstays, gets caught out by Swiper, even though the kill wasn't there. Still forced Paradise's hand, and that's where this kind of backfired for AV.
Ridiculous thing is Swiffer right now. I mean, needlessly large rod, perfect hex score, and some lucidity boots. This guy is going to be doing a lot of work for his team.
I mean, I still think the point remains that, yes, he's going to be doing a lot of work, and he's absolutely like a monster at the moment. But Triple's not built for lane, and sooner or later, they're just going to put Chenny there and kind of hope and pray that it actually works.
Yeah.
And it's going to come down to if Swiffer can kill that person, because if they stay there with Triple, he is within the realm of being one-shot at the moment when that Victor has his ultimate.
You can see Swiper, he's actually getting his self in a whole bunch of trouble. Subjugate's there, but I don't even feel like Paradise even cares about that right now. He throws down the Time Winder, dashes over into the base and takes the kill. Just ults himself out, and this Echo is going ballistic.
Yeah, Paradise now 3-2 on the Echo. Has died a few times, but is destroying Swiper, and he is not having a great time on Summoner's Rift. Working towards an offensive build, probably going to have to change that up soon. Needed magic resistance before all of the items that he currently has.
Yeah. anything,
going with
honestly. Some sort of defensive capability
Yeah, it's
against
Titanic
Paradise.
Hydra. He can't go Ravenous. He needs a Spirit Visage though, or at least a Spectre's Cow.
Right now, he just can't afford it. So making his way back towards that top lane, but the Echo does need to be dealt with. He takes down that inhibitor turret. Oh, sorry, the inner turret is Joey. Maybe caught out of position there as the ultimate comes down, uses the Lamb's Respite. As the teleport's coming in from Swiper, we'll see whether he can actually... Oh, no. Actually going to cancel that one. Doesn't want to make his way all the way in. Didn't have the Subjugate. Didn't want to die.
Man, Paradise just recalls. So teleport advantage gained by AV. A clever little move, though, from the Chiefs, working around their vision. It's not going to be enough to secure anything besides Chelby's Lamb's Respite and Flash. They do, however, need to start making moves towards this dragon, the Chiefs. They can't give over a second.
Oh,
okay.
my God. How did the trap get that kill?
Runic Echoes, I suppose.
Yeah, Swiffer does 1 trillion damage.
Kill
and then
Rob.
Oh my God, okay, really instant cleanse there as Triple doesn't want to get stunned, but the gravity field will do it. Swiffer is going to be able to lock down the kill as Jenny Boy able to get one over the back.
Spooks
Misses.
missed.
Yeah, unfortunate for the kitty cat lady. They still want to try and get something more done. True Shot Barrage, of course, going to be thrown from Radiant on the bottom side of the map, so he's not there to follow up on anything.
Yeah, so Swiffer got himself stuck next to a wall.
Nice door.
That was actually, yeah, no, Spook should have waited for the door
Yeah.
to throw the spear as well. They might have been kill threat. Either way, Spooks to consolidate on the back of a decent play from Swiffer once more. And the result is still that the Victor dies, the big carry of the team in the Death Chamber. Takes about 30 seconds to get to that Dragon Pit, and with 15 seconds till it spawns, AV might be in with a shot.
Yeah, possibly. Shelby just going to take down a Gromp in the meantime. Paradise going to show himself towards the top side of the map. Teleport advantage in the hands of the Echo. So we'll see whether that means that Swiper stays closer to the Dragon. Let's get something happening here is Jake. The last auto attack. There's the concussive blows as he has to use the flash. Could be important for later. Won't be able to get out of the way of the Chaos Storm from Swiffer. Anything like that.
Yeah, still showing signs of aggression here from the side of the Chiefs. Remembering that Swiper doesn't have his teleport, should actually put AV into the driver's seat here. Paradise does have his, and he is a huge Echo.
Monstrous. Now the Spectre's Cow built up as well as the Balmy Cinder and the Iceborne Gauntlet. Tons of CDR. Tons of tankiness. So posturing now begins. The Troll is going to move back here to the Dragon, and Chiefs, they don't want to give this one up. Arrow going to fly wide as Paradise over the top. Swiffer looking for something, but it's a nice double stun that comes through. True Shot Barrage. He's going to smack on everyone. There's the Destiny. You can see Radiant will have to get out of the way as Triple doesn't quite find him. The flash is used. Heal as well. Chiefs have regrouped as Swiffer does still have the Chaos Storm. He could have dropped it. Doesn't find it on anyone.
Absolutely could have dropped it. Just decides to save it. Chenny's probably just dead. Yeah.
Death Ray doesn't find him.
So more summoner spells burnt from the Chiefs, but still the kills aren't there.
Well, there's the Chaos Storm now. As a Swiffer able to get the work done. Death Ray picks up too. And that is a big deal for the Chiefs.
All right, man. That's why he saved it. There you go, Atlas. Definitely still strong, Swiffer. He's essentially the one-man army for his team. Looks like they're going to trade a turret for a Drake, however. And that's the third one of the game going to AV. And at 19 minutes, there are going to be a lot of Drakes.
Oh, man. Double Mountain Drake and a Kindred.
And the next one's Infernal.
Oh, my God. Imagine the Baron damage.
Yeah, so we're 20 minutes in, and the Baron's actually already probably a concern.
Oh, yeah.
For the Chiefs.
They need to make sure that's awarded at all times. And are ready to get over there. Teleport, thankfully, is available now for Swiper, who does have a Spectre's Cowl. Ravenous Hydra done as well. Has another Negatron Cloak. As he's looking to try and just make sure that he can handle the Echo, but I highly doubt that that will be enough just yet. 4-3-1 now for Paradise. Just playing extraordinarily well.
And that's the major difference between game 1 and 2 right now, is that we were looking at game number 1 and it was Triple against Swiffer. And they're both still doing well in our second game. Spooks and Shelby both still doing their jobs in the jungle position in game number 2 as well. The Paradise is schooling Swiper right now.
Yeah.
Big Swips is getting the what for.
Spook's actually looking for Jake right now. Hanging out, prowling. Chenny Boy is going to head back. Swiffer is going to get pinged out here as AV looking to close in, but of course, Triple well and truly on the other side of the map, grabbing his blue buff. So no Destiny to fly through.
That was one of the weirdest things that I've ever seen Spooks do. So he was standing next to the wall like he was a Rek'Sai.
They're using his tremors.
But he didn't have vision either on the other side of the wall.
Shelby actually going to take a fair bit of damage here as there's the flash forward. Ejim not going to find the ultimate though, as the bubble is going to also go wide. Nice. Oh my god, all of the abilities to fly across Shelby. Has to use the ultimate. That is a big cooldown now available as Destiny comes out as well. You can see Swiper just getting dove underneath this turret, but you can see flashes out of the way. Doesn't get stunned as the subjugate's there. He's trying to take down Paradise, but the gold card is enough. Chiefs looking to try and respond with the inner turret in the mid lane. But AV may have enough tools to sort this one out, and Chiefs don't want to race. Chaos Storm, Swiffer immediately has to use the cleanse as he wants to find the kill into Chenny. Oh, the spear! That is going to be enough as Swiffer locks it up with one of the ticks. God, that ability does so much damage.
But they have to go bottom because right now AV are destroying their base. Only Rayday got back.
Yeah, it does land the Mystic Shot onto Triple, but they can turn this. They have to be really, really careful. As now the Chiefs want to try and find something. Radiant trying to stop backs here. As Swiffer does have a Sheen. Spooks is going to lock that one up as the bubble comes down. So at least the Chiefs, actually just going to be able to get the kill. Not going to be able to follow up with the turret.
Yeah, so the battle of trades continued, but AV broke the base with that trade. They're now really far ahead. There's 5k gold. Paradise is huge. Swiper is just destined to die consistently. Only now he's got some magic resistance. And it really is Swiffer against the world right now. He is a one-man wrecking crew, but there are 4 of them running around on the side of AV.
And does this mean that the Chiefs sort of have to team fight? Do they have to utilize the AoE potential of this Victor? Is that split push option just no longer there?
I feel like it's safe to say that they're up shit creek without a paddle.
Oh, God. Well, let's see whether they can turn this one around. Of course, they demonstrated that you can be ahead by a long way and still find a way to make things even for your opponent. AV. I believe that's actually 2 mountain drakes they have for themselves. Yep, so 2 mountains and a cloud.
It is. Infernal's meant to be the next one, right?
Yeah.
Or was I just seeing things?
No, that's a mountain. So triple mountain.
I'm still pretty sure that Infernal's meant to be the next one.
All right.
I looked at the pit and we flew past it.
Observer, if we could just have a look at the Dragon Pit for a moment, that would be helpful. As Ejim is clearing our wards.
I don't need to
Paradise,
look
not
at
going to
it.
be going home.
Don't you trust me? I trust
Oh
me.
yeah, that's true. I trust you. You're right.
I still think it's Infernal.
Turret finally going to fall down here as Radier does utilize his QSS, gets out of the way as Shelby still chasing this one through. Destiny has been popped. Nice Primal Surge comes down
Lots
as Chenny
of
Boy
damage.
and Shelby takes so much damage. Triple found his way in. Ejim right in the front line as the dividing ultimate comes out from Ejim, but doesn't actually find anything much. Man, Radier played that very well to stay safe.
Yeah, Raider actually kiting and doing a lot of damage. I don't think there was enough follow-up really from the side of the Chiefs. Ejim kind of did that as a zoning ultimate because there was 2 people segregated from the rest of the team. Swiffer's cheesing, sitting behind a wall. We'll see if Chenny just outright dies. He might.
You can see Jake still without a flash.
Hey, look, it's an Infernal one now.
Aha!
That's why you trust the Rust.
The Spooks very far up here as Raider and Swift are going to turn in. You can see there's the gravity field as Raider actually wants to take down the Echo if he can. They're trying to kite this one through, but the last Mystic Shot not going to connect. And Triple's continuing down the mid lane. AV just doing well.
But they're playing a Dragon game, honestly, AV. It's 25 minutes in. They're going to get this Drake whenever it spawns. Ideally, they'll fight for this one. They'll have one more. That's a lot of Drakes. The Chiefs need to actually get this one on the board for themselves. Not only is it the Infernal, they need to deny 4 of them from AV. Because an Elder Dragon would just be GG levels.
Yeah, absolutely dumb.
Good timings, however, for those recalls. Could have been 2 to 5 seconds earlier to get there on time. AV
Oh, they'll
actually
just go for the trade.
recognized. Yeah, they can 2-man this insanely quick. They know that Ejim's coming.
Yeah, there's lots of pings onto this one as Ejim's trying to get round into the pit. Gets a ward
It's
in.
at 4K.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. Chenny Boy over the top. The teleport's coming in. Triple, though. The Destiny. Ejim's going to die. Swiper comes in. Shelby is going to lock down the Baron as Swiper throws down the ultimate. Oh, my God. The damage out of Swiffer is disgusting. as Chelby now in the back of the pit will get himself over. There's the Chaos Storm. Base is being dropped as the ultimate is going to be used from Chelby. And it just soars leisurely by, and the Chiefs now have to deal with mega empowered creeps.
Yeah, they have to go straight over to this Infernal Drake immediately. If they don't, they lose 4 Drakes. They have no Baron control. They will probably just slowly lose the rest of this game. They have damage. They have an abundance of damage. We'll see if AV actually look respondent to this whatsoever.
Oh, that was very quick. So thank goodness, 1 dragon on the board here for the Chiefs. If what Spook said meant anything as well, it's their favorite one.
Well, it means they're going to fight for it, I believe, is
Yep.
the biggest thing we can take from that.
But you have to say, like, if Avant, like, with what they've put together, double Mountain Cloud, it's precisely what you're looking for.
Yeah, and it works with the Kindred comp, right? And the reason they could get that Baron as fast as they did is mostly a 2-man unit. And I give a lot of credit to AV for that proactivity. They know what they can take, and they are taking it. And they're starting to work around the map as well. Consolation for the Chiefs is that they've kept the gold difference at about 5 this entire game.
Yeah.
For about 10 minutes now.
Certainly not extended, and that's with the Baron falling down as well, so definitely not out of it yet. It's once again going to be a game that they're well and truly tested in.
Oh, look at this. Team play for the mark of the Kindred as well.
Yeah.
All holding hands while they go give that to him. The Chiefs kind of just hanging out, honestly, and AV, the onus is still on them. They have the Ash Arrow, they have the Twisted Fate ultimate. They have the proactivity in their hands.
Well, now Triple is just able to clear out minion waves incredibly quickly. He does have the Destiny.
Chiefs want him.
Yeah, everyone's coming down. There's the Baron up creeps. He's going to Destiny his way out, and does so very easily.
That was unbelievably close to being cancelled by Swiper.
Yeah.
I'm actually shocked that it didn't get cancelled. Another way Triple's playing the map now as well. Stop Spooks' recall. Let the rest of the team work mid. Actually give them time on this turret where only Raider is here.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage, of course, didn't do anything to the Baroned up minions, as that turret was not long for the world. He gets obliterated. Paradise as well shoves this wave entirely up to the turret. And AV, 7 turrets to 5. 11 kills to 10. I mean, on that scoreboard that they're seeing in the game, it's not a huge lead.
Well, they're just seeing a giant victor.
Yeah. Have a lot. Oh, there's the flash. EGM doesn't find the connection with the chair. Looking a bit desperate for a play.
They're putting their eye in, though. Admirable. Definitely still on the back foot, though.
They want to make, yeah, proactive moves. That is most certainly obvious.
That's the one thing you should be doing when behind is just never let them bleed you out. Always try and find picks.
Well, you can see there is Spooks getting caught out in his jungle at the moment. Radier actually, Arcane shifting forward, actually trying to find someone. They just can't lock down these slippery members of AV, especially the Echo and the Kindred.
Now banking on the Blade of the Ruined King for the next item as well. For Raider, the damage will increase. The Void Stuff also necessary for Swiffer, otherwise instant killing certain members is now impossible. You'll always be able to kill Chenny. Triple will get bursted without that Zonia's being used to block it. But Paradise, not going to die. Chelby will die, but not instantly. Nami's just Nami.
Yeah. She does have a locket and another Null Magic Mantle, so it'll at least survive a little bit.
But again, that's like recognition of where the strength lies in the Chiefs. So AV are doing their part to try and secure themselves a map here. Working well and truly towards it. Really giving it to the Chiefs in this series.
Oh, yeah. Chiefs actually getting suffocated out of their own jungle. Not something that they're used to seeing. There's a Kindred mark on the bottom of the map. Swiper, I believe, is just able to deal with that one. Now Destiny has been popped. Swiper did make it home. Swiffer back to his turret. 3 members of the Chiefs, however, still here.
He's mid. So if every time the Triple gets caught out of a position where Chiefs want to catch him, he uses a Summoner spell and ultimate, they usually end up getting something for it.
Well, there's the arrow flashed out of by Swiper. Heads up play, but this is an open inhibitor we have to remember, and it's already taken down extraordinarily low. Swiffer gets tagged by a volley. There's the parallel convergence, but oh my god, the flash forward Triple taking so much damage, but now Paradise has to ult himself out. There is the gravity field right in the back line there. You can see Chelby Chenny Boy very low. That was so many buttons used out of AV.
Yeah, but that was all in the way of disengage because Swiffer's damage is unbelievably high. And this is without that Void Stuff to boot. Little bit of time till the Drake and the Baron are up so they can afford to make plays like that. And Swiffer holding onto the cleanse is important as triple.
Yeah, Radio actually tagging him multiple times. There's the flash forward. Oh my god, he takes a lot of damage from that.
No QSS available.
Teleport actually comes in, gets cancelled though. Swiper and Paradise are doing battle here towards the bottom of the map.
2 levels behind Swiper. He needs that 16 mark desperately.
Yeah, it's just silly. Oh, casual sidestep there of the arrow. Is Chenny Boy not going to find the mark? Oh my god, that's a death cap now done for triple. Boy, that be some damage.
It's a delicate game to be played out right now. AV are still in absolute control. Working the Chiefs around the map. The Twisted Fate ultimate can probably catch Swiper still and do enough damage to secure him with the Echo. It is a Spirit Visage. It's going to take an awful long time to do.
Oh my god, Paradise has got a GA.
There's just very few ways for the Chiefs to really put themselves into this game unless Swiffer is quite literally the hero that they need.
Well, he's now backing. We'll see what he decides to pick up as he heads home.
Should be avoid stuff. This is the closest you'll get to the needs to hit the Orianna 4-man shockwave type of thing, but a Victor.
Yeah. And he does have a voice stuff. So, tools now in the belt for Swiffer. It's 25 seconds until the Baron buff. 1 second till the Dragon. That is now available. Cloud Drake, number 2
It's not too valuable though.
for AV.
The question is which they prioritize. Remembering how quickly they took the Baron last time around, the Chiefs should be looking at Baron number 1, Drake number 2. But Chenny will just solo it, so they'll get that one for free.
And Swiffer actually going to wander over a ward here. They know where the victor is. That is big deal news for AV.
They just know that they have to check. Like if Chiefs don't check, it'll just be done.
And Chenny is going to be able to take down this Dragon. Loses a lot of his health bar though. Has to go back to base. Does have the arrow back available again. As there are pings from the Chiefs heading down the mid lane. They want to be able to get something done. Make a proactive play as Jake. He's going to get tagged by Radiant. Has to use the flash as the arrow hits him while he's true shot barraging. Which is sort of adorable.
Yeah. Because the True Shot Barrage as an animation goes through everything, including Poppy Wall Slams as an example. The Chiefs pushing very hard in this middle lane. They have 5 members here. Triple says nope.
Yeah.
Go on bottom.
Heads back in there. As Shelby possibly caught out of position here. May need to ult, doesn't. Holds onto it.
Remember that Swift is holding onto his as well. Triple absolutely committing. You can see on the bottom left of your screen. He wants the inhibitor. He also has a Lich Bane. The Chiefs are committing themselves.
Yeah, they're going for the trade here as Radiant is going to get stunned and picked up by the bubble. They're still trying to get the work done. They take down the turret. Inhibitor falls. As
Triple will end the game.
Yeah, trying to end the game as best he can. Mountain Drake is a big freaking deal right now as Egypt throws down the ultimate. And now the Chiefs, they have to fight.
Triple's actually ending.
Yeah, Swiper is going to teleport. We'll see whether he actually makes it back as Spooks right on top of the Lambs despite Swiffer gets exhausted. He'll have to use the ult, but the bubble, and he gets killed. Radiant has to get out. Triple, he's just skirting around this Nexus. He's going to be able to take it down, just stuns up Swiper. It's a really nice pillar.
Oh, they
but
got
that's
it.
going to be the game, and AV take down the Chiefs in game number 2.
They forced us to a game number 3. Triple's the clutch king, and he is seriously hyper-carrying all of AV at the moment.
Yeah.
The Chiefs just honestly are all out of sorts. I don't have a better way to
Completely.
describe them. It doesn't look like the same Chiefs, and AV have made them go all the way to the wire, all the way to this 3rd game, off the back of an impressive and well-covered Game 2 victory.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just draft that looked fantastic out of AV, and they played to their win conditions. They knew exactly what they wanted to achieve with that game. They went after that the entire time. Yes, Swiffer was really, really strong, but doesn't matter when Twisted Fate wins the game on his own.
Well, essentially, yeah. I mean, like, Swiffer did his part, but his part is not to win the entire game by himself. They had a rest of a team there. Paradise was able to beat Swiper. Honestly, just AV across the board looked a lot better than they did in Game 1, which is impressive considering how they held Chiefs back for such a long time.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous, but we are going to throw it back to the desk to see what they made of that game.
Thank you so much. And with that, Avant-Garde bring it back to 1-1. And this new team is really taking it to the Chiefs right now. And I want to talk about how they actually went about it because it was in a rather impressive early game. I mean, they went out on a lane swap.
No, hats off to AV right now. We said that the Chiefs were going to lane swap. They did exactly that. They invaded level 1, put down the D boards to make sure that they got it. And we said, or we thought that AV would not be able to keep up with the Chiefs' macro play. And AV actually came out ahead on that.
Yeah, so Chiefs, they fumble. They don't take down first turret. Paradise teleports back to the top lane. And, you know, Tally, you must have been sitting there like, oh, this is so good. You know, I'm up a level as a top laner if you're Paradise, and now I can just take it to Swiper all game. But credit to Paradise, because he steamrolled, arguably one of the greats in Oceanic top laners there.
Yeah, it was expected. I expected Paradise to come out and be a really strong player, and he played extremely well that game. He even solo killed Swiper twice.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, as a Trundle, that's a little bit inexcusable. Swiper's item build all over the shop, and this seems to be a continued theme. Chiefs are just being, I guess, pushed, and AV is starting to find some cracks. However, remember that isn't cracking. Like, if we want to give credit over to the Chiefs, I think that it has to be to their mid laner right now. I haven't seen a mid laner try and dig a team out of a hole this big for a very long time, but Swiffer, 2 games in a row, coming up big.
Yeah, he's got a giant backpack and he's trying to throw everyone in it. And unfortunately, it's just these really small, decision-making errors. And your item builds and where they are on the map getting picked out. AV are setting a precedent that they are the 3rd best team in the OPL. I will go on and say that right now. Their top side of the map is so strong. And Cheney and Jake, they're looking shaky. You know, you're missing a lot of Ashe areas. You're not necessarily where you need to be. But they're not a liability right now. And so if they can just continue to support their team, play these utility supports and AD carries for them, AV look great.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I want to talk about, you know, we said play fast, a little bit reckless. And I think that Avant really encaptured that in the composition they put together because they had this great 1-3-1 split push. And then the last team fight, that's pretty ballsy to fight cross-map against the Chiefs and take out a Nexus turret. And that was some cute decision-making there, Tally.
Yeah, the fact that Triple was able to, make that call, it takes a huge load on yourself. You're pretty much putting the game on your back. It's saying, we could lose here or we could win here.
Well, he put it on his back and they actually won it. So Avant-Garde take us to game 3 in this best of 3 for the OPL Legend match. Guys, don't go anywhere because 3.5 minutes, we're going to have a resolution to this pretty epic best of 3. Welcome back to the OPL. We are 1-1 in our OPL Legend match between Avantgarde and the Chiefs. Chiefs took game number 1. Avant hit back hard in game number 2. Want to look forward to game number 3 because the Chiefs, I mean, if you're Radiant Egypt especially, you're looking across the rift from Chenny and Jake and you're not dominating that lane, I feel like that's a little bit of a confidence blow there, Tally.
Yeah, I think they're just underperforming currently.
Well, they also haven't necessarily been put in a matchup to like super perform. Like you had a lane swap last game, but even though it's an Ezreal and a Braum versus like a Nami and Ashe, and a lot of people underestimate Ashe's control over the bot lane just because of how her volley works.
So I want to ask that question then. Is that something that you can look at? Do you just run a kill lane bottom, even though we're saying it's not a bottom-heavy meta? Surely, if you're Radiant and Egypt, you want to be in a position to be able to carry one of these games.
I think the Chiefs they'll still go with the same plan. I don't think like running a kill lane bot lane is worth it all. You really need the utility from your bot lane to be able to strengthen your mid and top.
So do you take the Ashe away then? Like, what is it? Because like, I do agree with you, right? There are certain lanes that you can run utility in, but they're still running Braum Ashe, fantastic lane to be able to kill someone. It's about where your jungle pressure goes. And right now, Spooks, to his credit, sticking top half of the map. You guys have told me repetitively that that is how you win on the current map. But the Chiefs have nearly lost 2 games playing that style. Are you just saying there's business as usual and flip the coin one more time going into this game?
I definitely think that we will see a priority for like an Ashe pick. I actually think that Radier is going to say something, even though I think Ezreal is incredibly strong. But, oh man, I totally spaced my point. Can't think of it anymore. Lost me.
That's all right. Cool. Now I want to go back to the top lane because I think that this is interesting. You're Swiper. You're going up against Paradise. What are you looking to do? Are you just looking to neutralize the young player, or is it now that you like say, all right, cool, big swips, carrying pants on, let's get a favorable matchup, even though Trundle into Echo is pretty good, guys, and see if we can dominate this young player? Can he dominate Paradise?
I definitely think he can dominate him, but as a player, he just needs to neutralize him. He doesn't want to put himself in the situation where he falls behind again.
Fair my point. It was in the draft phase. Swain
Okay.
and Vladimir were never touched. Like we talk about taking really dominating picks and looking, especially in the top lane, the fact that the Chiefs had those 2 options available to them and didn't touch them at all, I think is a vast oversight.
So is that like, is it the Echo matchup? Do you think Chiefs went
Oh
comfortable
yeah, for
running it?
sure. Like why should Paradise get Echo so freely and then you just pick into Trundle like with other stronger options available? Either take the Echo away or contest it. Don't give Paradise like a super big comfort champion that he's been known to steamroll on and then just take like a Trundle.
All right, cool. So before we get into the game, it's 1-1. I don't think anyone would have expected this outcome. Frost, do you believe in Triple and Paradise? Are you going over to the advanced side? Will they take the OPL Legend title?
It's not that I don't believe in Triple and Paradise. Like those guys are really good right now, and I've like Triple is great. Probably it's hard for me to rank him right now, but he's going up. I have more faith in Chiefs draft than I do in Avant's draft. I don't think that they will make the same mistake again.
And Tally, what are your thoughts? Do you think that the Chiefs are going to hold the title till you get a crack at them in week 6, or do you think that maybe Legacy get a shot a little bit earlier next week when you take on Avant?
I'm just going to make it a little bit exciting, and I'm going to go full faith in
Avant?
Cheese. Yeah.
Avantgarde?
Yes. Triple cheese all the way.
All right, cool. So Triple Cheese going to be able to win this game. You've heard it here first. Tally calling it. Frost, of course, always with the safe bets. However, guys, we are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift for one last time. So here is Atlas and Russell to take us there.
The real question is it actually a safe bet? Is betting on the Chiefs now a safe bet? I don't know. They look completely out of control.
I mean, historically,
Game
absolutely, it's a safe
Well,
bet.
yes.
But AV, based off
Tonight,
this
though.
series alone, absolutely, yeah. I think you could look for, let's say, the dark horse of Vanguard. Definitely no slouches at an individual level. Triple Cheese has stepped up and gone off in this series so far, and honestly, making his mark as a premier mid laner in the OPL.
Most certainly is. Sort of just soloing in Nexus at the end of the last game. Really making good decisions around the map as well, as Kindred is going to be banned. AV finally switching things up completely as they head towards the blue side.
Yeah, and Froscone mentioned it on the desk. I feel like the oversight of the Chiefs draft has come back to bite them. Perhaps they just don't play Vladimir. I mean, they used to, but it's been a while. Vladimir's different.
There was a hover from Swiffer, but you're exactly right.
The hover has always been there, though, since the start of the last split. Because Nunu Vladimir was the meme that they forged for themselves.
Very good point. Azir, though, once again, going to be banned away. I have a feeling Fiora may hit the list as well.
I think Echo should.
Oh, yeah.
Echo's this middle point between a tank and a damage dealer that I don't think they should allow to actually have there. Fiora's more of a risk that I know Swipe has played against and plays.
Oh, Victor is going to be the option. Now, AV. We'll see what they decide to get off the board. Something like a Bard has been there throughout this series.
With a Kindred ban, the Nidalee might have to be a response as well. We always see that from each respective opposite side. Sometimes the AV side would ban both, but they do like that Bard.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So Bard is going to go. We'll see whether the Chiefs do decide to get rid of the Nidalee, make sure that they open up the A tier of junglers, I guess, after the Kindred and the Nid have left. Now Swiper though, what do the Chiefs ban last?
That's the tough question. We know that the Chiefs can play Swain. I don't know if AV can. I don't think they've looked towards that as their ban choice.
Okay, Lucian is going to be the one. So Fiora finally is left available. Nidalee is of course up.
Yeah, and they still get rid of Chenny's best champion. We've always questioned his champion pool. Probably just default to Ashe again based off the last couple of games, but Sivir was also banned in game number 2. Not going to be a factor.
Well,
So moving
Echo,
to this.
yeah, going to be locked in here for Paradise. Definitely prioritizing something that he is very comfortable on.
Yeah, and it's called Swiper.
Damn right it did.
Paradise picking up that Echo is a scary prospect for the Chiefs to uphold. We'll have to see how they react to it, how they pick the rest of their draft.
Swiper currently just hovering some things. What do you see as being... Are there any must picks
Well, I
right
should
now?
just go Nidalee, firstly, because Kindred's already taken off the board.
Do you think something like a Nidalee Swain or something like that?
They could definitely do Swain. There's always a reason to go Swain. Still think Vladimir over Swain, but hey,
Yeah,
they definitely should still probably just go Nidalee Swain. Ezreal also, they could go Nidalee Ezreal. Sivir's going to be available, however, so it's not the biggest of preferences.
As is Ashe, and Jenny Boy looked very comfortable on the Ashe. 2 seconds to go. Ezreal is going to be locked in here as Spooks is going to take away the Rek'Sai. Hiding their solo lanes. Don't want to give that information away just yet.
One of the cool things, though, about that Rek'Sai being locked in is that they can play a carry top lane if Swiper wanted to do that.
Yeah.
Now that Spooks is on a tanky jungle choice, not that Kindred or Nidalee. It doesn't reveal your hand in the way of what you're going to pick. You're still going to have the red side counter pick option for one of your solo lanes. But it does kind of push you in that direction.
I like this out of Joey. His Elise has always been very, very strong. Hovering at it for a moment. Of course, Nidalee is another one of his key picks.
Wouldn't mind the Gragas as well. Works well with what AV were putting together.
But that's going to be the lock-in, so lots of pick available here for AV. With just these 2 picks alone, they just managed to pick up.
They've secured themselves their engage tool, their follow-up to that engage. And most of their team fighting. Triple to round it out with whatever he picks, whether it's another Twisted Fate option or goes towards something else control magey. Lissandra still stands out as a possibility.
Yeah,
See where he looks.
but otherwise, Vladimir. A support option as well, something like the Karma, something like the Soraka that we have seen. Poppy's going to be locked in. And Zyra.
Okay. I don't know about the Zyra this early. I mean, they actually probably could have last picked it. But they want Swiffer to have that real counter option. The Poppy as well. Knowingly into the Echo. Seems to be a comfort thing for Swiper, I suppose. I question whether or not he should have been the Maokai, however.
Yeah,
Even
that is.
Nautilus.
Unless they're throwing like the sick curveball
No, they're not.
where they want Zyra mid lane and Poppy
Absolutely
support. No?
No, you're the only Zyra mid player.
Hey,
I know.
hey. She still doesn't.
No, but I mean, they're making the assumption that they're going to pick like Braum or a tank in the bottom lane on the side of AV.
Yeah.
Instead of picking the Zyra into it, they've blind picked it with that assumption there. And that faith may not be rewarded.
Oh, he's definitely throwing a curveball. We saw Pac-Man actually try his hand at the Poppy unsuccessfully. As there it is. So Twisted Fate once again going to be picked up now on the blue side for triple. See what Swiffer decides to take into it, or what is actually going to happen here.
Now Swiffer, knowing that it's a Twisted Fate, having that counter option, does have tools available to him to not necessarily counteract it, but he should pick probably a teleport, preferenced mid laner. It's usually the best way to combat the split push. Diffuses any early advantages that they get. That, or you just pick something that's straight team fights and do what the Chiefs tried to do last game, but not with a 7k deficit and 2 Mountain Drakes on the enemy team, and kill the Twisted Fate.
Well, speaking of killing the Twisted Fate, LeBlanc should be able to do that, and that is going to be Swiffer's lock-in there for the mid lane, but definitely changing things up. Chiefs, I mean, we heard their draft complimented on the desk, and we'll see how this is going to go, what the Poppy is designed to do. Because AV, they have a clear-cut pick comp. Like, it is going to do that job, and it's going to do it well.
Yeah, they've got a reasonably safe 3-man roster. They've got the side lane focus as well with the Echo that put in overtime against Swiper last game. On a Trundle, they've got Triple who can do all of the above. He can pick, he can poke, he can split push. Well-rounded champion Twisted Fate should work in Triple's hands. Whereas the Chiefs, they do have a sizable amount of damage. And they have Engage. It's lacking, but they have it.
Yep.
The follow-up to that Engage, though, let me tell you, if they ever actually knock somebody up or stun them into a wall, that person is probably dead.
It's a very good point, and sort of no Lambs for Spite to worry about as well. I mean, all of this damage is going to stick, apart from the fact that Nami can heal them up a little bit, but it's not quite as oppressive as that of a Soraka.
Yeah.
So, you know, things on the board that aren't, you know, weren't as available prior. But ladies and gentlemen, hop on Twitter. Do you think that AV are going to be our new OPL legends? Use that hashtag AV win. Or if you think that the Chiefs are going to be able to clinch this one out and hold on to the belt, use the hashtag CHF win. And of course, include hashtag IMOPL. Just let us know anything, because this has been a ridiculous night, especially in this last series. Really impressive play out of AV to keep themselves in it after what was a marathon game number 1 that the Chiefs were able to take over. But man, I don't know what to expect in this game. All I know is that AV look like they have a plan. And last time we saw that, it was dangerous times for the Chiefs.
Definitely was.
Now
A little bit confused with Chenny, sorry. I was about to say something. I was like, did you forget to buy items? I couldn't tell you. We're looking at masteries.
Yeah, no, he's just going to have a quick wander out of this base. Just wanted to scout the fountain for a moment. As you can see, there's a very sneaky fish lady.
The funny
into
thing
the enemy jungle.
about this Zyra invade as well is you just put plants down everywhere.
Yeah.
And so if it's unfortunate you're trying to like bush camp, a random plant pops up, it's like, what up? Zyra's here. It kind of ruins that party.
You just sort of leave a trail everywhere. As once again, there's going to be lane swap vision coming in. Lots of wards do go down, and we'll see whether the Chiefs are looking for the lane swap or whether they're looking for the standard lanes.
Minions have spawned.
Yep. Kind of just that guessing game because they're sitting in the middle lane. Both teams are, in fact. It looks like AV want the lane swap again, though, because Paradise is already holding hands with Shelby. They've committed to starting at least this aspect of it off. The guessing game continues, though. Okay, AV see it. AV no, they want bottom.
Yeah, so now their turn to walk over the ward. As the pings are going to go down, spotting out exactly where Spooks is starting off in the jungle. Now Swiffer and Triple are going to be relatively isolated. Distortion goes in. Swiffer says, haha. First blood gained in the mid lane.
And missed the minion. But
yeah, problematic.
we are going to see how the Chiefs then react to this.
Legion at level 1. A whole lot of damage. Is Jake actually going to get an ebb and flow on top of Swiffer? Lots of damage. Already down to half health. He has to eat through some of his potions.
Yeah, that's actually a sizable chunk. Oh, he was close.
Man, oh yeah, super close.
Paradise actually locked that one down, so at least AV get it. The top laner of AV getting it, though, means a lot less money in Shelby's pocket. No experience gained by the Elise from it either, as per the changes to jungle experience gained in patch 6.9.
Yeah. There you go, just continuing to last hit these creeps towards the bottom side of the map, now heading towards that turret as the backs are going to come in from the Chiefs. So they just want to shove it in, deny some creeps, and then get down to some standard lanes.
Yeah. You can tell that's what they wanted too. You don't pick Zyra and then commit to a lane swap. AV seemingly aware of this fact. They are going to look for the standard lanes. Of course, you'll actually have a bit of a push first from Triple. Paradise, rather.
Yeah. And actually, no, yeah, AV. Head towards the top side of the
Straight
map.
up avoiding it. And let the game of pull and push commence.
Yeah. We'll see who comes out on top. Of course, AV played it out quite nicely last time around as Swiffer. He's going to land in here as there's the chain. Connects.
Nice chains.
Yeah, really nice. Thread in the needle.
Mechanically impressive from the Chiefs, but with just a little bit of pressure on the triple. As you can see, the movement from Spooks was going from strong to strong side of the map. As the Chiefs bottom lane recalled, he had to switch so that he was safe in his movements. Speaking of, he's probably going to go from bottom to top again.
Yep.
Quite shortly.
One more time. 8 CS apiece for our top laners. As it's the boots picker. On the other side, it is, of course, refillable potion as well as that dark seal done for Paradise. As he's able to pick up a little bit more farm here underneath this turret.
It's like hide and seek. It's great.
Catch me if you can. Oh, once again.
Oh, no,
Backing away.
Absolutely, and that's what they want to do. The recall timing from the Chiefs was horrible. You got a mana crystal on Ezreal. He wants a tier. He's going to have actual tiers because he only has a mana. Oh, you know what? There's cheesing. Nope, they're not cheesing anymore.
Well, standard lanes is going to be gained, but a little bit lucky there for the Chiefs.
He happened to hit the Q on the bush.
Yeah. Well, there's the grasping roots. Ejim has been exhausted though as Chelby's trying to find his way in. Very squishy is the Zyra as the Q goes down. Not going to find it, but there's the first blood with Chenny Boy picking that one up. Radiant taking so much damage. Spooks is making his way in as well. Swiper has to flash. It's a big one as he's taking so much damage from Paradise. Timewinder almost finishes him off there as well. Teleport and flash down for the Echo.
And a big first blood secured by AV. Remember, this is that title match. There's a bit of extra match payment on the line for these teams. Very important that they kick it off on the right foot, and the pressure would absolutely be there.
This is Chenny Boy picking up the first blood as well. This is a player that hasn't been carrying for this team in the last 2 games. More facilitating on this Ashe now with a whole lot more tools.
Yeah, well, look, realistically, it's not the optimal outcome. But the fact that they get the first blood is still quite handy. And yeah, Chenny's going to have to do a bit of work. He's a Vayne player. He knows what carrying means. And he's well and truly capable of it. See if he can put 2 and 2 together.
Well, right now, Swiper finally finds himself a minion wave. Paradise is going to find him. He's going to just leave the lane. Understands that he can't really dive the level 3 Poppy right now. Despite the fact that he is ahead by just a little bit.
It's always tough last hitting under this turret.
Yeah.
He's doing so well. Oh, he was.
Yeah. Spoke too soon. But he's going to claw himself back within only a couple of CS.
He's actually afraid of being dove. They have no knowledge. And look at the way Paradise plays that lane as well. Acting like he has a jungler there when he doesn't.
Yeah, triple as well was out of position.
The second they leave lane, whether they're doing something or not, you can pretend they are and still scare him away. Swiper gets zoned from an entire minion wave, basically, with a cannon in it. Because spooky, scary, triple skeletons.
Super. There's the chain after the sigil there as Triple throws down a gold card, answers it quite nicely.
Actually out-traded.
Shelby as well, he's waiting. Waiting for a distortion.
The thing is, Swiffer hasn't recalled, so the strength that Triple has is actually noteworthy at the moment. This could be...
Swish is going to tunnel himself away, but position has been known. 800 gold the lead at the moment for AV. There's the Chiefs, their interesting team comp. Not quite able to get too much done right now as a decent Q comes through from Ejim. Helps take down this Rift Scholar. He's going to head back to base now. See what he decides to pick up with it. Tier is now completed for Radiant. Has himself another little Sapphire Crystal building towards what looks like a Sheen. Now head back towards the top side of the map. But Paradise, once again, just feeling so good in this lane.
Yeah, he's actually very happy in this lane. And whilst Radiant's getting items, the Tier and the Mana Crystal amount to no physical or damage dealing stats. On the side of AV, however, we have Chenny Boy with a BF sword. So realistically, they're a stronger bottom lane.
Feeling pretty damn good, yeah.
Compromise we have to bring with that, however, is that Zyra exists. And usually makes any kind of unfavorable matchup for the Ezreal. Potentially even with damage output.
I think it has a lot to do with this Enchanted Crystal Arrow. If it lands on Ejim once level 6 is gained, which it is now.
Yeah, level-wise, they're at a big advantage. And that's why Chelby's posturing up here. I don't think the dive is any kind of solution given the wards, though.
Yeah. The red back just going to take down the pink ward. That's a big deal. Gives AV a A lot more ability to be aggressive. Swiffer lands another chain onto triple.
Mechanically quite good once again, but having a Negatron cloak negates. I didn't have a better word.
Yeah.
I really didn't want to use it.
I know,
Yeah.
I know. I could feel it. Hated yourself a little bit in that moment, I think. However, I loved it. Thought it was fantastic. Radiant continuing to farm quite nicely here. 5 CS is going to be the lead, but doesn't have first blood. Chenny Boy is very happy with how things are going for him. Level 6, of course, has been gained for the Ezreal.
I'll tell you what, though. Paradise. You mentioned the Echo, so it probably should have been banned, honestly.
Yeah.
He's still putting in work on the Swiper.
Yeah, 53 to 37. Spectre's Cowl is now done for Swiper. So now that he can go a tanky build, he's feeling a little bit better as there's the mimicked distortion, but Swiffer...
AP Echo.
Well, I mean, Sheen and Balmy Cinder.
Yeah, is it Rod of Ages, though?
Oh, I really hope so. That would be so dang cool.
Part of me wants it.
Yeah.
And there's trading into a Poppy as well. The more you hit people and expend mana with a Catalyst, the health actually came back. That'd be pretty nifty.
Bubble, not going to find E-Gym. It's a big deal as Grasping Roots comes down. Jake taking a lot of damage. Ignites there, actually. As Chenny holds on to the arrow. Of course, didn't actually have it available.
Yeah.
Had already used it. Chiefs do manage to survive the trade.
LeBlanc posturing topside as well. Twisted Fate's going to have the ult to match it.
Oh, Shelby. Swiffer not going to find it as there's the knock-up onto the Spider Lady, but they don't want it. True Shot Barrage. Going to slide on under Shelby. Twisted Fate is at the right position. So far you can see teleports from the bottom lanes, but I have a feeling I know which one I'd want to be turning up. That is most certainly the Echo with a 31 CS lead.
Lots of zoning on the big swips. Definitely little swips at the moment. Or is it little swippers? That's what you call him if he's... not big swips.
Just nighttime footwear.
Like it a lot. That was a quote from the coach of the Chiefs.
Little swippers.
Wearing flippers.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's going to hate me now.
Well, Swiffer's going to grab himself a blue buff, so he's going to be pretty happy. Spook's taking that one up for him. He's farming very well, is the Rek'Sai. May need to go back, grab himself Army Cinder, or potentially the Cinder Hulk if he can afford it.
Still a very slow start to this game once again, and mostly on the back of Paradise doing well should AV be able to look towards neutral objectives.
Yeah.
Drake been standing since the minute he came to the Rift. No one actually looked at it, whereas our last two games saw some early ones taken. Last one in particular from AV was rapid acceleration of Drake's.
There's another Grasping Roots as Radiant throws down a Q at the minion wave, unfortunately. Not going to get the extra damage onto the Nami.
Ejim only level 5 to be pain. He's at 6 pretty quick.
Yeah, Stranglehold is important for the Zyra. Lots of added burst.
Surprisingly large kill threat out of these two. Think of the Tidal Wave as well as the Ash Arrow, and then Elise, who's actually hovering around the back end here.
Most certainly. Trying to clear out vision. Shelby, I believe, was seen.
Yeah, there was a ward he cleared. But Spooks is actually stalking them. So they kind of want AV to do something. Not that Spooks wanted the Rift Herald to hit him.
Joe going on a merry walkabout right now. Decides not to turn on to Shelby. Vision is down as Spooks is just looking to see where everyone's going. Swiffer hanging around as well. We'll see whether they can actually get anything done onto Shelby as the Volatile Spiderling is going to find the Rek'Sai. Calls over the top. The blue buff is going to come in.
There's a lot of time being expended here. As TF's not even looking at them.
Yeah, no, he's going for Swiper. The ultimate comes down, but triple stays. He doesn't have a lot of mana.
No mana.
And can't find the kill. So first Destiny not going to be successful here, and it is going to net Swiffer a blue buff. That is a big deal for the Chiefs.
I mean, in terms of target selection as well from that Poppy ult, Swiper did the right thing. He may not have known the mana pool, to be fair, of triple, but it worked out the best.
Damn right.
As the Chiefs aren't going to get anything in this top lane. They're actually just wasting a lot of time themselves after the blue buff. and reset back to square one. They should be looking at the Drake, to be fair, but they really want that bottom lane to win. And this is the opposite of what even the analyst desk said they should do. I agree with the desk. They've got a facilitating lane here in an Ashe and an Army. If AV don't die, AV are effectively winning that, even if they're behind by a little bit.
Yeah, they're more than happy as Swiffer. He's going to make his way in. See whether they can actually get any pressure on this outer turret. Rooftop Barrage going to fly through. There's some damage here to Jenny Boy and Jake. Shelby here to help out. And Spooks, he's going to make his way over the top. So, nothing gained once again.
Yeah, still time wasted for nothing doing. The Chiefs definitely feeling a little bit out of sorts with their strategy. In this particular meta, defaulting to a keep the Raider alive and let him carry type of strategy, usually not as successful. It feels like that's the direction they're going. Swiffer's definitely still going to be a big carry threat. Not a little Blancs behind by any means.
Head in the farm for now. Swiffer is going to distort his way over. Shelby in trouble. Has to use the repel, but has nowhere to go. Spooks wants to get the knock up. The chains don't land. Swiffer takes a lot of damage. Spooks grabs Shelby. And there's more action towards the top side. Radiant looking for Jenny Boy. Gets it. Can he get the double as Jake underneath the turret? Mystic Shot's going to miss. And Essence Flux is going to land, but 80 carry for support. I'll take it if I'm the Chiefs.
Yeah, positive trade here from the Chiefs in two different places. Of course, the Rek'Sai gets out. The LeBlanc's fine. That's very strong stuff here from the side of the Chiefs roster. The pressure that Azira has, you'll see, just pops the ultimate. Gives Raider all the time in the world, simply because, like, even though he's destined to die, Azira, you do damage, you've done your job.
Damn right. Missing the ultimate, unfortunately. I mean, sorry, the passive that you used to have where you could kill people once you were dead. But Chiefs, they have evened up the gold entirely at this stage. Spooks as well has his Balmy Cinder, now going to build towards the Cinder Hulk, as well as having that Sight Stone. He's very happy right now and actually has a decent CS advantage as far as in that jungle is concerned. Both of our mid laners with their Abyssal Scepters done, but Swiffer, a bit of extra farm. The extra assist has enough for the Sorcerer's Shoes. However, Triple just went back, grabbed himself a book, as well as the cane and his boots. So he's more than happy.
Definitely
Stack
happy.
deck, man. Or the other one. Stack deck's the one that does damage. And that's the one that gives him the money.
Oh,
Something to do with loaded dice. That's the one.
yeah, that's it. Nice, something to do with that exact name. I believe is what it's called.
Yeah.
We still have to touch on the fact that our challengers right now, Avant, are still putting in work.
Oh, Jenny and Jakey. Bit of trouble here. The bubble does land though. Spooks takes an arrow to the face as well as Paradise is making his way in. And Triple's already up here. That's 4 members of AV. It's like they were waiting for that gank.
He went through wards.
Yeah.
Spooks definitely went through wards. They were very much ready to respond. AV now in a point of power with Triple here. They can threaten the dive onto the Chiefs, and most importantly, they can get the turret with it.
Here's Paradise. Raider has his Iceborne gone. Sorry, no, he doesn't. That's Paradise that has his. Teleport's going to come in. Swiper's actually looking for a kill. Wants to find Chenny Boy, but not going to be able to. It's a fantastic bubble. Oh my god, Chenny just gets obliterated by Swiffer. The ultimate onto Paradise, who has to flash. Swiper out of mana completely as Paradise is running very quickly. But yeah, rock in a hard place is an understatement for this particular situation as the stun comes in onto Swiper. But Swiffer is going to be able to finish off the kill, and the Chiefs take the kill lead, but not the gold lead.
Yeah, and this once again comes back to Chelby's tendencies to be on the wrong side of the map at the wrong time.
Hey man, he got a turret.
Yeah, he did. And he's just chilling in that bottom lane. It works out, absolutely. But that's simply because Paradise and Triple can teleport in and help. If Shelby was there, things could have been different, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, possibly even better.
Getting the turret's nice, but your team dying for it often isn't. The Chiefs, fortunately for AV, were not able to respond in kind.
Oh man, Swiffer hunting for spiders right now. Actually, he wants it. Who could blame him either? So take that one up, pick that one up for himself. Chenny Boy is now relocated to the mid lane, just clearing out things. As the Chiefs, lots of deep aggressive vision towards that top side that is answered by AV. The vision game, like, in this whole series, has been very strong from either side.
Well, they both just have stupid amounts of vision right now, in a good way, naturally. Yeah. And control on the top where they were fighting, and his Rift Herald vision, though, and still we have not seen a Drake taken. AV should honestly just do it right now. Red have been sitting on that top side of the map farming.
Paradise actually going to start this one up. You got Chenny Boy heading down here as well. No pings available here from the Chiefs, and there's so much vision for AV. This Dragon is well and truly AV's.
Yep, easy lockdown.
That's an Ocean Drake. Helps them out for exactly what they want to do. Sit in brushes, try and get picks, things like that. Will always have full health and mana. Feeling very good about it as the Nami now being hunted.
Yeah,
By the
LeBlanc's there.
Rek'Sai. Yeah, Swiffer lands the chains. It's a really nice use of the wave, but my god, Swiffer does some damages.
Yeah, Swiffer is a monster right now. 3-0-1 on that LeBlanc. No comparison on the rest of the map. The side of AV. Chenny probably the only person who's got enough farm, but they want to dive this.
There it is. The flash, the triple knock-up's going to come in, and Chenny Boy is going to get destroyed. It is a really nice ultimate out of the Zyra, and the knockback comes in, so Twisted Fate out of the fight. Shelby tries to get out of there, but Swiffer just does so much damage, and this is what we expect from this team. Coordinated destruction of their opponents.
Swiffer is huge right now. Spooks with that flash as well to kick it all off. Working it really well as Paradise has made his way in.
Yeah, Gold Card comes in. Swiffer in trouble. Flashes out of the way, uses the distortion, and is going to be safe for now. Radiant able to get some damage done to this turret, but Mystic Shot doesn't hurt it. Paradise still hunting. Arcane Shift comes in. Yeah, the flash actually comes down. Of course, the Destiny was there, and Triple was able to pick that one up with some wild cards. Swiffer is just backing that one on top of him. Rift Herald suicides.
Yeah, they're going to cancel that recall from Swiffer, which means they might have time to push this middle lane turret and see how Paradise plays it. He's probably dead.
Yeah, he's in a whole host of trouble anyways. Paradise does pick up the kill. Swiper looking for more. As this outer turret in trouble as well. And what went from a fantastic play out of the Chiefs, they didn't get the turret. And AV are able to answer, and they get right back in touching distance with that gold.
Yeah, still showing they can keep up with the best here, Avant. Definitely putting in work in game number 3 as a collective unit and team, which is, once again, something that the Chiefs have gotten better at doing in this third game. It's still Swiffer and friends. Absolutely still Swiffer and friends.
Yeah, and if we have a look back in time at Swiffer's LeBlanc stats, game number 1 went 9-0-3. Game number 2 went 11-1-3. I mean, he's no stranger to hard carrying on this champion. This is the one that he goes to when he wants to just kill a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
See whether he can do it again this game. 1 CS ahead. Oh, actually a whole bunch more now that he's distorted a minion wave. But Triple, he's got a different game plan. He doesn't really care about where the LeBlanc is. If he can avoid her, that's the big deal.
It's the same thing as the last game. Triple wants to impact the map. LeBlanc's not going to be able to split push very well unless Swiffer is killing the target, but because he's 5-0-1, ideally he's just not split pushing. They have Ezreal currently sitting in these side lanes. Last time we saw that, Ezreal died.
Yeah.
Spooks had to readjust his strategy to compensate.
Turrets
Look
are
what's
gonna be
happening up
traded.
here as well. This hasn't changed.
No.
Paradise
Still a
is
bad
amazing.
news story for the Chiefs on the top side of the map. 118 CS here for Swiper. After, of course, a weird laning situation. Not necessarily a lane swap, but a strange lane. But 154 to 123, that is a big deal. Paradise, so strong. Time winds his way in, picks up a whole bunch of creeps.
He's super strong at the moment, and that's one of the bigger concerns that you've got if you're a Chiefs fan. As a Paradise could very much come in and rain on your parade. He's got plenty of vision and control. The Chiefs, though, they've got Shelby.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked up. Swiffer's going to pick up another one, dominating now on the Rift with 6 kills as Ejim going to avoid the bubble. Spook's not so lucky, though, as he gets his tunnel out of there. Chiefs grab a pick, and they are going to survive. Inner turret now, potentially under fire. Chenny Boy in trouble, just gets exploded.
Oh, no,
the
Swift.
Ignite! Not going to be a no. Is it? Yes, it is the last tick. And the heals were just not enough. My god, he does so much damage, and that's the level advantage. 3 levels ahead. Paradise has to get himself out of there as Swiffer still
actually in
able to
trouble.
deal with this guy as he distorts forward. Nice phase dive, going to get him out.
The Stalk cooldown is pretty low. Swiffer's in with the chance here. Paradise is going to have to work his magic, but meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map,
Swiffer is so angry at Avant right now. Can you feel it?
you can see it.
Oh god, the distortion. He has to avoid it if he doesn't want to die. Swiffer,
Cooldown.
gonna do it. There it is. Legendary Swiffer, 8-0-1. Holding his team together right now is this LeBlanc. Doing so in a way that facilitates them. They can now go around the map, pick up these turrets. You can see the outers are all gone. Inner turret now on the bottom side of the map also taken away.
holding them together, putting them on his back, honestly, whichever way you look at it. Swiffer is doing work. The rest of his team are kind of just going through the motions of a team-based game. Naturally, the Chiefs do still excel in team play, and it's something that is backfiring for AV. Worked in game 2, meeting them at their own game. Not to be seen just yet this time around. Triple. He hasn't really arrived in game number 3. He's done his part. But that's what Swiffer did in number 2, his part.
Yeah.
And they lost for that.
Has to be coordination with these very strong members. Right now, I believe Swiffer looking for what could be a Void Staff, but also could be a Rabbiden's Death Cap if he really feels spicy. Spooks. Still just a Splooches detector at the moment. Wandering around trying to get himself into a position to set Swiffer up for a kill. Void Staff now done. That's a 3-item LeBlanc.
Indeed.
Very, very scary.
One of the stronger utilities of a Rek'Sai as well, Spooks. Being able to see people without having vision there. Aids towards them catching out of position many times that Elise this game.
Yeah.
And set them up very nicely.
Well, so Ocean Drake going to be going down very, very quickly. Chiefs grab their own. Going to be picked up. Next one going to be the Infernal Drake. So big deal for the Chiefs. Love that one.
They denied the double Ocean also from AV, which could have sucked, honestly. They
Yeah.
got it. Very hard to push them out unless you straight kill them. Thankfully, Swiffer would have been capable of doing exactly that with his monstrous LeBlanc, to say the least.
Also, again, kudos to Avant having their vision where they need it. 25 minutes here into this game could be an opportunity for the Chiefs to try and sneak something like a Baron as Triple has the gold card locked, but doesn't actually go full committal onto Spooks.
Cancelled the animation there. Doesn't get it, naturally, but shows that they want to get something done. And yeah, you're right, the vision's always been a redeeming feature of both of these teams. Both series. Chenny's actually just
Yeah.
goodbye.
Spooks is going to be able to pick that one up. Ejim secures it with some extra slow from the plants. And that is going to be more. Chelby also in trouble as Swiffer flashes forward, lands the chain somehow. Swiffer is going to distort his way out of there as Triple dashes forward, picks up the kill, gets the shutdown. That could actually be big news here, but the Chiefs may have caught this Twisted Fate out of position, just Destiny's his way to safety.
And meanwhile, in the top lane, the Chiefs are still going to be hard pushing. So yes, they've actually worked out that proactive movement. A big pick onto the Ashe, something that definitely should not have happened. Has an AV is stuck responding to it, but not actually getting anything for it. The 1 kill onto Swiffer, it's a nice to have, but they're losing their structures slowly. Raider is definitely still the important damage dealer to these structures. Something that he's shown a liking towards.
Currently 2,000 gold in this one. Grasping Roots finds Jake. Lots of damage coming out of these plants. As the bubble goes to Jake, what a god! Sorry, the blue buff with the bubble goes to Jake.
Triple opting towards a ward over even attempting that blue buff.
Oh, it's because he knew that the Nami had it.
Oh yeah.
Got to get that CDR, man.
And make sure the Nami is the recipient naturally, but
Legit.
Jakey does well to secure it for what it's worth.
Yeah. I was, of course, being facetious, ladies and gentlemen at home. That should never happen. However, it did. It just shows how this game is. Swiffer, 9-1-1. Rest of his team calling that number. They were an American.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, that sort of had to happen, didn't it?
It didn't.
But now just going to be clearing out this mid lane. Trying to keep it shoved, keeping eyes on Triple. Of course, the more shoved your waves are, the more vision you have. To be streaming up.
Getting ballsy.
Yeah, well, Spooks is here, gets the knock-up. Parallel Convergence is down, will help for the disengage, but Radier does get the Bilgewater Cutlass down. However, Paradise doesn't care. He's got slow resistance with his Swifties.
Yep, can't catch an Echo when he has 3 stacks on his passive and it super speeds him, essentially.
Yeah.
Chiefs are still working around superior vision control now, though, on the Baron area. The pit itself is definitely still got it. It has a single ward inside it. So things will be okay for AV. They don't need to face check, but the Chiefs also aren't aware of that fact and trying to bait them towards it. A little bit needless, honestly, from the Chiefs roster. Cute.
Top lane teleport advantage is there for Swiper, but of course Triple, he took teleport, Swiffer didn't. He's going to be feeling a bunch better.
This is still what AV can do, though. Chenny sitting in that side lane was ultimately not necessary simply because the Twisted Fate could be doing it. Yes, the Twisted Fate could have probably died in that situation, but he's the one with the teleports. Even looking at lane assignments, you still don't want Chenny in a side lane. But you can't really put him against the LeBlanc anyway. There's no winning situation when you're against a 9-1
Yeah.
Swiffer.
He sort of doesn't want to, be under a turret. He
I don't
sort of
think he
wants to
wants
be
to
in
be on
his
the map.
fountain. Yeah.
You remember the dragon that flies off at the start, like in the top,
Yeah.
near the scenery area, you know?
Yeah.
That's exactly where Chenny would want to be.
Understandably, too.
I'd ride a dragon, I guess. I shouldn't say that. I want that.
Love those books. As you can see, now converging on this inner turret in the mid lane. Paradise already has his GA completed. A very big echo, parallel convergence coming down. Be able to find any stun. Zoning nicely, Radier dodges it. And utilizes the arcane shift in order to do so. No flash is necessary.
That was just generally poorly timed, I'm not going to lie. All of the spells, the parallel convergence were already used by Paradise. The follow-up wasn't going to be there even if that hit. And here we are.
Yeah. Jake. Oh my god, almost just flat out dead. True shot barrage! Oh, flashed out of the way of. I have a feeling he would have been safe, but never safe than sorry. As there's the wave. The ultimate came down as well as the Chiefs. Continuing to set up here. Paradise right in amongst it. Spook's going quite low right now as the ult did come through from Swiper. Paradise now uses his ultimate.
Good
does still have
stun.
his GA. As in goes Swiffer. Wildcards are there as Egypt
got
got
him.
a really nice snare. And Triple is going to fall down. Still low health bars on the Chiefs. And AV have a turret, but Swiper possibly still positioning for a dive.
Definitely were looking towards it. They shouldn't dive this time around, however. Not enough health bars to be spoken of from most of the Chiefs members. Swiper comes up huge in that fight, though. Actually stuns the Echo and forces a flash with the first potential dive. Swiffer.
An arrow distorted out of the way of.
Even, again, that arrow, ultimately not necessary. And they would have actually caught him. This is what happens. Chenny hasn't had the best set. Chenny's a good AD carry, but he has not had the best set right now. And what they are doing is currently putting all of their money towards him. All of their emphasis and movement on the map was still towards him. It wasn't even to put Radair behind, it was to get Chenny ahead, essentially. Started it off 1-0. You put eggs in the Paradise basket, really? He's the star player on this team besides Triple.
Damn right he is.
Get him to win that side lane. Didn't actually control that side lane. And beat Swiper out. 30 to 40 CS is nice. Like, it's a good lead, but it starts to peter off.
Well, especially when, Swiper is playing a Poppy who, if he lands a really good ult in a team fight, it doesn't matter how far behind he is. He still would have landed that ult. And this is an Infernal Drake going to the Chiefs. They got water and fire. They're basically Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Sapphire at the moment.
What?
That was a bit of a convoluted one. Team Magma, Team Magma.
I know. Yeah. Even on a surface level, it's like they're both gems.
Yeah, it's just bad. True Shot Barrage tries to clear out the wave towards the bottom side of the map. As Radier just trying to get a shove happening there, weakening those minions.
Does have said blue and red.
Yeah, no, I could have said a whole lot of things. Sort of the story, though. A little bit. Chiefs now heading around this Baron buff area as well. Of course, all the teleports available for AV. They've got the Destiny at the same time. Void Rush there for Spooks, though, and they do have the teleport on Swiper.
Still the big concern remains that Swiffer exists on Summoner's Rift.
With almost a Rabbidan's Death Cap as well for his 4th item.
Yeah, and AV's answer to that is non-existent. In fact, the Chiefs are pulling what was a Game 2 AV.
Yeah.
And AV are not responding at all.
Spooks going down relatively low here. Yeah, Radier may need to do something like that as Shelby is going to throw through the Volatile Spiderling, so has been caught out. Relatively low health bars here as well as actually Paradise in trouble. Swiffer uses the ult, gets out of the way, and Ejim cops it to the face, but is with his team, is going to be okay.
Yeah, Swiffer dodging that was more important than Ejim getting hit by it based off his positioning and the focus that AV would have put down onto him. Remembering they are still a pick composition, so whilst that Ash is throwing out arrows nonchalantly.
Oh my god, Shelby almost gets torn apart. That chains would have been a big deal, especially with Radier's follow-up.
And whilst they're throwing out arrows very nonchalantly, they do have low cooldowns on those picks. At least Cocoon to follow it up. And the Chiefs, they force once more.
Oh, Jake in trouble. The Distort doesn't let... Oh, what? That chain was through an exhaust. Didn't matter, didn't have a whole bunch of health there as Rady actually turning onto Chelby here. He's taking some true shot barrage, but it's going to be repelled. Nice play from Chelby. Still has to get out of the way. This is going to be a Baron buff going to the Chiefs.
Yeah, the last ditch attempt is going to be from nobody. Actually triple ulted in and then walked away. Pick up that Baron. Utilize the map control they're now going to have from this. Is great teamwork once again from the Chiefs. And decision making from Swiffer, their mid laner, to assure themselves the assassination and as such control of the Baron area.
And Swiffer is honestly, he's the hero for Chiefs right now. Has been throughout this entire series, even in Game 2 where they lost. The man was still keeping them in it.
That guy's been hitting the gym.
He certainly has. And I mean, this is the guy that was on holidays for most of the first split, you know? Comes back, doesn't necessarily have the mechanics there, but he's got something to prove in this split. Definitely back to his form as one of the most feared mid laners in the OPL, if not the most.
There's 14 kills on Summoner's Rift for the red team. Swiffer's been involved in 11 of them. And the closest to that is 6 from Egypt.
Jesus.
Which means Swiffer's doing most of the work. And of course, a lot of the setup, a lot of the vision still needs to be commented on, being done by the rest of the Chiefs team. They're still working very well as an actual 5-man unit. But simply because they've got this LeBlanc to work behind, they can do all of this.
Yeah, it's the amount of pressure that Swift is able to exert means that, yeah, these inner turrets are going to fall down. Of course, Baron buff helping out. A couple of siege minions there as well, but you can see this matchup towards the bottom side still going in favor of Paradise, despite Swiper being able to push things through. As yeah, Triple actually going to get stunned up. Spooks caught underneath the turret, has to deal with the aggro as the arrow's going to fly through as well. It is going to be Triple grabbing that kill. Radiant, lots of damage available to him, but AV have consolidated. Swiffer off to the side. Paradise trying to deal with the LeBlanc. Swiper here as well. His GA also up. But the Chiefs are split. Radiant, he's going to get caught out of position a bit late on the kill. Oh, kills him! My God, Radiant, he's a beast.
Radiant can kill.
True shot barrage comes through, just dashes on top of Chenny Boy. The shutdown comes in. He's going to be EGM locking one up as Swiper now looking for Chenny. Swiffer over the top. The repel's going to be there, but delaying the inevitable. Gets onto a ward, actually. Not too bad as Swiffer now dealing with Paradise. He's very big. EGM also now able to pick up a health bar for himself. Has a few of those items. Feeling a bit better, and I thought Radiant might have almost been able to solo that by himself, and it was really nice play to pick up the kill in the Twist of Fate.
Radiant didn't know his own damage output towards the end of that fight. He definitely could have gotten the kill onto Chenny. A bit of a mistake and a misplay, but the Chiefs still come out ahead. That mistake originally was Spooks just going way too deep. What eventuates from that is Swiffer probably dead.
Yep, right into a cocoon, heads back out, manages to get to his distortion, but he's going to fall down. Paradise grabs it, so Inhibitor is going to survive. Spooks trying to run away. Ejim as well. He's not difficult to kill, but the Grasping Roots are going to fly through. Swiper actually is going to take all of the focus here as Triple has made it to the right position. Nice flash is going to get Swiper over the top, though. And now the support of the Chiefs might be the consolation prize. Triple is going to pick that one up. Shelby says, oh, come on, man. Now there's a Destiny that's just clean up as the Triple Janitor comes in. True Shot Barrage flying through. Swiper is still actually alive. Gold card going to be used immediately onto the Ezreal, but QSS is going to be there. And Swiper, the Guardian Angel, going to be popped, and I don't know how you're going to get out of this one, buddy, but that bubble is fantastic. Shelby wants to be able to pick it up, but Triple grabs it.
Shelby picks up the Wolf instead, but AV just get themselves an abundance of kills. Swiffer's still dead. Swiper, 50-odd seconds, and Ejim also in that chamber. Means that AV get a lot of money in their back pockets. They pick up a turret to boot. The Drake is the Elder that spawns in 3 seconds. They could look towards this as at least the denial from the Chiefs. They started her up.
Certainly have. Swiffer's making his way in. They're all pulling it out of the pit. There's AV, get into position. Pink Ward goes over the side. Chiefs with complete vision of what's going on right now, but this is not going down fast.
Raider is so segregated from the team, though. He needs to get around to work it out.
Look at the damage this Dragon is doing to AV every attack. Now starting to reset. He's going to head back into the pit. AV, give up on the idea.
They had a window of time that AV didn't actually recognize because Raider had to regroup. They don't get the Elder. They don't give it to the Chiefs. There was no fight or throw near it. Once again, we re-establish ourselves and reset. Triple is still 5-2. You cannot write this mid laner of AV off ever.
Oh, no. And he's got his items as well. I mean, that's a potion sitting in his back pocket, but that's only one more item slot that he needs to fill. You can see Swiffer The only difference really is the fact that he's got a needlessly large rod picked up there. 10 CS extra, 6 kills as well. The man is pretty dang huge, but this Twisted Fate's still a big deal.
The biggest thing to me is still the fact that Raider showed up in game number 3.
Yeah.
Paradise seems to be outperforming Swiper reasonably well. Triple and Swift are always going to be relevant. The junglers seem to be pretty much even at this stage in this series. And whilst Chenny has kills, first time in a while, Raider has been actually putting in a lot of work and setting his team up nicely.
Well, Shelby might be out of position here as Spook's looking for the knock-up. Gets it there as the repel comes in, but he's so low. The Ignite's actually going to kill him in the sky.
Well.
Teleport's coming in from the Chiefs. They're looking for another Chenny, but is going to fall down as Paradise now going to get knocked up. The chain's there, not going to find it, as it's a really nice bubble to stop Swiper from initiating anything, but that's 2 easy picks. And the Chiefs actually just want to take this open inhib.
Yeah, it should be the inhibitor. Very easily taken here by the Chiefs, just from raw number advantages. Swiper's tanky enough. Spooks is also tanky enough. They could be able to work towards that Elder Dragon immediately after.
Oh, God. Okay, Chain's not going to land there as Chrono Break. He's going to get Paradise back out to safety.
Paradise actually used his E onto Swiffer as he went back to the original distortion.
And went,
So
nope, 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 nope.
ended up a bit behind his team. Maybe didn't want to be there. Chiefs should be able to lock this one down, though. We'll see if the defiance from AV is evidenced at all. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
There you
Chenny
go.
Boy. Up in a second, does have the arrow available as Destiny has been popped. Just going to head towards the bottom lane.
Oh, I was hoping he one-hit them.
It's like the Twisted Fate farm alarm.
Kind of.
Somewhat.
It always starts off as an I'm going to kill you, or respect where you're recalling. It's more of the shopping alarm, because what it does is it catches the enemy team shopping.
Can't do that. Well, Swiffer now 12-2-2. LeBlanc still phenomenal threat.
Shelby just absorbed that camp.
Shelby 0-5-6, not exactly having the game that he'd want this time around.
Yeah, getting caught out of position. I think a lot of it did actually come down to Spooks with his Tremor Sense and the LeBlanc being a huge threat because Shelby's most of his deaths were towards the middle lane. Whenever he was working the top side of the map, he was quite content, but never even looked at Paradise.
Yeah.
Paradise is still doing well. Raider level 18 as well. Like, everyone's hitting max power.
Anyboy as well had to adapt his build due to the fact that Swiffer was so huge. QSS and a more of Malmortius. No Infinity Edge has been done. Nothing to do.
I still think
Heaps
it's
and heaps
fine.
of damage. Oh, yeah.
It's Chenny Boy. He just needs to throw out the ultimate, facilitate. He's playing that Ashe after all. Baron's starting to get chunked out by a fair bit.
Yeah, the ultimate actually just for disengage here knocks 3 people away. As now Destiny will be able to get Triple in there. Shelby already up in the skies. Triple. Everyone just dives on top of him. He manages to flash his way out, but Shelby doesn't have anything to save himself here. Paradise is able to take down Radier on the backline as the Chiefs are chasing after the jungler. Not necessarily what they want to be doing as the Q is going to go wide there from Swiper. He runs pretty quickly as this Spider Lady, however, not going to be out of the way of the heroic charge as now Chenny Boy, Paradise, and Jake all here.
And on the wrong side of the map.
Oh, God.
The Chiefs actually have the middle track here. The
And there are super
inside to
creeps
the
on the base.
Exactly. They have the inside to at least the bottom lane inhibitor. Swiper's going to keep him busy, I think, is the plan here. In fact, no, you're not. He's going to kill him.
Yeah, looking for Chenny Boy here at the same time as Swiffer is over to the side. And I believe Swiper will be able to do it. So there it is. Paradise now. Last bastion of hope as the chains are going to go wide.
They can just work the bottom side of the map. They have a big stack
Split
of
push and
minions.
Zyra, man.
Yeah,
That's
like
what it's about.
Ejim's the only one with the idea that they could have just walked bottom lane and kept, like, Swiper could have kept them all busy. Baron seems to be something that they're prioritizing a little bit higher instead.
Teleport available from Triple. He wants to try and stop this one. Does actually have the Destiny back available now as well as Paradise is making his way in. A greedy decision by the Chiefs and they can't actually capitalize.
They're going for Zyra.
Yeah, Ejim going to get caught out of position. Instantly destroyed as Triple going to easily pick that one up. And look, that could be the pick that gets AV a Baron buff.
They absolutely want to at least look towards threats near the Baron buff. Spook's not getting a chance to recall.
He's pretty tanky though. Paradise not wanting to try and take him down as of course Radiant is waiting around here.
But the big thing being that Ejim, whilst dead, set up that bottom lane.
Shelby's the one to answer that. Maybe
I don't know if it was like the correct call to just outright go towards that bottom lane, but I do think that would have been a safer option.
I also feel like Chiefs could have gone towards the top lane, at least break open the base even further. Interesting.
Or the amount of minions bottom lane. I don't know.
However, Chiefs now going to start off this Baron one more time. No vision available here in this pit. The Chiefs do all disengage.
They're finding it tough to just pull the trigger on the Baron. You have to remember, we're respecting the amount of damage that comes out of AV. And the triple. It's actually a very big deal. The way they even played that last team fight, the second triple appeared and stunned Raider.
Yeah.
Also did 80% of his health bar. All 4 members of the Chiefs just turned around and said, get the triple.
Yeah, there were like 4 people that flashed on top of his face. And now Swiffer has 6 items. That's a last item, Luden's Echo there as well, so he's going to be a whole lot more maneuverable around this map. And also have a heck of a lot more burst damage. Just a very frightening
And honestly, we're 44 minutes into a game where we're just waiting for the Chiefs to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
The gold lead is still 6k between the two of them. Whereas Inhibitor's now up for AV, they probably just didn't even need to be there. Chiefs are just struggling, and they don't want to do it. It's so hard to execute.
Well, they don't want to throw.
But they keep cheesing the Baron. They're not just doing the Baron, they're trying to use 3 people to zone, 2 people to get it, every single time without fail.
Yeah, Swiper. He's going to be in there. We're going to have a brief pause, ladies and gentlemen, as you could see. So hi. But this game, Knife's Edge, feels like a Knife's Edge, honestly. But you're right. Chiefs have quite a phenomenal gold lead. They have a gigantic LeBlanc that can basically insta-kill everyone. And look, trigger is not being pulled. They're now in the Baron pit, down to about half health, but this could be the moment where Avant turn it around.
Potentially, of course, the power is still in the Chiefs' hands. They had the Elder Dragon, they had the Baron buff, whichever they actually wanted to go towards has been the Chiefs for an extended period of time, but every single opportunity they've looked towards it, AV have been able to thwart that threat and actually hold them off, kind of keep things going for them, as here we are.
Yeah, so Baron extraordinarily low, down to about 2,000 health. The wave is going to fly through as Spooks is able to lock that one down, but Ejim may get bursted out. It's a brilliant steadfast presence there from Swiper to keep him alive as the Stranglethorns knocks 3 members up. Jake and Chenny Boy, both of them extraordinarily low, but it's only 1 dead, and it's a Chiefs member as the Chiefs do peel away from it.
Yeah, and finally they secure themselves that Baron buff. Where they're going to hold them off. I think they are still looking towards the Elder Dragon. Knowing that Ejim's dead for 30 seconds could give them a window of opportunity to strike, and now it's starting to become a necessity for AV to do it.
Well, last time they went for it on the side of AV, Elder Dragon did a lot of work to them. Paradise, though, still a very big deal. Shelby waiting in this brush. Their pick potential
10
is...
seconds to Ejim. If AV don't commit to it, then it'll never get done.
Yeah, you actually have to shoot the dragon, don't you, if you want to take down. As Swiffer over the top wants to find Chenny Boy. Triple actually takes a lot of damage there.
His gold card just ran out. Chenny's actually just poked out.
Oh, God, that
No
is so
chance.
much damage. Now the Elder Dragon could be for the Chiefs as Ejim. He's even on his way in. Baron buff available. Swiffer looking for the flanking play. Hawk shot flies through. Chenny's just going back to base, though. Arrow is going to land. Spooks actually gets caught out of Swiffer over to the side. The Destiny comes in as Chenny. No! The Cocoon, the shutdown comes in as Chenny is going to sacrifice his life for it. Shelby running away. Ignite's burning down though. There's Paradise as well. He's got the GA. He's got a decent stun prepared.
They're not helping him.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's just out. All right.
And Chenny as well. Oh no. Okay, so the jungler in trouble. Cocoon's going to land, but the Stranglethorns are there.
Yeah, and they get the big pick here again. Chiefs should be able to reset, do this once more. While Swiffer is dead, it shouldn't actually matter because Raider is alive. And we mentioned the major conflicting differences. Raider's just going ham by himself over there.
Yeah, and
so
Triple
you know
is
what?
just going to pick him up.
Raider's dead. Elder Dragon no longer doable. Chiefs just throw.
Well, at least Paradise couldn't get in there. It's a nice W out of Swiper as well, just to make sure that can't happen. Triple's relatively low at the same time. There's only 3 members of both teams here.
I know that was like very casual, but that's not the first time Raider has actually done that. It's not his first rodeo in trying to 1v1 Twisted Fate for no reason with a Nami damage amplifier. And look.
Yeah. Yeah, look,
This has been a questionable series for AD carries. They're meant to be the least influential, which is why a lot of the focus has been going on to getting the mid laners.
Yep.
But if you're going to throw yourself at them, you're not going to have a great time on Summoner's Rift. So Raider is showing a lot of signs of weakness, honestly, in this series. But still, Swiffer 13-3. Very big deal. And we are, once again, AV in this third game for a title belt match in a battle of the mid laners.
Yep. That's exactly right. And Triple here, like, they've got a lot of tools on the side of AV. There's almost a 6-item Twisted Fate, which is exactly the same as how strong Swiffer is right now. Maybe in different ways, but still, this gold starting to mean nothing as Jake gets exploded! Swiffer gets the pick he's looking for. Probably want a Chenny Boy, but he'll take it. They grab that one. Swiffer now waiting for his cooldowns. Very close to having that Mimic back up one more time. And just wants to rinse and repeat. Now with a man advantage.
Yep, LeBlanc finds a big man advantage, though, with that instant decimation. Didn't even use Ignite, just straight killed it. Very impressive stuff here from Swiffer.
Hits 3 spells, man.
Yeah, but he hit him.
Oh, it's a really nice poke out of AV for the moment. Trying to keep Chiefs at bay. Spooks right in the front line. Actually going to get arrowed here as the parallel convergence comes down as well. Stranglethorns are in there as Shelby is going to make it up into the sky. Possibly Will die as he falls down. Will, as the buckler connects with his face. There's the ultimate out of Paradise, but now has no way to get out of this situation. The inhibitor's going to fall. Paradise now trying to create some distance as Radiant just flashes into the wall. Swiffer picks up the kill in the end. As Spooks sacrifices his life for no reason at all.
Why does this keep happening from the Chiefs? Triple, Chenny, and Jakey now alive might be able to hold this. It's not going to be easy to do, but against the 3v4 and with a lot of health missing on the side of the Chiefs, I don't think they can actually close. They're just looking for the easy turrets.
Yeah, well, this is a big one. The inhibitor turret is going to fall down. Triple gets poked out. Nice Mystic shots come out. Oh my god! Triple's dead. As Swiffer's able to lock that one down. Chenny now just going to get heroically charged underneath this turret. Smackdown has a lot of shields actually, but Swiper somehow staying alive for so long. Guardian Angel is going to pop as the Chiefs decide to take down every single inhibitor. And now the base is left in shambles. 6 seconds on Shelby. Jake the last man standing. The Nexus turrets are going to go. And the Chiefs will retain their OPL Legends title. But my God, did AV make them work for it. What a series of play out of these guys. And huge shout out to Paradise and Triple. Those guys played their hearts out this whole series.
Yeah, look, it took 50 minutes and 3 whole games to actually get across the line. But finally the Chiefs get there.
Jesus.
And it's, honestly, we called it a battle of the mid laners, and it just came down to Swiffer assassinating people time and again. But yeah, Triple had a great series. Paradise had a fantastic series. They really did push the Chiefs to the wire.
That's exactly right. And some questions to be asked of the Chiefs here as well, making some uncharacteristic mistakes. Maybe something getting into their heads at the moment. It's a little bit of an interesting situation. But for the last time, we're going to chuck it back to the desk.
Thanks so much, Atlas. What a marathon, but in the end, it is the Chiefs Esports Club that went out 2-1 versus Avantgarde and retained their OPL title. However, a hard-fought victory. Avantgarde with them at every step of the way, and once again, want to throw my eyes towards the top lane because Paradise, you know, we had questions. Is he a one-trick? Is he a carry-only player? Like, what does he look like in a competitive setting? And Tally, this guy, 3 games in a row, has really taken it to Swiper.
I'm actually really proud of what he was able to do. As a fellow Riven player, he's able to show people that we're not all like brainless.
Mechanics better than everything else right there? Is that what's covered out?
Yes.
It definitely is. But also, Triple, this is a young guy, like Avantgarde, they were confident about. They said, we're waiting for him to turn 17. He's going to be one of the great mid laners in Oceania, and he goes up toe-to-toe with Swiffer this game for Oscar and looks pretty good.
And he's not just going toe-to-toe with Swiffer, who we've just kind of been like, you know, Swiffer's not the primary carrier of the Chiefs. It's always been Radio. Where Swiffer was the primary carrier of the Chiefs this series. Swiffer has never looked so good. Probably like the best form that I've ever seen Swiffer in. And Triple is taking or going step to step with him every single way. So it's not just like keeping up with baseline Swiffer, it's like keeping up with God tier Swiffer.
Yeah, and I want to have a look at this game in total because it is a 50-minute win. And I feel like Avant, they kind of like played a little bit too much within themselves towards the end. They were making the aggressive plays, but then just allowed Chiefs to dictate to them and fell into a trap of like what maybe a younger team will do when the Chiefs kind of control the map away from you.
Yeah, I think that AV got the advantage early, but I think nerves kicked in again. Well, they could have pulled the trigger a lot of times and they just didn't.
Yeah, in the end, it is going to be the Chiefs Esports Club that do come away with a 2-1 victory. As we take a look at the week's result on Monday night, it was Sin losing out against Tainted Minds 2-1 before Legacy Esports took down a Abyss in what was also a 2-1. Hellions kicked off the night with a loss versus Direwolves, who looked back in form before the Chiefs just scraped through with their OPL Legend title intact. As we take a look at the standings, it is still going to be the Chiefs Esports Club at the top of your ladder, still undefeated with Legacy. Of course, those guys play in 2 weeks' time from now. Direwolves are 2-1 with Painted Minds, whilst Abyss and Avant have 1 win apiece. Sin and Hellions are still looking for their first victory. And of course, they will be doing it next week as we take a look at the schedule ahead. Next Monday night, 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. No Monday. It's going to be Tuesday. We have a shortened week. Legacy taking on Avant-Garde before Sin. Take on the Direwolves. They should be a very exciting match, especially coming up against Avant. I guess, what is the team thinking about this Avant-Garde lineup now? You reckon they look on and you're like, yeah, we can do what the Chiefs couldn't and put them away pretty quickly next week?
I think that we will have clearer games against Avant, but there's a lot more respect there now after this series.
I want to really look forward to those ones. As guys, I have to remind you one last time for tonight, I promise before we sign off, that OPL tickets are on sale right now. Details on your screen. August 13, Brisbane, Queensland is the location where it's going to be at. I'm sure Tally's hoping he can get back there one more time and take on what will be an old rival, most likely, and try and take it away from this time, Tally. You reckon you got him?
Yeah, we got it.
You got it this time? All right, cool. And Hoyt's movie tickets are on sale as well. You know, we got to make sure that we're getting it out to your local Hoyt cinemas with your mates, watching the OPL final on the big screen. However, guys, that is all the time we have for this week in the OPL. Join in next Tuesday. Remember, we're away on Monday. But on behalf of myself, the analyst desk, shoutcasters, and the entire production crew, thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you then.